Okay, we're unmuted. We're unmuted, but okay, guys, we're gonna switch over. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Anne is here. Hey.
Oh, weird. I didn't know you were waiting on me. I was just here. I was like, everything's normal, and you're like, okay, Anne, you gotta leave or something and come back. I'm like, what?
Oh no, we couldn't hear you. We couldn't see you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, we got to make the light behind you be like
cool. I got it.
Vaporwave. You got it?
I got it.
Yeah, and then do some pull-ups every once in a while on that pull-up bar.
I'm so tired and sore, and I have to go to work after this. So, no.
Yeah, that is the opposite of spiritual freedom. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Theory Underground. I'm David McCarricker. I'm joined by two of my favorite people, Anne Snellgrove McCarricker and Nance Doodah. Nance Gavin Dance. Nance the Nance.
Nance Snellgrove McCarricker.
At this point, basically.
That's right. Yes. Nance Snellgrove McCarricker in the house. Dude, we don't need to sound like there's even more nepotism here. My God. It's all a family affair at this point, folks. So check it out on the screen. This Life, Secular Faith and Spiritual Freedom. Anne is joining us, even though she has to go to work shortly. And so what I figure is I will read out some stuff that I wrote up on this topic in a little bit. Once she is running out of here in 43 minutes or 53 minutes, actually. So when Anne is like on the road, I'll read the stuff that I have to say about why or how this relates to time energy theory, how I take this book to be a starting point for a conversation that needs to be had, since this is the year of theological contradictions presenting themselves in the theory scene. And when I say this is the year of that, well, if you don't believe me, go back to the last Epic Marathon live stream and just listen. I wasn't bringing on a bunch of nobodies. I was bringing on a lot of big time people. They have very different positions on all kinds of things theological, even though theology is not the main thing that any of them are doing. It kind of seems inescapable at this point. Well, I don't want to have a conversation about theology with anybody if it's not on the basis of time energy theory. It has to be in some way related to what we're doing here, because at the end of the day, we're a bunch of time energy reductionists, meaning we care about everybody having the precondition for freedom and for being able to come to their positions in a responsible manner, which means not just following the herd. And that requires time energy, right? So let's just get into it. We'll just start reading and we'll take turns. Let's just do like a 3-paragraph pass, like the 3-puff pass of a cigarette, except it's going to be 3 paragraphs at a time. And since Anne is here for only a short while, we'll let her lead off. But, oh my God, it's the book that she hates the most. Hold on, go back. It's the opening quote of the whole book. That's what you got to read, Anne. Oh shit, you're muted. While she gets that figured out, I'll explain to everybody that in high school, Anne hated Wuthering Heights. She was forced to read it, which is obviously a big reason a lot of people develop problems with English or math, is that they're being forced to do something at a time in their life when it doesn't matter. Plato was well aware people should not be doing math or English at the age when they should be doing athletics. There's like a basic thing about needing to get that energy out of you, instead of being forced to sit still and then put on drugs if you can't. Hello, welcome back.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yay.
I think the problem is when I unplug my headphones and then plug them back in, Discord doesn't recognize that. So, fun fact, everyone, don't do that.
Okay. It's not doing when you talk, it's not cutting out the background noise, and it's like a loud buzzing, which is weird. I almost feel like you should just come in here, and we could just take turns reading from this chair, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be better.
Yeah, because it's
okay.
I can't hear you now. You would have to go into the cog settings on the bottom left-hand side, and then click voice and video, and then change the audio. How about this? We'll start reading while you get that set up. If I were in heaven, Nellie, I should be extremely miserable. I dreamt once that I was there. Heaven did not seem to be my home, and I broke my heart with weeping to come back to earth. And the angels were so angry that they flung me out into the middle of the heath on the top of Wuthering Heights, where I woke sobbing for joy. There you go. Someone had a bad dream about
How's the background noise now? Like out the headphones.
It's good enough.
Okay. And I'll just mute myself when I'm not talking.
Yeah, we're not doing this for Audible. You know, this is underground shit. Yeah. Welcome everybody. All right, let's get to it. Let's
it. Oh. All right. Introduction. My family comes from northern Sweden. The house where my mother was born and where I have spent every summer of my life is on the Baltic Sea. The dramatic landscape, with its sweeping forests, ragged mountains, and tall cliff formations looming over the sea, is carved out by the descent of the ice from the last glacial period, 12,000 years ago. The land is still rising, the retreat of the glaciers allowing further parts of the landscape to emerge. What used to be the sandy bottom of the sea when my mother was a child is now part of our garden. The rocks under my feet are a reminder of the geological time in which we are but a speck. Being there, the brevity of my life is made salient by the forms of time to which I am recalled. As I step into the house where my grandmother lives, I can see our family tree on the wall. Fragile lines of farmers and rural workers reaching back into the 16th century. As I climb the mountains that rise out of the ocean, I can see the scale of glacial time still forming the landscape in which we find ourselves. To return to my family house is to be reminded of how my life is dependent on history, both the natural history of evolution and the social history of those who came before me. Who I can be and what I can do is not generated solely by me. My life is dependent on previous generations and on those who took care of me, with all of us in turn dependent on a history of the earth that so easily could have been different, and that might never have brought any of us into being. Moreover, my life is historical in the sense that it is oriented toward a future that is not given. The worlds of which I am a part, the projects I sustain and that sustain me, can flourish and change in a dynamic way. But they can also break apart, atrophy, and die. The words that open up through my family and friends, the projects that shape my work and political commitments, carry the promise of my life, but also the risk that my life will be shattered or fail to make sense. In a word, both my life and the projects in which I am engaged are finite.
To be finite means primarily two things: to be dependent on others and to live in relation to death. I am finite because I cannot maintain my life on my own and because I will die. Likewise, the projects to which I am devoted are finite because they live only through the efforts of those who are committed to them and will cease to be if they are abandoned. The thought of my own death and the death of everything I love is utterly painful. I do not want to die, since I want to sustain my life in the life of what I love. At the same time, I do not want my life to be eternal. And eternal life is not only unattainable, but also undesirable, since it would eliminate the care and passion that animate my life. This problem can be traced even within religious traditions that espouse faith in eternal life. An article in U.S. Catholic asks, "Heaven, will it be boring?" The article answers no, for in heaven souls are called not to eternal rest, but to eternal activity, eternal social concern. Yet this answer only underlies the problem, since there is nothing to be concerned about in heaven. Concern presupposes that something can go wrong, or can be lost. Otherwise, we would not care. An eternal activity, just as much as an eternal rest, is of concern to no one, since it cannot be stopped and does not have to be maintained by anyone. The problem is not that an eternal activity would be boring, but that it would not be intelligible as my activity. Any activity of mine, including a boring activity, requires that I sustain it. In an eternal activity, there cannot be a person who is bored or involved in any other way, since an eternal activity does not depend on being sustained by anyone. Far from making my life meaningful, eternity would make it meaningless, since my actions would have no purpose. What I do and what I love can matter to me only because I understand myself as mortal. The understanding of myself as mortal does not have to be explicit and theoretical, but is implicit in all my practical commitments and priorities. The question of what I ought to do with my life, a question that is at issue with everything I do, presupposes that I understand my time to be finite. For the question of how I should lead my life to be intelligible as a question, I have to believe that I will die. If I believed that my life would last forever, I could never take my life to be at stake, and I would never be seized by the need to do anything with my time. I would not even be able to understand what it means to do something sooner rather than later in my life, since I would have no sense of a finite lifetime that gives urgency to any project or activity.
The sense of my own irreplaceable life, then, is inseparable from my sense that it will end. When I return to the same landscape every summer, part of what makes it so poignant is that I may never see it again. Moreover, I care for the preservation of the landscape because I am aware that even the duration of the natural environment is not guaranteed. Likewise, my devotion to the ones I love is inseparable from the sense that they cannot be taken for granted. My time with family and friends is precious because we have to make the most of it. Our time together is illuminated by the sense that it will not last forever and we need to take care of one another because our lives are fragile. The sense of finitude, the sense of the ultimate fragility of everything we care about, is at the heart of what I call secular faith. To have secular faith is to be devoted to a life that will end, to be dedicated to projects that can fail or break down. Ranging from the concrete, how we approach funerals, to the general, what makes a life worth living, I will show how secular faith expresses itself in the ways we mourn our loved ones, make commitments, and care about a sustainable world. I call it secular faith because it is devoted to a form of life that is bounded by time. In accordance with the meaning of the Latin word secularis, to have secular faith is to be dedicated to persons or projects that are worldly and temporal. Secular faith is the form of faith that we all sustain in caring for someone or something that is vulnerable to loss. We all care for ourselves, for others, for the world in which we find ourselves, and care is inseparable from the risk of loss. In contrast, the common denominator for what I call religious forms of faith is a devaluation of our finite lives as a lower form of being. All world religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, hold that the highest form of existence or the most desirable form of life is eternal rather than finite. To be religious, or to adopt a religious perspective on life, is to regard our finitude as a lack, an illusion, or a fallen state of being. Moreover, such a religious perspective on life is not limited to institutionalized religion or to actual believers. Even many people who do not have religious faith still subscribe to the idea that our finitude is a restriction and that we suffer from a lack of eternal life. From a religious perspective, our finitude is seen as a lamentable condition that ideally should be overcome. This is the premise with which I take issue. I seek to show that any life worth living must be finite and requires secular faith.
Secular faith is committed to persons and projects that may be lost, to make them live on for the future. Far from being resigned to death, a secular faith seeks to postpone death and improve the conditions of life. As we will see, living on should not be conflated with eternity. The commitment to living on does not express an aspiration to live forever, but to live longer and to live better, not to overcome death, but to extend the duration and improve the quality of a form of life. The commitment to living on bears the sense of finitude within itself. However long the movement of living on may last, and however much the quality of living on may be improved, it can always end. Even when we fight for an ideal that extends far beyond our own lives, a political vision for the future, a sustainable legacy for generations to come, we are devoted to a form of life that may cease to be or never come to be. This sense of finitude is intrinsic to why it matters that anyone or anything lives on. If we seek to engender, prolong, or enhance the existence of something, to make it live on in a better way, we are animated by the sense that it may be lost if we fail to act. Without this risk of loss, our efforts and our fidelity to the project would not be required. To have secular faith is to acknowledge that the object of our faith is dependent on the practice of faith. I call it secular faith, since the object of devotion does not exist independently of those who believe in its importance and who keep it alive through their fidelity. The object of secular faith, e.g., the life we are trying to lead, the institutions we are trying to build, the community we are trying to achieve, is inseparable from what we do and how we do it. Through the practice of secular faith, we bind ourselves to a normative ideal, a conception of who we ought to be as individuals and as a community. The ideal itself, however, depends on how we keep faith with our commitment and remains open to be challenged, transformed, or overturned. The object of religious faith, by contrast, is taken to be independent of the fidelity to finite beings. The object of religious faith, whether God or any other form of infinite being, is ultimately regarded as separable from the practice of faith, since it does not depend on any form of finite life.
The most fundamental example of finitude in our historical moment is the prospect that the earth itself will be destroyed. If the earth were destroyed, all life forms that matter to us would be extinguished. No one would live on, and no aspect of our lives would be remembered. Yet from the standpoint of religious faith, such an end of life is only apparent. Even if all forms of living on are terminated, nothing essential is lost, since the essential is eternal rather than finite. As William James observes in the conclusion to his classic work, The Varieties of Religious Experience, the subordination of the finite to the eternal is the common denominator both for orthodox religions and for all forms of religious mysticism. This world may indeed, as science assures us, someday burn up or freeze, James writes, but for those with religious faith, God's existence is the guarantee of an ideal order that should be permanently preserved. Accordingly, from a religious point of view, the end of the world is ultimately not a tragedy. On the contrary, many religious doctrines and religious visions look forward to the end of the world as the moment of salvation. This moment can either be imagined as the collective end of humankind, when damnation and salvation are decided, as in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, or as the end of an individual through absorption into a timeless state of being, as in Hinduism and Buddhism. In either case, our lives as finite beings are not seen as ends in themselves, but rather as means to reach the end of human history. For the same reason, climate change and the possible destruction of the earth cannot be seen as an existential threat from the standpoint of religious faith. To grasp the existential threat to yourself and to future generations, you have to believe not only that life is finite, but also that everything valuable, everything that matters, depends on finite life. This is exactly what religious faith denies. If you have religious faith, you believe that all finite life can be terminated, and yet what is truly valuable will still remain. The Dalai Lama summed it up perfectly when asked how a Buddhist, for whom the finite world is an illusion and who seeks to be detached from everything that passes away, can be worried about our current ecological crisis. A Buddhist would say it doesn't matter, the Dalai Lama replied. This may seem surprising, since Buddhist ethics famously advocates a peaceful relation to nature and all living beings. Yet Buddhist ethics is not motivated by a concern for nature or living beings as ends in themselves. Rather, the motivation is to be released from karma, with the aim of being released from life altogether and helping others to reach the same end. The goal of Buddhism is not for anyone to live on, or for the earth itself to live on, but to attain the state of nirvana, where nothing matters. I just want to put the little point in here that Terrence, who is a fellow traveler at Theory Underground, also a student, has been reading this book in preparation for today, but also sadly is not able to join us. But this particular passage he found quite troubling. It hijacked his reading. He had to go do a bunch of research into it. He couldn't find anything that backed this up. And apparently Martin Hägglund, the author of this book, said that it's something he saw on TV. So it's obviously not trackable. And then when he's looking into it, the Dalai Lama does have a book on the ecological crisis. Now, I will just say, in defense of Martin Hägglund, this is a popular work. It's a doxological artifact, meaning that two things. First of all, we're supposed to be in the headspace of the as if. We're reading it. This is not just a popular writer. This is a philosopher who is doing popular writing, which means that he is entering the world of common sense and hearsay. And, maybe he made up the memory, retroactively, and he doesn't realize it. But also, maybe he did see it. And then later, the Dalai Lama received a lot of pushback on that. And so then he was like, okay, I better put out a book on the ecological crisis. We don't know. But the basic point remains, and that Buddhism is, in almost every instantiation that I've heard of, the push to go beyond this life into a state of nirvana where nothing matters. Okay. And so, there's probably ways of correcting that, but and I think there's probably Buddhist sects that do so. But the basic point is, I think the reason it matters to actually say this about Buddhism here at this point in the text is because he lumped Buddhism in with all of these other religions. And people are often like, oh, well, Buddhism's not a real religion and blah, 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 blah. And his point is like, yeah, but it does take up this stance towards this life as, well, it's not what matters. Right? And that's what he's taking on. And so he has to address that. It would have been better if he could have addressed it using a better source, but we'll just keep going. And for the rest of the text, for the most of the day, or at least 98% of the time, we're going to assume the, attitude, what is it called? It's the attitude of belief. Is that what it's called? Andy just published a piece on Hello Gorgias, the Substack, which I think you should all follow, in which he talks about critique versus criticism. Criticism picks something apart, whereas critique kind of gets in the shoes of the other's perspective, often will steel man it stronger than it presents itself, and then will, figure out what's most essential there and then take on what's most essential in a sympathetic way later. But for now, we're really just reading it. And of course, we are bringing on some close religious friends. Daniel Garner of OG Rose probably being the most, I don't know, out of all of them, like a Christian friend. And so he'll be coming on to read this with us. And this is ultimately to begin a conversation between the secular side of the time energy theory world and the more religious, or at least more Christian side. Okay, with that.
While you pause, I really quick want to add here, because just last night, as we were falling asleep, I was expressing to Dave this like recent frustration that I had, because in two instances, one, I was listening to some interview on YouTube, and the people who were like very Catholic, and they were talking about marriage, and the way that marriage was described, it was like, oh, it's just a representation of God's love for us, or it was something like that had nothing to do with the actual people getting married. It was all about God. And then yesterday I was flipping through the radio in the car, and I ended up on I paused on a Christian talk radio because I was curious what they were spewing off, and it was talking about birth, and like the birth of a baby is just like God's love. Like, again, nothing that had to do with the actual like baby being born and its relation to the parents. It was just all about God. And I was like, that really annoys me, because you can be religious, but to see these like beautiful human things as nothing more than it's just some representation of God's love for us, or it is just God's love embodied. It's like, oh yeah, because fuck the people involved, am I right? And so this is an amazing, I literally fell asleep last night. Dave, this pisses me off. So here we are. This is a good response to that, because I think not all religious people, definitely not all of our religious friends, I think, have those views. But it's these like hardcore evangelical Catholics who were just like, everything is about God and Jesus. I'm like, Jesus, get a life. Literally.
Yeah, I spent like an hour trying to wind down by like getting away from intellectual things, and then right as I was falling asleep, she just starts going off about this, and I was like, I had to disengage. I was like, I gotta go to sleep, and then I was like, good night.
Yeah, man.
but no, it is the whole purpose of today, is to kind of like, because we grew up in a society that has gaslit us every fucking day of our lives, telling us that we can't have morality and we can't care about things in this life because we don't believe in Jesus. And it's like, guys, I'm open to your religion. I'm open to thinking about it. Its merits, whatever, but stop acting like you have a monopoly on caring about this life or morality. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Who's
the Buddhist?
Nance.
My turn. The Buddhist perspective is not an exception, but makes explicit what is implicit in any religious commitment to eternity. If you are aiming for eternal life, finite life doesn't matter for its own sake, but serves as a vehicle to attain salvation. Of course, even if you identify as religious, you can still care intensely for the fate of our life on earth. My point, however, is that if you care for our form of life as an end in itself, you are acting on the basis of secular faith, even if you claim to be religious. Religious faith can entail obedience to moral norms, but it cannot recognize that the ultimate purpose of what we do, the ultimate reason it matters how we treat one another and the earth, is our fragile life together. From a religious perspective, the ultimate purpose of what we do is to serve God or attain salvation, rather than to care for our shared lives and the future generations for which we are responsible. As soon as we acknowledge that our finite lives and the generations that may carry on our finite legacy are ends in themselves, we make explicit that our faith is secular rather than religious. Hence, our ecological crisis can be taken seriously only from the standpoint of secular faith. Only a secular faith can be committed to the flourishing of finite life, sustainable forms of life on earth, as an end in itself. If the earth itself is an object of care in our time of ecological crisis, it is because we have come to believe that it is a resource that can be exhausted, an ecosystem that can be damaged and destroyed. Whether we care about the earth for its own sake, or for the sake of species that depend on it, The awareness of its precarious existence is an intrinsic part of why we care about it. This is not to say that we care about the earth only because it can be lost. If we care about the earth, it is rather because of the positive qualities we ascribe to it. However, an intrinsic part of why we care about the positive qualities of the earth is that we believe they can be lost, either for us or in themselves. The same holds for the ways in which we care about our own lives, the lives of those we love, or those for whom we are responsible. Caring about someone or something requires that we believe in its value, but it also requires that we believe that what is valued can cease to be. In order to care, we have to believe in the future not only as a chance, but also as a risk. In the light of risk, only in the light of possible failure or loss, can we be committed to sustaining the life of what we value. Secular faith is not in itself sufficient to lead a responsible life, and it does not automatically make one improve the conditions of the world, but it is necessary for motivating ethical, political, and filial commitments.
Accordingly, I will seek to show that secular faith lies at the heart of the sense of responsibility. Let me take a basic example, the Golden Rule. To treat others as you would like to be treated is a fundamental principle in both secular and religious moral teachings. The Golden Rule, however, does not require any form of religious faith. On the contrary, a genuine care for others must be based on secular faith. If you follow the Golden Rule because you believe it is a divine command, you are motivated by obedience to God rather than by care for another person. Likewise, if you follow the Golden Rule because you believe it will yield a divine reward, e.g., the release from karma, you are acting not out of concern for the well-being of others, but rather out of concern for your own salvation. If your care for another person is based on religious faith, you will cease to care about her if you lose your religious faith and thereby reveal that you never cared about her as an end in herself. As with all the arguments in this book, I address here both religious and secular audiences. I invite the readers who identify as religious to ask themselves if their care for others is actually motivated by faith in a divine command or divine reward. Moreover, I encourage both religious and secular readers to recognize their commitment to finite life as the condition of responsibility. The Golden Rule does not depend on a religious sense of eternity. On the contrary, it depends on a secular sense of finitude. To treat others as we ourselves would like to be treated requires that we recognize our shared finitude, since only finite beings can be in need of mutual care. An infinite being is never in need of anything and cannot care about how it is treated. The Golden Rule therefore demands that we recognize one another as finite and keep faith with one another as ends in ourselves. It is because I am finite that I am in need and that it can matter to me how I am treated. Likewise, it is because I recognize you as finite that I can understand that you are in need and that it matters how I treat you. If we do not recognize our shared vulnerability and finitude, the demand for mutuality is not intelligible and we cannot be compelled to care for one another as ends in ourselves.
Hence, I will present a vision of the emancipatory potential of recognizing our secular faith and our essential finitude. The emancipatory potential of secular faith is a possibility and far from being achieved in our current state of secularization, which should not be conflated with an emancipated form of secular life. Moreover, even in being achieved, secular life will always remain fragile, since it is sustained only through our commitments. The recognition of finitude does not provide any guarantee that we will care for one another in the right way. I think that's a very important point, right? I just feel like there's some really cheap reactions that you'll get from people if you talk about this, and he's preempting one of them right there. The recognition of our shared finitude is a necessary condition for the demand of mutual care to be intelligible, but this recognition is in no way sufficient for actual mutuality. Rather, our dependence on one another and the fragility of our lives calls for us to develop institutions of social justice and material welfare. Our ability to treat others justly depends on how we have been treated and cared for in turn, all the way from our first experiences of parental love to the organization of the society in which we find ourselves. Only a secular perspective allows us to focus on these normative practices, our forms of upbringing, education, labor, political governance, and so on, as essentially matters of what we do, as practices for which we are responsible and that have to be sustained or questioned or revised by us, rather than being given by nature or supernatural decree. And I just want to say, the framing of it is very secular, progressive, lefty, right? Into, say, institutions of social justice and material welfare. Obviously, social justice has taken on like the sort of stigma of social justice warrior activism in the United States, sort of just insanely deranged anti-anything remotely seen as conservative, right? And the constant goalpost moving that makes people who were not conservative yesterday conservative the following day, right? That kind of thing. But I think that derangement and that sort of frothing at the mouth activism is in part a response to a sort of brutal indifference on the part of traditionalists, a brutal indifference to people who care about this life. And when there's a breakdown between mommy and daddy, when left and right culturally, not politically, are just not capable of having a conversation, and it's sort of all or nothing, and it's a constant civil war of otherization, both sides are part of the problem, right? And that's why our whole approach as time energy reductionists out here and connecting with other people who might be religious, for instance, has to at least have some kind of a mutual agreement that you see where we're coming from, right? That's to me what matters here is not about convincing other people that they have secular faith, even if they're religious, if they care about the world. It's at least just getting across, you can see where we're coming from, right? And I think that is a better road to go down than this sort of, the new atheist movement of the 2010s, right? Which was just oh, look how stupid they are. Look how wrong they are. Their faith, it doesn't respect Occam's razor, blah, 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 which is so silly, obviously. For the same reason, secular faith is the condition of freedom. To be free, I argue, is not to be sovereign or liberated from all constraints. Rather, we are free because we are able to ask ourselves what we ought to do with our time. All forms of freedom, for example, the freedom to act, the freedom to speak, the freedom to love, are intelligible as freedom only insofar as we are free to engage the question of what we should do with our time. If it were given, what we should do, what we should say, and whom we should love. In short, if it were given what we should do with our time, we would not be free. The ability to ask this question of what we ought to do with our time, is the basic condition for what I call spiritual freedom. To lead a free spiritual life, rather than a life determined merely by natural instincts, I must be responsible for what I do. This is not to say that I am free from natural and social constraints. I did not choose to be born with the limitations and abilities I happen to have. Moreover, I have no control over who took care of me and what they did to me and for me. My family and the larger historical context into which I was born shaped me before I could do anything about it. Thrownness, baby. Likewise, social norms continue to inform who I can take myself to be and what I can do with my life. Without social norms I did not invent on my own and that shape the world in which I find myself, I can have no understanding of who to be or what to do. Nevertheless, I am responsible for upholding, challenging, or transforming these norms. I am not merely causally determined by nature or norms, but act in light of norms that I can challenge and transform. This is what it means to have a spiritual life. And I would say, even if you're not challenging and transforming those norms in a more Heideggerian sort of traditionalist sense, you interpret those norms, and by interpreting those norms, you are always already transforming those norms. So it is always a kind of challenge, even if you are more of a traditional-minded kind of person. This is what it means to have a spiritual life, even at the price of my biological survival, my material well-being, or my social standing. I can give my life for a principle to which I hold myself, or for a cause in which I believe.
My freedom, therefore, requires that I can ask myself what I should do with my time. Even when I am utterly absorbed in what I do, what I say, and what I love, the possibility of this question must be alive in me. Being engaged in my activities, I must run the risk of being bored. Otherwise, my engagement would be a matter of compulsive necessity. Being devoted to what I love, I must run the risk of losing it or giving it up. Otherwise, there would be nothing at stake in maintaining and actively relating to what I love. Most fundamentally, I must live in relation to my irrevocable death. Otherwise, I would believe that my time is infinite and there would be no urgency in dedicating my life to anything. The condition of our freedom, then, is that we understand ourselves as finite. Only in light of the apprehension that we will die, that our lifetime is indefinite but finite, can we ask ourselves what we ought to do with our lives and put ourselves at stake in our activities. This is why all religious visions of eternity, as we shall see, ultimately are visions of unfreedom. In the consummation of eternity, there would be no question of what we should do with our lives. We would be absorbed in bliss forever and thereby deprived of any possible agency. Rather than having a free relation to what we do and what we love, we would be compelled by necessity to enjoy it. Bum, 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 bum. Was that the introduction or the first chapter?
So I think this is part one of the introduction. Yeah, part one of the introduction.
Okay,
so we're not through with it yet. Now we're going to get into his critique of Weber, which is fucking awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So Anne's
Part
got another
two
12. Anne's
of
got
the
12,
introduction.
12 more minutes.
Okay. This life addresses both religious and secular audiences. I invite the religious and the religiously inclined to ask themselves if they actually have faith in eternity and if this faith is compatible with the care that animates their lives. Furthermore, I encourage both religious and secular readers to see why the finitude of our lives should not be regarded as a lack, a restriction, or a fallen condition. Instead of lamenting the absence of eternity, we should acknowledge the commitment to finite life as the condition for anything to be at stake and for anyone to lead a free life.
My critique of religious faith does not primarily appeal to scientific knowledge, and my critique of religious values does not primarily appeal to scientific facts. Rather, I provide a new perspective on what we believe and what we value. In caring about anyone or anything, we are already practicing an implicit form of secular faith in what we do, since we are devoted to someone or something that is fragile. My aim is to make our secular faith explicit in our understanding of what we do, and thereby open up emancipatory possibilities for transforming our practices of care as well as our communal life. My argument challenges one of the most widely held assumptions about religion. According to many surveys, more than 50% of Americans hold that religious faith is necessary to live a moral, responsible life. The same assumption is part of a more general revival of political theology among both prominent philosophers and the general public. The intellectual historian Peter E. Gordon has provided the most capacious definition of political theology, while tracing its resurgence in thinkers such as Charles Taylor, Jürgen Habermas, and Jose Casanova. In Gordon's account, political theology is defined by two theses. The first thesis postulates a normative deficit. Secular life suffers from a lack of moral substance and cannot establish a viable ground for our political life together. The second thesis postulates a religious plenitude. To compensate for its normative deficit, secular life must turn to religion as the unique and privileged resource of moral political instruction without which society cannot cohere. As Gordon shows, these two theses of political theology are remarkably persistent, not only in the history of ideas, but also in contemporary philosophy and sociology.
Shooting out. Oh, sorry, keep going.
Such political theology contributes to a pervasive negative narrative regarding the possibilities of secular life. In our secular age, faith in eternal life or eternal being is said to have declined. Yet there is a widespread notion that the lapse in religious faith is a great loss, and that the hope for eternity expresses our deepest desire, even if it cannot be fulfilled. Secular life would then be characterized by both a normative and an existential deficit. Owing to secularization, we have supposedly lost both the moral foundation that is required to hold our society together and the redemptive hope that is needed to find meaning in our lives. It's really quick. In the radio I was listening to yesterday, I came in, this guy was like, when we think about bodily autonomy, and I was like, I gotta hear what this guy's saying. And so we talked about, like, oh, we don't have the bodily autonomy to, drink a bunch of alcohol and then get behind the wheel, like the law has to intervene. And so he was relating that to abortion, and that's what he said about birth. And then he started talking about, he's like, and while there's separation of church and state, there still needs to be like a religious influence, and like basically about like our laws serving God, or our love for God and respect to serve God, like influencing laws and stuff. And that's just like another one of these things where it's like, oh, yep, laws and the government doesn't actually matter to help like normal people, just what God wants. Thanks. So, yeah, this is a really good response to that kind of ideology.
Yeah, so where am I? Sorry, I'm shooting out some socials. Vapor holds? No.
Second paragraph, middle paragraph. The most influential.
The most influential version of such a negative assessment of secular life was formulated by the sociologist Max Weber in the early 20th century. Weber's famous claim that secular life suffers from a disenchantment of the world continues to serve as an alibi for political theology and to instill the sense that a society without religious faith is hopelessly lacking. This is the basis for the Eastern Orthodox phase online, where people are like, oh my God, we need traditionalist meaning because modernity is so nihilistic. We gotta do no fap, keep our semen retained. Like it's a sensible reaction to a misdiagnosed alienation. According to Weber, disenchantment has three major implications. First, disenchantment means that we no longer appeal to any mysterious incalculable forces or any other forms of supernatural explanation for what happens in the world. Rather, the form of reason becomes an instrumental reason, which assumes that we can, in principle, control everything by means of calculation. Second, Weber takes disenchantment to mean that the ultimate and most sublime values have retreated from public life, so that we are deprived of any form of genuine community. Third, Weber laments that disenchantment entails that death is no longer a meaningful phenomenon. Weber holds that the human beings who lived in an enchanted world, his example is Abraham or some peasant of the past, had actually, and I'll let you finish this paragraph, and maybe the next one, and then you gotta go, so you can say a couple words before you leave.
Yeah. Weber holds that the human beings who lived in an enchanted world, his example is Abraham or some peasant of the past, had a meaningful relation to death because they supposedly died, fulfilled by life, and regarded themselves as belonging to an organic cycle. When Abraham or the peasant of the past was on the verge of death, he could take himself to have had enough of life because it had given to him what life had to offer, and for him there remained no puzzles he might wish to solve. In contrast, the person whom Weber describes as disenchanted, civilized man cannot ever regard his life as completed, since he is committed to the possibility of progress, the continuous enrichment of culture by ideas, knowledge, and problems, in which he wants to participate. Such a person will always be dissatisfied, Weber argues, since his life can never be completed. What he seizes is always something provisional and not definitive. And therefore, death for him is a meaningless occurrence. Rather than being seen as the meaningful conclusion of a life and as the ascent to eternity, death comes to be regarded as the meaningless interruption of a life. This leads Weber to the conclusion that the commitment to earthly progress makes our lives meaningless rather than meaningful. Because death is meaningless, civilized life, as such, is meaningless. By its very progressiveness, it gives death the imprint of meaningless. Since Weber delivered his diagnosis in the early 20th century, many thinkers have tried to offer a cure for the disenchantment and sense of meaninglessness that are supposedly inherent in secular life. My argument is, on the contrary, that the diagnosis itself is deeply misleading and should be called into question on every count. I guess I'll stop there. Makes me wish I read Weber in college, because I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. And I do remember that, like, the thing when I did kind of get introduced to Weber in a class, his whole thing was, like, rationalization. I remember the Protestant work ethic, which I don't remember a whole lot about it, but, like, Protestant being religious. And so, yeah, it'd be interesting to, like, look back even at that stuff in relation to all this. And I'm sure that our dear sociologist friends, Daniel and Michelle, have good insights on this as well, because this is an interesting, like, theoretical tie-in to this, and sociological tie, which I'm always interested in when people use actual sociologists, because real sociologists in the university rarely do. So I'm really enjoying this. Hopefully I'll be able to listen in a little bit more while I'm at work. If that makes sense. I'd just be listening to some book or podcast anyways. Might as well just keep listening to this.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for giving us this little slice of your morning. Yeah. I love that there was a synchronicity between the stuff you were listening to yesterday and being provoked by, and this text that we booked out, like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Is it what you expected? Is it, I don't know, like, as far as reactions goes?
You and I listened to like 5 or 10 minutes of the introduction on our drive home like a few weeks ago. And I mean, the first, so I kind of knew what we were getting into, in just the sense that, yeah, like, secular faith makes us actually care about, like, life on Earth. But I didn't, like, I really appreciate, like I just said, the sociological ties. I really appreciate kind of the deeper analysis of some of this stuff. It's like Dave has the physical book, and it's quite a thick book. It's not just one of these, popular, I'm trying to look in our library, like a popular, easily accessible book that's like, decent size. This is like, oh, this is a book. And so I really didn't know where it was gonna go after that introduction, and so I'm delighted. It's really interesting to think about. And it relates so well. I can see how it relates so well to, like, Heidegger, for example. And I could probably assume like why you think it's related to time energy, but I'll leave that to you because I gotta get going.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last thing I'll say is that secular faith makes it so that we love our pets so much, because our pets wouldn't really matter if our lives were eternal and they would just come with us in heaven, because then it's like, oh, the cat cuddled me today, well, whatever, he's gonna cuddle me forever in eternity. But Ryan's just on the little chair right next to me, just curled up in a little ball. At one point he was like squeezing his head in. Oh, so cute. So proof that secular life matters.
I love him more because of losing Rascal.
Because he's going to die soon.
Yeah. It's the other
Relatively
cats.
soon.
Yeah. It's the other cats I've lost that have made me care more each time, you know? Which means that if you're in touch with this aspect of life, then of this life, right? That means that at some point when you're older, your heart will be more full of love. And you won't just be this jaded grandparent who's like, yeah, well, everybody dies. You know, their time came. And like, by the way, just wanted to get this jab in. I fucking hate American funerals. I've never been to one where I was like, oh yeah, they actually honored that person's life. It's always this fucking, they're looking down at us right now. We'll be with them soon. Oh. And they're crying. And I'm like, why are you crying then? Fucking bullshit. No, they have the secular faith, but they're disavowing it. And so of course, like nobody can actually be there and actually do the thing, you know, that they're there to do. There better be none of that bullshit at my funeral. I swear to God.
I'll make sure of it, Dave.
All right. Well, bye-bye. All right. Well, at this point, we've got 18 people watching. I knew that it would be a while for people to trickle in here. Sorry, everybody. If you're a regular Theory Underground, then you probably know I never give you much advance notice with fucking anything. And that's just the way it is. Because ultimately, the internet and what I've built out of Theory Underground is just a structure to capture and harness my frenetic, dispersed, energetic time, effort, expenditures that are just otherwise wasted. But thankfully, we can kind of structure it to make it something that hopefully you'll all get something out of, right? Nance, I'm wondering if while I finish doing the socials, you could read the piece that I sent you in the chat with, in the chat earlier, because
the chat with Mikey. Yeah, let me pull it up on my computer.
Yeah. If you can actually pull it up where it's shared on the screen that you currently have up. I don't know if that's a window only or if that's a display, but that would be awesome. So basically, everybody, I wrote this morning in preparation. Oh, hey, it's Amy. Hello. Oh my God, you're here?
I'm here. Dude, I was in the other room.
I thought she was just,
whoa, dude.
I thought she was just an internet person, dude. Like, what the hell?
Dude.
Whoa.
That's crazy, dude.
Theo is in the chat. What's up, Theo? Good to see you, man. He said he's loving what he's hearing so far. That's awesome. Yeah, man. No, I felt this is right up your alley, I think. This is right up our alley.
Yeah, dude.
Which is, when I say our, I'm talking about one of the halves of my soul, because I've got two wolves, and one of them is made up of Theo, Mikey, and Nance. And it's this atheist, more Marxian side. And then the other side of me is like made up of this sort of, just think OG Rose and the Becoming Human Project, and this more like, hey, actually, there's something there, guys. You're throwing a baby out with that bathwater. And so, I don't know, the fact that I feel this struggle and have for so long, I think, is why I'm going to be able to facilitate, hopefully, a good conversation between these two sides of what would otherwise just be the bullshit internet thing, right? Time energy theory, in order to succeed, it has to work for people who are religious and not, or at least not traditionally religious. He said, come to the dark side. Yeah, okay. So Nance has it up on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera off for a little bit, and I'll be here listening. But Nance, if you would just read it. But everybody, this is a rough draft. So, I was going to say take it with a grain of salt. No, give it a heavy sprinkle of charity. Let's go.
Why I care about this life, the book, and yes, this actual life. Life is beautiful, not in a not in a whitewashed, suburbanite, live, laugh, love kind of way that would balk at the horror that is also life. Life is beautiful in this sweet, achingly absurd, remorseful, and gut-wrenching kind of sublime way. Sometimes, for some people, maybe life can be boring, but their experience is an exception to the general rule of a life lived striving for survival, fulfillment, and flourishing. Most of us care most of the time, and when we don't, that's merely a deficient mode of caring, as Heidegger would put it. At bottom, all is care. Why? Because life is finite. My nihilist friends will have already rolled their eyes a couple of times. Life is neither beautiful nor ugly, but if we were to do some sober accounting, the pain of the gazelle outweighs the pleasure of the lion, to paraphrase Schopenhauer. Ergo, life equals bad. What I'm calling the sublimity of life encapsulates both moments, though. The lion may also, at points in its life, experience misery. But that's what gives life its stakes. A world without stakes would be like video games are to me. Boring. Of course, video games are not boring to a ton of people, mostly guys. They're quite entertaining. The best video games simulate stakes that are analogous to what we refer to as real life, IRL. IRL stakes are, therefore, the condition of possibility for your otherwise boring video games to be so entertaining. It's not just the pain of the gazelle and the pleasure of the lion, or Nietzsche's salmon and eagles, but the universal experience of loss that haunts our daily absorption in the activities of life. Whether you're a billionaire or are just scraping by, something that is likely to pull you out of everything is the depth of loss made actual by the death of a loved one. Life is not just finite, it's fragile. Both the finitude and fragility of life are based in the inescapable possibility of no more possibilities that casts a shadow alongside everything we do. Society today would have us forget about this shadow. Sure, it wants us to think about death through entertainment or shocking videos, but the last thing our society wants us to do is to spend time with the dying. Death and birth are hidden and taboo. Ours is a society that abhors basic discomfort so much that these unpleasant experiences are shunned to our own detriment. One way of framing life is to say that from the moment you're born, you are, in a sense, already dying. From the individualistic level, maybe sorta, but from the point of view of the philosopher Emmanuel Levinas, death sets the horizon against which the other stands out as futural. The other will outlive me. The fecundity of the feminine is the promise of the future. This is, of course, literal, but it is also figurative. That's why the muses are feminine, and the words we write when inspired make a bid to be remembered after we are gone. In this sense, every book is a child being shot out ahead of us. May they live long and prosper. I felt all of these things long before I ever read Martin Hägglund's This Life, Secular Faith and Spiritual Freedom. This work helped me find a way to articulate these feelings without all the Heideggerian and Levinasian jargon. This Life is a popular work, what we call at Theory Underground a doxological artifact. That means it's not a rigorous academic work of theory. It's a love letter to the world at the same time that it's an argument against religions of eternity. Fucking shit. We are told that life without belief in eternity is miserable, but Hägglund argues this is quite the opposite of the case. Secular faith in this life, being the only one, is the basis upon which everyone, including the religious, are able to find meaning in this life. Spiritual freedom is, for Hägglund, basically the politics of time. That's why it relates so heavily to time energy theory. Without finitude and fragility, we would not treasure our time energy, nor would we rely on others to free it. Because we're fragile creatures, we do rely on one another to work together in these things called civilizations so that we can be freed from the unnecessary, though natural, impediments to our freedom, such as toothaches and spending way too much time fending for ourselves. The division of labor and the near universalization of certain goods and services has achieved wonders in the last couple hundred years. Yet, there is a great case to be made that all of this progress is hardly so progressive, considering the drudgery and precarity most of the working and unable to work masses are subjected to. Martin Hägglund and I both think people realizing they can't bank on some afterlife to make up for their miserable existences in this world, then we might be galvanized towards some kind of action. This can be done despite differences such as liberal and conservative if we come to respect the finitude and fragility we all share as a baseline. That doesn't mean that religious people need to lose their faith in an afterlife, but it very well might require understanding where secular people are coming from and even relating to the unavoidable fact that we might be finite. If that wasn't a strong possibility in this life, then why would afterlife believers require faith? Mutual recognition of the stakes in this life, the realization that this is not a solo player video game, but that we're all, in a very real sense, in this together is the basis for the kind of action that will prioritize freeing our time energy. This is, I believe, the starting point for a future, I'm assuming, where time energy theory comes into conversation with theology, or put another way, the theology of time energy. Bum, bum, ba-dum.
What was the mistake? Where is it? What does this say? The starting point for
for a, I don't know, situation, conversation, something. But yeah, it still tracks.
For where time energy theory comes into conversation with theology. Yeah, man. As our representative nihilist, how do you feel about that?
I like it, man. Like, I always, look, dude, I spent a very long time being a pessimistic nihilist and thinking that it's just cool to be edgy. I mean, I have a shirt that says "We all die," and it's written in this kind of celebratory script, and it imitates. When I made it, I was thinking of the "Live, Laugh, Love" sign, and I wrote "We all die," because it's funny and it's edgy, but also no, I do think that is a freedom. That itself frees us up. Yes, I am a nihilist. Yes, I believe it's fucking turtles all the way down. But I actually think that's a good thing. I think that frees us up to make our own meaning, not make our own meaning, to discover our own meaning, and rely on interconnected webs of singularities of other people. It's a freedom. And I do think there is absolute beauty in the world, just like there's absolute horror in the world. And I think it's not that hard to just make the choice to see the beauty and let that suffice. Just like with religious people, I think you can be super religious and focus on the horror of God, the punishment, and the ultimate promise of either reward or punishment. Or you can be religious and choose to focus on, maybe the expressions of God's love in life and through and with other people and stuff. I think it doesn't. Yes, I do kind of take this hardline nihilist stance, but reward or punishment, not in a shitty, immature, edgy way like I did for so long. And that's a very easy thing to kind of fall into. But yeah, I think we are the makers of meaning, or the discoverers of meaning, and I think that's a beautiful freedom that frees us up to do awesome, beautiful shit. And also, everything sucks, everything's bullshit. We're all gonna die anyway. So if you want to be an asshole, that's cool. Fuck you. Go do that somewhere else. And
if you don't do it somewhere else, we'll beat you up.
Yeah, I'll beat the fuck out of you.
Take it out of here, or we're gonna get you like the kids in the movie Kids with the skateboards. We're gonna come for you.
Yeah, dude, beat the shit out of you. Or the bear that I'll be the bear that mauled those kids that mocked it for like calling that dude bald or whatever. Like I am God's vengeful bear. Yeah, dude.
You're like, I'm not even a believer, but that's my favorite part.
Yeah, dude. That shit goes hard, dude.
Yeah.
No,
dude.
Yeah, it's a freedom. Oh shit, let me change this. Oh shit. God damn, I'm fucking shit.
Everything's messed up now.
I'm fucking everything up. Okay, it's back. It's back. Should be back.
It's back.
No, it's cool. It's a freedom, and it is the basis for shared meaning. Is this kind of lack of determinacy, and I love it. I think it's cool, and I think it's not that hard to just get over yourself, because like I think like there's this core of misery in all of us, and like that's very compelling, and it's even romantic, and it's very easy to kind of become mystified and enthralled by the core of misery and be this like, oh, I'm so miserable, everything sucks, and I guess I'll go eat worms. It's not very hard to just kind of take a couple steps back from that and realize, dude, there's also really dope shit that goes on too. Like sunsets are beautiful. You know, puppies are great. I love just like, I don't know, being in the world in a positive way that's not all like negative and shitty and shit. And I don't think it comes down to religious faith. Oh, you're muted.
I have to throw this out there too. Fucking kids are awesome. I love kids. I think they're amazing. I think they're like one of the coolest things about life. The culture of hating on kids is, to me, like one of the most reprehensible things about millennial culture and Gen Xer culture. I get not wanting to have them. I also get not wanting to have to deal with them, but also fuck off, dude. Kids are amazing. And if you don't have that in your heart, then you're just like, I get it. You're a broken, jaded, grumpy old man, but, you got to open up your heart, man. Kids are just special. And that's where I don't really get into it in that little essay, or the Substack post, you know, whatever. I don't really get into it, but natality, right? The newness factor. Like, I kind of touch on it, but I don't really get into it. I kind of focus more on the death factor, but it's like, I do bring in Levinas saying that death sets a horizon against which the other stands out as beyond our death. And so it's like, you know, meaning can, you know, as an individual, yeah, you can make meaning be whatever you want it to be. Ultimately, you can choose, as Bentham says, push pins. You know, the collecting of push pins, that pleasure is equal to the pleasure of saving lives. Okay, Bentham, sure, that might be possible for someone, but also, there are intersubjectively meaningful acts, intersubjectively meaningful concepts, intersubjectively meaningful forms of collective prioritization, action, interpretation. And I think if we go into individualistic mode, we just kind of forget that that's probably the thing that matters the most, is that intersubjective kind of meaning making. And the thing about that is, it ain't about you and your friends online, some subculture. That's the thing, because that's just more individualism, except now it's like this dividualism within some, you know, marketing demographic. Whereas, what we're talking about is a kind of intergenerational meaning making. And the thing is like, that's hard to do. Like any parent who has had kids, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to show them what to believe. Good luck. You are taking your own meaning making that you did with some group of like-minded people, and now you're trying to imprint that onto a kid, and that kid's going to be like, I see things different. I'm not part of your group, man. You're my parent, but I'm not part of your group. And then you get all resentful. Oh, they don't really appreciate me because they don't believe all the things that I do. They're going to hell. Or, oh my God, they're religious. I taught them better. Whatever it is, basically, I'm saying this is this is like the belief, like, okay, you and your buddies online or you at your church have found like this totalizing worldview and you think you can hand that down. Well, totalizing worldviews aren't going to work. We are post-meta narrative, post-trust. And so when I'm thinking about like intersubjective meaning making, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the church thing. I'm not talking about we all believe the same thing in our little group online. I'm talking about like time energy as a concept, for instance. It is something that my kids of someday, they might fucking go, you know what? I disagree with you on everything, but you know what? That's going to be a concept for them, right? And if you teach them certain theoretical distinctions that are useful in their practical life, those will also be useful to them, regardless of what worldview they ultimately adopt. And so time energy theory needs to be impervious to niche belonging groups or affinity groups, right? And so that's the thing, is the theory scene is the space in which affinity groups form. And the point is we want to do some kind of something else, like bigger, better. And it goes beyond that. And that's where natality comes in. You don't have to make a baby, a literal baby, to figuratively be making a bid on the future to have some kind of an imprint of your contribution outlast yourself, right? And you don't need eternity for that to matter. In fact, to matter within the span of a couple hundred years, to me, is more interesting. That matters more. But also Levinas problematizes that in all kinds of ways that we'll get into in August when that course begins. And I hope that you will all think about joining us for that course. We'll be reading Totality and Infinity, and we'll be reading it in light of Being in Time and this book. But anyway, yeah, what's up, Nance?
I just think, this idea of contribution to intergenerational projects, like thinking futurally, like that's important too. But even like if it were just that, like I think that you could easily fall into still like this individualistic thing. But realizing that you are already connected to this vast structure you've been alienated from by modernity, by the media, by capital, by all these things. Like you're already there. You're already in the middle of this situation that is being a human, and you can choose to reject it, and you can choose to strike out and be a punk rocker and fucking burn down buildings and do all this radical shit in an attempt to, distinguish yourself and contribute some type of something. Or, you can really sit with it and really understand like there is a narrative and you are connected to it, and that thread that connects you is frayed and it's worn thin and it's stretched to the limit by capital and by modern conditions and all these things, but it's still there. And like that itself is powerful. Like that, I think that's something we also need to like reckon with. Just like you're not an individual. You're not radical. You're not the only motherfucker who's ever, we talk a lot about like people are so unique and beautiful and this and that. And this is true on an individual sense. But when you zoom out to this societal sense, you're beautiful, but you're part of something bigger than yourself, whether you want to be or not. And if you don't want to be, whatever. But if you just like reject that notion, you're gonna struggle and you're more than likely gonna fail to do anything satisfying. Because at that point, you're just, pissing down your own back and saying that it's fucking raining or however that goes, right? Like, I don't know, drinking your own urine and pretending it's yellow Gatorade.
Dude, my dick is so long, I do put it over my shoulder and pee down my back. I do. It's true. Every day. It's only that long when it's flaccid, though. It gets when it gets hard, the air shrinks. It's weird. I don't know. Anyway, sorry for that visual, everybody. Not sorry. Now we're gonna cut this episode off right here. 3, 2, 1. Peace out, everybody. And of course, we're still going live. But the point is I'm breaking this whole live stream up into a series of episodes that will go up on the podcast and might even be I think I'll re-release them as individual standalone episodes as well. So, not everybody, people feel intimidated when they see a 12-hour live stream unless they've got balls, but don't worry. They don't know that
the right kind of people don't. The right kind of people get fucking excited. But if you are intimidated, that's okay too. We understand this might be new to you. And you got to ease your way into it. But if you stick around, there will come a time when you're browsing YouTube, and if the video's less than 4 hours, you're not even going to watch it.
Yeah.
You'll be like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. But you might be like, oh, I'll check out the first half hour of that. And then if you like it, you stick around. Okay. So, that's kind of how we do stuff here. It's how we started doing stuff here. Once I realized, okay, only like a handful of workers with earbuds actually are going to tune into the long form stuff. And even then they're probably tuning in and out. And when I republish it as a standalone video, then people are like, oh, I saw this. Or they're like, oh, I heard about this, but I never actually got to see it. And then they see it and you get a separate discourse. Cause that's the thing. I just posted that conversation that we had with, Christine Louis Dussoli, and that conversation we just had with Justin Murphy, and the conversation we just had with Anna Greenspan. And there's really good conversations underneath each of those. And that would not have happened if those were just left in the epic live stream marathons that we do.
Yeah.
Elm 2s, which is why I say epic live stream marathon instead of epic marathon live stream, because I want to say Elm 2 instead of Elm 2. So yeah, it's Elm 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the 2 is at Theory Underground, by the way. So anyway, with that said though, me Panther, my YouTube shorts are 6+ hours. That's fucking hilarious. Okay, we're going to start the next episode right now. We don't have to say welcome back or anything. We'll just get back to the reading. All right, Nance, could you read for more than 3 paragraphs this time where I can go make some oatmeal and put it in my belly?
Yeah, man.
Awesome.
I think I'm going to do the same here soon. So we'll switch off.
We'll switch off. Sounds good.
I believe it's this paragraph. Ever since Weber, Anne read this, but whatever. Ever since Weber delivered his diagnosis in the early 20th century, many thinkers have tried to offer a cure for the disenchantment and sense of meaninglessness that are supposedly inherent in secular life. My argument is, on the contrary, that the diagnosis itself is deeply misleading and should be called into question on every count. The basic problem is that Weber fails to grasp the commitment to freedom that is a distinct historical achievement of modern secular life. For Weber, all that remains when we subtract religious norms and values from our lives is an impoverished instrumental reason that disables any ultimate value or genuine community. Yet the idea of an instrumental reason that operates on its own is unintelligible. I beg to differ, but totally different conversation. We cannot reason instrumentally without a purpose for the sake of which we lead our lives, since nothing can count as a means except in light of a value that we hold to be an end in itself. If we had no defining purposes, if everything were reduced to instrumental means, it would be impossible to understand the point of doing anything. In contrast to religious faith, secular faith recognizes that the defining purposes of our lives depend on our commitments. The authority of our norms cannot be established by divine revelation or natural properties, but must be instituted, upheld, and justified by our practices. If we don't appeal to mysterious forces or a supernatural authority, it does not mean, as Weber claims, that we believe everything can be mastered by calculation. On the contrary, to have secular faith is to acknowledge that we are essentially dependent on and answerable to other persons who cannot be mastered or controlled, since we are all free, finite beings. By the same token, the norms in light of which we lead our lives can be called into question, contested, and revised, far from being an impediment to genuine community The recognition that we are responsible for the form of our shared life is at the heart of the modern secular commitment to democracy. Like other political theologians, however, Weber has no faith in democracy as an actual power of the people, but believes that democracy must be subordinated to a charismatic leader, a Führer, as Weber designated the function 15 years before Hitler's ascent to power. Without a leader who occupies the role of a religious authority, democracy supposedly will have no animating soul, since for Weber, there is no feature of secular life itself that can bind people together in genuine community. Hence, while Weber portrays himself as someone who offers a value-neutral diagnosis, his negative assessment of the possibilities of secular life betrays his religious presuppositions. By religious presuppositions, I don't mean that Weber believes in God or eternity, but that he regards our finitude as a negative restriction and assumes that secular life necessarily suffers from a lack of meaning. Weber prides himself on having the courage to face the emptiness of life without religion, constraining himself to those who cannot bear the fate of the times and flee into the arms of the old churches. But his idea of secular life as empty or meaningless is itself a religious notion. Thus, when Weber claims that the commitment to earthly progress makes our lives meaningless rather than meaningful, the authority to which he appeals is the devoutly religious author Leo Tolstoy, Pinchy. Weber's entire argument here exhibits a striking inability to understand the dynamic of leading a free, finite life. Weber apparently thinks that a fulfilling life should lead one to a sense of final satisfaction or completion, where one has had enough of life and can welcome death itself as meaningful. This is a profoundly misguided view of what it means to be a person who is leading her life. Being a person is not a goal that can be achieved, but a purpose that must be sustained. For example, if I take my vocation to be sociology, as Weber did, I understand the significance of my life in light of my commitment to being a sociologist. Being a sociologist is not a project that can be completed, but a purpose for the sake of which I lead my life and engage in what I do. If my life as a sociologist is satisfying, it doesn't mean that I've had enough of being a sociologist. On the contrary, it means that I am committed to sustaining my life as a sociologist. Even if I retire as a sociologist and focus on other activities, I'm still committed to being a sociologist insofar as I identify with the work I've done, an identification that can include revising my views or conceding that the work of others has superseded my own. If I were truly done with being a sociologist, if I truly had enough, it would mean that I renounced any form of care for the work I did and who I was as a sociologist. Even if I am done with being a sociologist, however, my life is not complete. As long as I lead my life, I have to be committed to one or several purposes, such as being retired, being a grandparent, being a citizen, being a friend, which define who I take myself to be. Leading my life is not a process that can end in final fulfillment, but an activity that I have to sustain for the sake of something that matters to me. Even if a defining purpose of my life breaks down, the breakdown matters to me because I am striving to have a purpose. The activity of leading my life, my striving to have a purpose, cannot, even in principle, be completed. If my life were complete, it would not be my life, since it would be over. Leading my life, I'm not striving for an impossible completion of who I am, but for the possible and fragile coherence of who I am trying to be, to hold together and be responsive to the commitments that define who I take myself to be. Leading a satisfying life is not to achieve a state of consummation, but to be engaged in what I do and put myself at stake in activities that matter to me. For the same reason, if I reach a point when I welcome death because I've had enough of myself altogether, it does not mean that my life is fulfilled and reveals its final meaning. On the contrary, if I have had enough of my life, it means that I am failing to lead a meaningful life. Death cannot be a meaningful completion of my life, since my life is not something that can be complete. My death is not something I can experience as the completion of anything, since it excludes my existence. As long as my life is mine, as long as I lead my life, the book of my life is still open. And it is neither possible nor desirable to be done with myself. Contrary to what Weber holds, there is no correlation between leading a meaningful life and embracing death as the supposed completion of life. As long as our lives matter to us, we are committed to the continuation rather than the completion of our lives. For the same reason, the commitment to the possibility of progress, which entails that what we care about extends beyond and cannot be completed in our own lifetime, does not make our lives meaningless. On the contrary, part of the meaning of what we do is that it can have significance for future generations and make their lives better than ours. If we take the possibility of democratic progress seriously, we should therefore counter Weber's conservative nostalgia for a pre-modern enchanted world. As the critic Bruce Robbins has argued in an insightful analysis of Weber, the suggestion that genuine community used to exist omits any consideration of those who were excluded from such community. The slaves and women of ancient Greece, to pick at random from a long series of examples. Opinion on the genuineness of community would depend on whose experience was consulted. If you asked landless laborers in the Middle Ages, such community might have seemed less unquestionably genuine. Furthermore, if contemporary workers express greater discontent with their lives than did Weber's imagined peasant of the past, it is a result of rising expectations rather than disenchantment, a product of democratic progress to be set against centuries of resignation by the poor to their inevitable social fate. No, there was no malaise back then. Why? Because people knew their places. We can thus offer a quite different diagnosis of our predicament than the one proposed by Weber and his followers. The dissatisfactions of our current state of secularization are not due to the idea of progress. As Robbins emphasizes, the dissatisfactions are rather due to the failure of progress, namely, our failure to achieve a level of social justice that the pre-modern world didn't even strive to achieve. The key to such an understanding of the promise of secular life can be found in the work of Karl Marx. Marx's thinking is often conflated with the totalitarian communist regimes of the 20th century, but I will argue that he is the most important inheritor of the secular commitment to freedom and democracy. In contrast to Weber and other political theologians, Marx has no nostalgia for the pre-modern world. Rather, he makes clear that both capitalism and liberalism are historical conditions of possibility for the emancipation that he espouses. This is why Marx, in his critique of capitalism and liberalism, takes issue with these forms of life on their own terms. He seeks to show that capitalism and liberalism require their own overcoming by virtue of the secular commitment they bear within themselves to freedom and democracy. At the time when Marx lived, and subsequently inspired by his writings, there was a growing secular recognition that we are what we do and that we can do things differently. We don't have to be subjected to the laws of religion or capital, but can transform our historical situation through collective action and create institutions for the free development of social individuals as an end in itself. Thus, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, during the same decades when Weber lamented the supposed loss of genuine community, workers formed democratic socialist organizations that provided a sense of practical identity and solidarity, as well as ethical and political purpose. The workers' movements organized youth groups, choirs, book clubs, sports teams, and other communal activities. They pursued democracy on the ground by publishing daily newspapers and journals that provided a forum for ongoing, open debate about the stakes and goals of the movement. Workers of all stripes were offered further education. Women came together to pursue their own emancipation, and there was a common cause in the shared effort to build a better society. The words of a German miner, aged 33 and with 8 children, echo the testimony of many workers from this period. The modern labor movement, he said in 1912, enriches me and all my friends through the growing light of recognition. We understand that we are no longer the anvil, but rather the hammer that forms the future of our children, and that feeling is worth more than gold. This sense of spiritual freedom that we can be the subjects of our history and not merely subject to our history is at the core of Marx's notion of emancipation. The growing international solidarity of the workers' movements was largely broken by the First World War, which erupted in 1914. By the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917, the material and social conditions for creating a new form of society were largely in ruins. As the great political thinker, feminist, and activist Rosa Luxemburg observed at the time, Russia was an isolated land, exhausted by World War, strangled by imperialism, betrayed by the international proletariat. Under such circumstances, it was virtually impossible to achieve an exemplary democratic socialism. As Luxemburg put it, the revolutionaries could not be expected to perform miracles, but must be understood within the limits of historical possibilities. Yet, already during the first stages of the Russian Revolution, Luxemburg rightly warned against the dangers of making a virtue of necessity and losing hold of the commitment to democracy. It would be fatal, she maintained, if the revolutionaries were to freeze into a complete theoretical system all the tactics forced upon them by these fatal circumstances, and place into its storehouse as new discoveries all the distortions prescribed in Russia by necessity and compulsion. In the last analysis, only byproducts of the bankruptcy of international socialism in the present World War. By the time of Stalin and Mao, the bankruptcy would be in full force. No one who takes up Marx's ideas today should make any excuses for such totalitarian regimes which failed to grasp the insights of Marx not only in practice but also in theory. To retrieve and develop Marx's insights in a new direction, we need instead to engage the fundamental question of freedom with which he is concerned. The task is all the more important because the appeal to freedom in recent decades has been appropriated for agendas on the political right, where the idea of freedom serves to defend the free market and is largely reduced to a formal conception of individual liberty. In response, many thinkers on the political left have retreated from or even explicitly rejected the idea of freedom. This is a fatal mistake. Any emancipatory politics, as well as any critique of capitalism, requires a conception of freedom. Only in light of a commitment to freedom can we render anything intelligible as oppression, exploitation, or alienation. Moreover, only in light of a commitment to freedom can we give an account of what we're trying to achieve and why it matters. Thus, we cannot understand Marx's critique of capitalism unless we understand the notion of freedom to which he is committed. Understanding this notion requires understanding why questions of economy and material conditions are inseparable from all spiritual questions of freedom. The economic organization of our society is not a mere instrumental means for the pursuit of individual ends. Rather, our shared economy is itself expressive of how we understand the relation between means and ends. Economic matters are not abstract, but concern the most general and concrete questions of what we do with our time. As I will show in detail, how we organize our economy is intrinsic to how we live together and what we collectively value. From his early to his late works.
Were you hearing my keystrokes like on the keyboard there while you were? No?
I wasn't. I don't know if YouTube was. I wasn't.
Okay, good. I don't think YouTube was if you're not. Yeah. Okay, good. You're doing a really good job, but now I'm happy to take over for a bit here. We've got another 12 or so minutes, I'm thinking, probably before Bram is going to join us. I want to read out the new schedule. So for people who are listening to this as a standalone episode on the podcast or on YouTube in the future, what's up? Welcome. Great to have you. We've got a live audience for this epic live stream marathon, or actually, instead of calling it epic live stream marathon, I'm going to call it exegetical live stream marathon because it's different than what we normally do with epic live stream marathons, which are, we have different guests throughout the day, different kinds of interviews and conversations structured, like the one we're going to have on April 18th, when we're going to have Justin Murphy and Samuel Lonkar in conversation about Christian atheism versus Catholic accelerationism, or when we're going to have Todd McGowan on to talk with Chris Catrone about basically traditional Marx orthodox Marxism versus Zizekionism, essentially. I mean, that's basically the split, even though, of course, neither of those individuals are reducible to those terms. And both of them have made their own standalone contributions that are not reducible to those things. That's kind of the contradiction that they are representing. And we'll have other people representing other contradictions, including Matt McManus and Spencer Leonard, on whether or not to read Nietzsche politically, as well as other important issues that came up when Spencer came on that stream after I was done talking to Matt McManus. So, stay tuned for that, April 18th. It's going to be really cool. But going back to the fact that some people are tuning into this and listening to it as a standalone, you don't have to go to the first episode and listen to that, except that I kind of hope you will, because that's where my explicit relation of all of this to time energy theory is. So, go back, listen to it. If you're listening to this live, you will also have the ability to go back and listen to the first hour. Also, if you're listening to this live, you have this magical ability to like this video, which will help get us more viewers throughout the day. If you want to make me happy, that's a great way to do it for free. And also, speaking of free, this is free content made possible to you all by the people over at my Patreon. So thank you to the people over at my Patreon. I'll keep reading. Moreover, through technological innovations from simple tools to advanced machines, we can reduce the time we need to expend on securing our survival by replacing large parts of our living labor with non-living capacities for producing social goods. We can thereby decrease our realm of necessity, the time required to keep ourselves alive, and increase our realm of freedom, the time available for activities that we count as ends in themselves, which includes time for engaging the question of what matters to us and which activities we should count as ends in themselves. Oh, and by the way, yeah, I meant to say, so, yeah, we had Anne on, then it's just been me and Nance, and then at 12 p.m. Eastern, in like 13 minutes, we're going to be joined by Bram of the Strange Exiles podcast. After that, we're going to be joined by Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal at 1 p.m. Eastern. At 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be joined by Daniel Garner of OG Rose. And then at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, we think we're being joined by Eamon of the Swolitariat. And so we've got a banger-ass lineup today. So excited to be doing this with you all. And that paragraph I just read is really where the time energy shit hits, pavement hits the road or whatever. I don't know how to, but think about it. He's saying that we can use technological innovations to replace large parts of our living labor with non-living capacities for producing social goods. That is what we mean when we say redistribute essential labor that cannot be automated and abolish bullshit jobs. And that doesn't mean that bullshit activities, seen as bullshit to the larger society, need to be abolished. They just get done during your own autonomous time, during your own cooperative time, which you're free to do outside of heteronymous labor, which needs to be restricted to necessities. Yeah. It's a hard one to wrap your head around at first, but once you get it, it's kind of necessary. I don't really see any other way, right? There's a couple of points that I'll want to bring up later related to these last few paragraphs, though, where, I don't know, I think that he does this sort of like standard lefty apologia for Marxism. Like he talks about the betrayal of the international proletariat. I would just say Lenin jumped the gun and everybody warned him what would happen and he acted like it wouldn't happen and he was wrong. And history proved that he was wrong. But that's my take and it doesn't really matter for now. Continuing. And this is page 23 of the book, if anyone wants to follow along with the physical copy. The exercise of our spiritual freedom depends both on material conditions of production and social relations of recognition. Insofar as, and that's not the standard Marxist line, right? Like, that's really important that he actually does see the social relations of recognition as essential. Insofar as we spend our time working a job that is not fulfilling, but merely serves as a means for our survival, our labor time is unfree, since we cannot affirm that what we do is an expression of who we are. Instead of being free to engage the question of what makes our life worth living, the question of what we ought to do with our time, our lives are mortgaged to a form of labor that is required for our survival. To live a free life, it is not enough that we have the right to freedom. We must have access to the material resources as well as the forms of education that allow us to pursue our freedom and to own the question of what to do with our time. What belongs to each one of us, what is irreducibly our own, is not property or goods, but the time of our lives. To be clear, the emphasis on my own life, on your own life, is not in opposition to sociality. As Marx underlines, my own existence is social activity, and therefore that which I make of myself for society, and with the awareness of myself as a social being. Hence, to own your life is not to be independent, but to be able to acknowledge your dependence. A good example is the experience of love. When you love someone, for example, as a friend, as a parent, as a life partner, your dependence on the other is not a restriction that prevents you from being free. Rather, your dependence on the other belongs to the life you affirm as your own. Acting on behalf of the one you love is not an alien purpose, but the expression of a commitment in which you can recognize yourself, since caring for the interests and the well-being of the other is part of your own understanding of who you are. Likewise, if the work you do is for the sake of something you believe in as an end in itself, as it is for me when I teach my classes or when I write this book, then even the difficult or exhausting demands of the work are not an external imposition on a prior freedom. On the contrary, the demands of my students and the difficulties of my writing are an intrinsic part of the form of life to which I am committed. Thus, even when it is hard to sustain my work, I can recognize the challenges as ones to which I hold myself. If you cannot see yourself in the purpose, what happened? What you laughing about?
Winston's being crazy. I'm gonna take him out for a short walk here in a little bit. He's being nuts right now.
Can you read a couple paragraphs so I can get Bram in here, and then you take him for a walk while Bram's reading with me? Yeah.
Then
you could go on a long walk if you want, you know.
Sick. If you cannot see yourself in the purpose of your occupation, then your labor time. By the way, are you good on getting Bram in here, or do you need help with that?
I think I don't need help, but I'm doing it right now.
Okay, cool. If you cannot see yourself in the purpose of your occupation, then your labor time is alienated, even if your job entails a high salary and great social prestige. This may seem like a small problem compared with the labor conditions of most of the people who produce the commodities that populate our world. There is certainly a harrowing difference between those.
Why is that funny?
No, it's Winston, dude.
What is he doing?
I haven't showed you the video, but he like sits down and spins around in a circle. It's so silly, dude. He just spins around.
Winston is his really, really big fat dog that looks like Winston Churchill, which is why his name is that. So that's amazing.
Okay. There is certainly a harrowing difference between those who assemble our computers. There's certainly a harrowing difference between those who assemble our computers in factories or manufacture our clothes in sweatshops and those of us who turn on our computers or put put on our clothes while forgetting the labor conditions under which they were produced, eating grapes and never thinking about where things come from. Yet, from Marx's perspective, these issues are all connected, since they concern how our shared economic life is organized and how it is inimical to our freedom. To be able to lead free lives and own what we do, we must be able to see ourselves both in the purpose of our occupation and in the social conditions of the labor that sustains our lives. To recognize our own commitment to freedom in the institutions on which we depend and to which we contribute. Such identification requires that all of us have the freedom to participate in possible transformations of the purpose of what we do, democratic transformations of the social institutions of labor, as well as the freedom to give up or call into question our supposed vocation in favor of different occupations. In short, our freedom requires that we can own the question of what to do with our time. For Marx, political progress is measured by the degree to which it allows for such freedom. This is why all readings of Marx that posit a final resolution as the goal of politics, either in the form of a totalitarian state or a utopian life that would overcome finitude, betray the most important insights of his work. The goal is not to overcome finitude, but to transform qualitatively our ability to lead free lives. Even in their most ideal state, our lives will have to reckon with the risks of finitude, the risks of losing what we love and losing our ability to do what we love, since these risks are intrinsic to freedom itself. Moreover, there is no question of leaving the realm of necessity behind. How we lead our lives in the realm of freedom is inseparable from how we live our lives in the realm of necessity. As living beings, we will always have to do some form of work to maintain our lives, and labor is not in itself something bad. On the contrary, all forms of free activities, as in my examples of teaching and writing, are themselves forms of labor. An emancipated life is not a life that is free from work, but a life in which we pursue work on the basis of our own commitments. Even our socially necessary labor can be an expression of our freedom if it's shared for the sake of the common good. The aim, then, is to decrease the realm of necessity and increase the realm of freedom by making the relation between these two a democratic question. We will always have to work, for better or for worse, but what will count as necessity labor and what will count as free labor is a matter of our commitments and our social organization. For the same reason, the relation between necessity and freedom cannot be settled once and for all, but must always be negotiated. There are no definitive political solutions in Marx, but rather the clarification of a vital problem. What we need to negotiate, both individually and collectively, is how to cultivate the finite time that is the condition of our freedom.
Dude.
Other than the transhistoricization and the ontologization of labor, I love that. And that's fine, right? Like, that is why Timenergy is this new question that's being raised.
Yeah.
But outside of that, like, that shit goes hard, dude.
Yeah. Could you highlight the part you're talking about? And let's get into that for the last couple of minutes here before Bram joins us. Let's just segue by focusing in on that transhistoricization factor. So the people who are on the outside of this conversation we've been having through our Capital Mondays, aka MCM Prime versus DMT cubed, are able to get in on it. So yeah, you highlighted, as living beings, we will always have to do some form
of work
to maintain our lives, and labor is not in itself something bad. Is that pretty much what you mean?
That, and on the contrary, all forms of free activity, in my example, teaching and writing, are themselves forms of labor. So using the word labor to describe the metabolism of man's congress with nature, like the fact that there is qualitative difference between time spent working in a self-directed fashion for self-decided goals or self-realized goals versus working in this compulsory fashion, necessary labor, socially necessary. Like, yes, it is true. We'll never escape socially necessary reproduction. This is true. It is also true that work, self-work, free work, autonomous activity is qualitatively different than compulsory labor or necessary labor. And
the way
where the question of time energy, the
way he's talking about it completely, well, it doesn't completely erase this distinction, but the thing is like, if you're working with this distinction already in mind, then it's totally fine. But if you're not, it kind of just turns everything into this gray area because, everything's labor. And it's like, yeah, well, if you want to be like Marx and say that your stomach is laboring when it digests food and your body is laboring when it sends blood, when your heart sends blood, blood through the vessels and veins. Like, okay, guys, sure, that is in the sense that Marx is using the word labor, but in the effort to talk about things in this way, where everything becomes labor, then it's kind of also like, well, nothing's labor, and you lose the usefulness of the term. It's very obvious that there is backbreaking, sweaty, dangerous, actual fuck your body up kind of labor. Also probably fuck your soul up, stultifies your ability to self-actualize in any real way. And then there's, this sort of like soul crushing kind of white collar labor. And these are forms of labor. And then we could talk about the shadow work that happens in the home to reproduce society. And it's usually been women doing it. And we can talk about, sure, there's different forms of labor. But as soon as your stomach is doing labor and scrolling on your phone is doing labor and going out for a drive with your friends on Friday because you don't work and you're just having fun driving around the lake, that's also labor. Like, as soon as you get into that territory, it's like, okay, well, can we just talk about time energy being the precondition for labor power? Labor power is commodified. And if it's not commodified, if it's, controlled by a central bureau, for instance, well, your entire time energy, your capacity to do anything else is being reduced to labor power. And then you actually do labor sometimes when you're on call to be labor power. Yeah.
Well, and even today, this drive around the lake with friends, that it can be you pursuing and expressing relative time energy. And it can also be labor at the same time, because today, everything is labor today. Everything generates data.
See, I remember when Peter Coffin used to say this shit all the time. And for me, it never, ever was a useful point to point out, because it's like, yeah, but I sleep and I generate data, but I'm not working when I'm sleeping. I am recouping my energy to go back to work. But once again, this is the everything's labor.
I think in that sense, it helps you see how, your free time, you're not actually able to pursue time energy because it is nothing but just kind of recouping your energy so you can go back to work. Like, for me, it's useful to think about it that way, that we are always being productive within the system of capital. Is just another way for me to say, like, we don't have our time energy. So, like,
yeah, nothing happens without reference to the clock.
Right. And that's useful to point out, like, no, there's something else. Like, for me, it is worthwhile to say, no, there's something else that comes before labor time, labor power. There is something else, and that's been fucking expropriated. And it's like a useful device, I guess, because, it doesn't really mean anything. And if you just left it there, it would do this flattening out of all our time and experience.
Matan made a really good point just now and said, not only that everything can be data, but in being so, it is stripped from its context, which is, I think, where a lot of the
Data versus
anxiety,
information.
that's where a lot of people's like anxieties about the internet come from. Is like everything you do is out of context. People are like, oh, I don't want to be misunderstood. Well, the internet is the medium of misunderstanding. Like it's
a misunderstanding machine.
The message of the medium is
a machine for you, like from the place of enunciation, you're even misunderstanding what is being enunciated, as like just as using the medium itself. You're investing in this false idea of self-expression every time you go on the internet and try to express yourself, which is why it takes experimenting with the medium and trying different ways and pushing back against the square hole that we're trying to force the round peg through.
100%. Wukach is here. Good to see you, man. I can't actually see who's all in the audience because my screen is all in such a way just to make it work for the OBS setup. So who's here right now?
We got Jacob. What's up, Jacob? We got Ray Rodriguez. What's happening? We got T. T is new, and they don't have their name yet, so they're just an
I think that's
initial
Bram.
T. So hi, T.
I think that's Bram, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so Bram must have stepped away then. They said, I'll be back in an hour. So if that's Bram, then that was like an hour ago. And then we got Anne. We got Ian from Wales. What's up, Ian? And we got Wukas.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Wukas? Is it Wukas or Wukach? Yeah, it is Bram. Okay, Bram, you can click on your name and actually there should be a way to change your nickname by clicking on it. Here, let me just do it from my side. I can do it on the other screen probably. Is there a way? Yeah, here we go. Change nickname. All right. Well, with that then, let's go ahead and bring Bram on. Can you do that, Nance? Are you able to?
Yeah, let me invite
him
up here.
Yeah. Have you met him before? Have you met Bram before?
Briefly, it was on with one of the previous Epic live streams.
Hey, welcome, man. How's it going?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Nice to see you. That was some fascinating stuff. I've been listening for about the last 10 minutes.
Oh, cool.
Really jumping into some interesting areas there.
Yeah. So you didn't get the first leg of this at all, right? The first episode that we recorded.
No, I've kind of jumped into this context free. So, but yeah, fascinating immediately. So.
Well, the long and short of it is that Martin Hägglund is arguing that secular faith is the basis upon which people give a fuck about anything, much less the world, and that when people believe too strongly in eternity, they actually don't care too much about things like climate change. And so he's arguing that, opposed to the position that says secular and or atheist people cannot care about the world or care about, have morals, he's saying, well, it's kind of the other way around. And so but that's not exactly my position. I'm not so hard line on this. My position is this is where I want to have the conversation with religious and non-religious people in my life, which is to say, at bottom line, when we call ourselves time energy reductionists, we're saying we better be able to agree to disagree when it comes to theological matters, except for when it comes to, we all know about the finitude of this life. We might be able to have questions about what comes after, but we know that this life is finitude, and that is the basis upon which we should be able to have a conversation about the kinds of collective action or history shaping we want to do. And so that's basically what I would say. Nance, would you say anything else in summary? Anybody else in chat, either on the Discord side or on the live side, want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just that it's super timely. Like this conversation always comes up. And I don't think there are any currently existing solutions. I think every stand on one side of the issue ultimately leads to like a malignant position that is just a dead end. So yeah, I think it's a great conversation to be having.
What about you, YouTube? What about you, local chat over here on the Discord side with all the subscribers? Which, by the way,
we got a couple comments on the Discord.
Yeah, how about you read those in a second? I want to let everybody know that we're showing the Discord comment section on the screen. Sometimes when we check in with chat throughout the day, we'll be showing it. So please don't write in that chat like you are writing in some non-public space. You are public on YouTube when you type in the space of a Theory Underground Discord official recording. So yeah, what do we got there, Bram?
Let's have a little look. So Lukács is saying if Lukács was here, then you would get a historico-dialectical bashing, probably.
Oh, I would probably,
And,
yeah.
He continues, when I hear secular faith, I immediately think about the pseudo-Zen influencers. Here's my SSI and routing number. Sorry, that was Jacob who said that last one.
Lukács is right. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of sound like Sam Harris's Waking Up podcast when you think about it, you know? And I think that there is a way that, you know, someone could kind of sound like this, but be missing. See, the thing is like, if you don't have a strong basis in Marx and Heidegger, then I feel like you would read all this and be like, oh, this is this guy's opinion. And it's like, no, this is this guy popularizing a sort of existentialist, structuralist critique of political economy, which means he's doing this big structural thing, but he's addressing you from the level of like why it matters to you and your loved ones, right? Nance, what do you want to say about that?
No, I think, yeah, it is. It's super Heideggerian, and it's also super, I mean, he's talking about Marx right now. But he's not only is he popularizing it, but I really do think he's trying to bring it to people who don't have the time and energy to read. Earlier in YouTube, people were talking about Hegel and, we need to bring this to the people. And someone was like, well, what about the people who don't have the time and energy to study Hegel? And it's like, yeah, what about those people? Well, that's why these doxological objects exist. People are trying to bring a robust and a rigorous investigation of the situation to the people who don't have time to sit in fancy fucking classrooms and read fancy books and eat grapes. And that's never going to be complete. It's never going to be perfect. But that's why engaging with doxological artifacts and cultural objects matters. That's why you can't just... Sam Harris I think he's a silly person, but he says some worthwhile things also. And all these other... Jordan Peterson is a silly, sad man, but he says some worthwhile things. Yeah.
Yeah. I like what you said there about it being relevant to friends and family, Nance. Like that resonates with me. I think that's what I liked when I read Timenergy myself as well, Dave, is it's directly applicable to any situation. Like myself, I like to spend my time and energy on creative practices. One of the things I do is make music. I was looking today at one of the first commercial artificial intelligence machines that's going to generate, music. So essentially you can tell it like, I want a Drake type beat with a Beatles sample, and it immediately generates it. So, I think like not only does time energy get encroached upon from the side of you have to have your day job, you have to work, as you guys have been saying, it's also now being encroached upon by technology. Like, why would you put all that repeatable blocks of time and energy into a creative practice that's going to be effectively like massified, outsourced? There's no money to be made from it, nothing to come back in. Like capitalism's encroaching on that time and energy and where I want to put it, in a very real way. So yeah, it definitely resonated with me today.
Awesome. Nance is about to take his dog for a walk, which means he'll stop screen sharing for a second, and Bram will start screen sharing if that's okay with you, Bram. I don't
know if I have the text here.
It's up above. He shared it up above in the chat. Yeah.
So if I do that there, can I read that?
you'll have to
Explain.
hold on one sec, everybody, while we get this figured out. Yeah, you'll have to click the button between the camera and microphone button. It's the share your screen button, and then you'll be able to pull up the text. And then Nance, where are we on the text so I can find the place so he can find the place? What's the starting paragraph?
We can thus understand why the Advent. This stupid EPUB doesn't have page numbers on it, but
Bram will be able to word search it. But it looks like he dropped from the stage altogether here.
I think he clicked leave stage instead of screen share.
We just lost some listeners. Sorry on the live side, everybody. I paused the recording. Don't forget to resume the recording, Dave. But
don't forget to resume the recording, Dave.
Yeah.
Open the pod bay house. Open the pod bay doors, Hal. I can't do that, Dave.
Wait, hold on. He said, "Sorry, I'm back, guys." Okay, well, do we have to bring him back onto the stage again? Okay,
I just invited him back. Experimenting with new forms, people. Discord is relatively new, so there's more bugs than there would be.
Let me try this again. So I've got a little button.
Oh no!
Okay. Absolute technological fails here. Sorry, guys.
Theo, Theo, I know. I put the thumbnail up just because we were fucking around on the back end. So, okay, Bram, welcome back. Don't click that same button again. Whatever you keep clicking, don't click it.
Yeah, so good. I don't know. I don't want to bore everybody by describing the buttons on my screen, but I'm not seeing a screen share. Is there a way that you could put the text up, Dave, and I can then read it from there?
I'm just going to give you a different role for now. You're an admin now. Yeah. Now you should be able to do it, I think. Okay. Maybe you might have to leave the call and come right back in. The reason
hold on. Let me put this screenshot.
Bram, what you said was a great idea, by the way, but at this point, we're so invested in seeing if we can figure this out because ideally, I would be able to get up and walk away while we're doing things, and we would be able to keep going. Let's see.
Okay, Nance. I haven't got that screen share button. No, that one, the third along, I haven't got that.
Okay. Yeah. Could you just leave out of the room entirely, go to a different room in the Discord, and then come back, and then it should be there.
Let's see if that works.
Just a refresh.
Hopefully. Everybody watching right now live. This is it, right? We're doing the whole. I've been reading a lot of Benjamin lately, and he talks about how always selling people packaged and perfect products is actually fascist. So we're doing radical things right now by showing you what it's like on the back end, be fucking around and being stupid like we are. So welcome to radical art.
You got it?
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm still not getting that logo.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, damn it. Is there a copy of the text you could email me? I could read on my phone? That's not going to work.
Hey. Well, can you open that at least? The file that he sent you?
The EPUB.
Let's have a look if that's in my email.
Yeah, that's the thing is Nance, that's useless to me too. I can't open that on my computer. It's an EPUB.
Get an EPUB reader. Well, I couldn't find a PDF anywhere.
Well, I think I might actually have. I just realized I might have converted it some time ago. I definitely don't go on Library Genesis and download EPUBs and then convert them to PDFs ever. That's not something that anyone should do. Never do it. Yeah. You're going to live for eternity and God will judge you the whole time if you do that. Do not do it.
You're going to go to hell for pirating media.
Okay, I got the PDF. There we go. Boom. All right.
Super cool.
You'll be able to go here in a sec then, Nance, and we'll resume the recording in a second. Thanks everybody for your patience. I'm going to go ahead and, what's the beginning paragraph again?
We can thus understand why the advent of capitalism is a form of progress for Marx.
Perfect. And then I will screen share. 3, 2, 1, go live. All right. And then you'll all have to click on it so that you can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, this does kind of mess up things from my end, but it's fine. We'll be just fine. Actually, yeah, no, this really does mess things up from my side. Cause now it just says your stream is still running. It's not gonna, stupid.
Are you doing display capture in OBS? Or screen capture? Or window capture or display capture?
Hold on. Let's start over. So what should I be doing?
If you're doing display capture in OBS, then you can just slide the PDF into the cropped out pad that you've got for the stream.
I got it. You're right.
Instead
yep. All right, everybody.
Cool.
Wait, well, now it works. Okay. Oh, now it doesn't work. See, this is silly, but we're good. All right, everybody, we're back. We're back and figuring it out one step at a time. So, to those who are listening from the podcast, you don't have to listen to, you didn't have to hear all of our troubleshooting that we just did. But for the people on the live side, thank you for your patience. We lost 5 listeners while we were going through all of that. But guess what? Fair weather friends, I would prefer not to. Let's keep going. I'll read a couple of paragraphs here so you can get in the flow, Bram, and then we'll hand it over. So we can thus understand why the
ready.
Perfect. We can thus understand why the advent of capitalism is a form of progress for Marx. Wage labor under capitalism is historically the first social form which in principle recognizes that each one of us owns the time of our lives and that our lifetime is inherently valuable. Unlike slaves, who are systematically denied ownership of their time, we are free to sell our labor to someone who is willing to buy it. Moreover, wage labor is explicitly conceived as a means for us to achieve the end of leading a free life. The promise of achieving freedom through wage labor is necessarily contradicted, however, by how we measure the value of our lives under capitalism. Marx's critique of the measure of value under capitalism is the most important argument in all of his work, but also the most misunderstood. Yeah, by the way, Nance, I know you're walking your dog right now, but Hägglund is actually based and value form pilled. Contrary to a widely held assumption among both his followers on the left and his critics on the right, Marx does not subscribe to a general labor theory of value which holds that labor is the necessary source of all wealth. Rather, Marx argues that the production of wealth under capitalism entails a historically specific measure of value, socially necessary labor time, which contradicts the value of free time and must be overcome for the sake of our emancipation. Take it away, Bram. We'll do we call it the 3-puff pass, except it's paragraphs.
Yeah. Okay, that seems fair. In developing Marx's critique of the capitalist measure of value. Oh, that's disappeared from my screen there now.
Wait, what just disappeared?
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Come back. Okay. In developing Marx's critique of the capitalist measure of value, I argue that it calls for a revaluation of value. The revaluation question requires not only a theoretical, but also a practical transformation of the way we lead our lives. All the way from our social organization of labor and our technological production of goods to our forms of education, we need to pursue a revaluation that acknowledges our finite lifetime as the condition for anything to matter and for anything to be valuable. Marx himself has notoriously little to say about how we would be able to lead our lives beyond capitalism. Drawing on what Marx calls communism, however, I outline a new vision of democratic socialism that is committed to providing the material and spiritual conditions for each one of us to lead a free life, in mutual recognition of our dependence on one another. Through a critique of capitalism and liberalism on their own terms, I specify the general principles of democratic socialism and elaborate their concrete implications. What I call democratic socialism is neither an imposed blueprint nor an abstract utopia. Rather, I derive the principles of democratic socialism from the commitment to freedom and equality that we already avow. You scroll down a bit, thanks, man. The political project of democratic socialism requires secular faith. I really like that. That's good. I've actually said something similar to that exact line. It's funny when you come across something like that in a new text.
Mm-hmm.
The political project of democratic socialism requires secular faith. To have faith in the possibility of actualizing freedom is not to believe that it is guaranteed or that it can be secured. To have faith in the possibility of freedom is to have faith in something that will always be precarious and contestable, even in its fullest actualization. The struggle for freedom is an act of secular faith because it is committed to a form of individual and collective life that is essentially finite. This commitment to a free, finite life is implicit in all forms of resistance to exploitation and alienation. The only ability that can be exploited or alienated, and the only one that can be liberated, is our ability to own the question of what to do with our time, since that ability is presupposed by all forms of freedom. The ability is certainly developmental and in need of cultural formation, but without faith in such an ability, the idea of freedom is unintelligible. To be responsive to the exploitation or alienation of someone's life, you have to believe in the fragile possibility, next page, and the intrinsic value of her ability to own her time. The same secular faith is exhibited by anyone who takes up the struggle against her own oppression. To understand yourself as being exploited or alienated, you have to believe that you have a finite, precious time to live, and that your own life is being taken away from you when that time is taken away from you.
Accordingly, the cultivation of secular faith is indispensable for progressive politics. The pursuit of emancipation requires that we are committed to improving the material world and social conditions of freedom as an end in itself. This is why Marx emphasizes that the critique of religion must be accompanied by a critique of the existing forms of our life together, that those who are enslaved or live in poverty may need faith in God to carry on with their lives is not a reason to promote religious faith, but a reason to abolish slavery and poverty. Quick interjection, by the way, all of this, this is you came in on this super Marx heavy section, but the first two sections, I'd say 80% of the first two sections, there was no hint of any Marx. It was all this sort of low-key Heidegger, but he never said it. It was just this, it's finitude that gives our life meaning. It's death that, it's the knowledge that, this life is finite, combined with, and then he gets into, we are dependent on one another. And so he kind of sets the stage for all this Marx stuff, via this crypto Heidegger, I think, but we'll keep going. The need for such a critical and emancipatory perspective is as pressing as ever. We live in an epoch when social inequality, climate change, and global injustice are intertwined with the resurgence of religious forms of authority that deny the ultimate importance of these matters. A dominant response is to retreat from a secular faith to the possibility of progress in favor of asserting the necessity of a religious sense of fullness to sustain our moral and spiritual lives. This book seeks to combat all such forms of political theology. In contrast, I offer a secular vision of why everything depends on what we do with our time together. The decline of religious faith in eternity is not something to be lamented. Rather, it provides an opportunity to make explicit and strengthen our secular faith in this life as an end in itself. Section 3.
See, this is really interesting. Like this, if I can jump in for a second there.
Yeah, dude.
There's a concept I really like from John Gray's writing. He talks about secular heresies, and he basically means anything that's in secular culture that resembles a Christian narrative or millenarian myth, Judeo-Christian, you know? And I think one of the things that he's saying with that argument is that anything that promises a day that will never arrive, anything that has a teleological analysis where an event is going to happen, where everything will be transfigured, is essentially just the rapture, is essentially just the apocalypse. And, you know, that is a denial of finite lifespan, because it conceptualizes it as something with, you know, like an end that has meaning, that goes somewhere else. That, you know, so Gray talks about this in regard to things like transhumanism. You know, he says it's just the secular heresy to say that you could upload your consciousness into, you know, a virtual realm, because, you know, your consciousness would be recorded on some form of media. It would be stored on a server somewhere. All it would take is an earthquake to wipe out all the uploaded minds in that space. So, you know, for him, cyberspace is an artifact of physical reality and not some, you know, free-floating, liminal, transcendent afterlife. So this, for me, I think, is very much in agreement with what Hägglund's saying here. Everything depends on what we do with our time together, because that's all there is. And any story that tells you that something is different from that is kind of a distraction. So that's why he's saying that this loss of eternity isn't something to be lamented.
That's why Nance just said in the chat, tech optimist singularity bros. Yeah, man, Kurzweil is like, oh yeah, if you can live 5 more years, you'll get to live to be 500. And it's like, dude, we're still gonna die. And that's like, they want to act like, oh yeah, we can solve death. And it's like, you might be able to indefinitely extend it outside of, problems. Have you ever seen a server crash? Have you ever seen Facebook go offline? It happens, you know, so 100% on that. But the one thing I like, there's like this nugget of truth, and also, I don't know, like it rubs me the wrong way, with the whole thing about, you know, anything that puts it off into the future, right? I agree 100% on the teleological, you know, millenarian, like issue of like this sort of like secular rapture or secular second coming kind of narrative. But the queer theorist Lee Edelman writes "fuck the child" in this like very controversial, but also provocative and popular, extremely popular, essay, where what he's not saying like fuck kids, you know, he means like fuck the idea of the child being dangled out ahead of us. Like we just got to keep sacrificing everything for the kids so that someday we can have a good world. He's like, we need it now, because, and kind of part of his point is like, as a gay man, like my kids aren't going to be, I don't have kids. Like we need a good life now. And I think this, like, while I appreciate the sentiment in a sort of sense, I also think it's exactly the opposite of what's needed, because parents are the major contingency behind everything ever. If you ever want anything to happen, you got to have most parents on board with it. That's first. Second is the, this is like doubling down on the atomization of individualism and saying, well, my individual life right now is all that actually matters. I don't care about future generations. And I think because we're all a bunch of broken idiots, like part of the point is like we have to lay the conditions for other people to be able to do better, right? And this, so it's like, no, really, like, I mean, everything I do is for a generation that doesn't exist right now, you know, because I have given up on everyone right now. You know, people say it's the young that will save things. I'm like, well, no, it's going to be the middle-aged people who are the young in 20 years. Like, that's how I'm thinking. It's the middle-aged people who come from the young in 20 years, which means that people who are going to be parents within the next 10 years need to be thinking about what will those people be like when they're middle-aged, not when they're teenagers, not when they're in their 20s, like, but when they're actually caring about the world in this more practical way, you know? And so that's my
I think
only...
Hägglund's like right to say, I think he's right to say that it's about practicing things like empathy or joy in the present. You know, that's what liberating yourself from that theological remnant does. And you know, at the opposite end of that, you've got people like William McCaskill, the effective altruist. You know, like what started as a quite practical, kind of realistic, deterministic way to look at charitable giving ends up being something like long-termism, where you're saying, well, what are the lives worth of all the people suffering now versus the 100 million, 100 billion descendants that we're going to have who might be attacked by a rogue AI. You know, like at that point, you can kind of justify anything with the logic of, I think he calls them quality adjusted life years, you know? So yeah, you know, like there's a hedonism to living in the present, but there's also like a, I don't know, like a foolishness to predicting the future as well that I think is expressed quite well here. Oh,
You're muted, Dave.
yeah, you're muted.
All of that stuff I said is gone forever?
All of it,
Wow.
dude. Forever.
Lost in time like tears in rain.
Yeah, man. It's finite, I guess. That's why you should all treasure everything we say, is because it could be washed away. Okay. So Bram, could you, you could just take it from part 3. Oh, and I did say that's a really great counterpoint. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, those are some things I'm looking at in my book when it comes out. So we'll definitely talk more about that, Dave. Thank you. Sorry, 2 secs. The book is divided into 2 parts, which are devoted to the 2 concepts I introduce in my subtitle: secular faith and spiritual freedom. The first part of the book pursues the stakes of the difference between secular and religious faith. What I call religious faith is any form of belief in an eternal being or an eternity beyond being, either in the form of timeless repose, such as nirvana, a transcendent God, or an immanent divine nature. Religious faith is not a system of belief that I'm trying to disprove in the sense of demonstrating the non-existence of eternity. What I'm calling into question is the idea that eternity is desirable. The assumption that eternity is desirable is much more pervasive than any alleged certainty concerning its existence. Theological attempts to prove the existence of God are outdated for many contemporary religious believers, but the idea that eternity is worth being devoted to is indispensable for the defense of religious faith. There's no reason to have faith in eternity unless one believes that it offers a meaningful consolation for, alternative to, or escape from the loss of what we love. In contrast, I seek to show that an eternal life would not fulfill our desire to live on. The commitment to living on, rather than to eternal life, lies at the heart of secular faith. My account of secular faith does not depend on the contrast to religious faith, since secular faith is intrinsic to any form of care. However, in our historical situation, the understanding of faith is still deeply entangled with religious ways of thinking. In order to transform our received notions of faith, these ways of thinking need to be engaged directly, which is why my arguments in the first half of the book emerge in explicit dialogue with religious writers. To engage their work is an opportunity to develop the understanding of secular faith and to defend it against the most serious objections. Thus, I elaborate my notion of secular faith through readings of both the Bible and Buddhist philosophy, as well as prominent religious writers ranging from Greek and Roman Stoics to St. Augustine, Martin Luther, Dante Alighieri, Meister Eckhart, Baruch Spinoza, Soren Kierkegaard, Paul Tillich, C.S. Lewis, and Charles Taylor. Precisely because they aim to transcend secular faith, these religious writers have a sharp eye for the perils of such faith, and they describe its dynamic at length. Chapter 1 develops my account of secular faith as a condition of intelligibility for any form of care. To make vivid the phenomenology of secular faith, I proceed from the most difficult and agonizing event, the death of the beloved. My aim is to show that secular faith lies at the heart of what matters, even for those who claim to have religious faith. such as Martin Luther when mourning the death of his daughter Magdalena, and C.S. Lewis when mourning the death of his wife Joy Davidman. Across different historical epochs, their accounts of grief testify to how their faith in God and eternity is incompatible with the secular faith that animates their commitment to the beloved. Only secular faith can do justice to the experience of love as well as mourning. This becomes salient when we're moved to acknowledge our deepest commitments, making explicit what is implicit in our passion and pain.
I think the fact that it's easier for a lot of people today to believe, like with the tech bros, where they want to believe that we live in a simulation, and Nick Bostrom's argument. And I actually think it's cool that Nick Bostrom's come back from where he was like 10 years ago. But there's still a lot of people who cling to this idea that we're living in this, irreality and stuff like that. Because, yeah, it does take faith to really care about anything, and like rather than having faith in what's right in front of you, because I understand it's miserable, it's disgusting, it sucks, it's hard, it's horrible, but like rather than acknowledging that tragedy and investing your care in the world around you, it's easier to just be like, well, we live in a computer, nothing is real, fuck it. And like it's not even eschatology anymore, like it's just pure escapism. Like like the world has already ended. Like it's not like the world is going to end and I'm going to live in this forever utopia. It's like, no, the world has already ended, and I reject that. It's it's a horrible condition of modernity.
That's definitely the premise of some of the stuff I'm exploring in my book, is that we can escape into any form of parallel reality, from a kind of apocalyptic fantasy to something resembling the Matrix, like a Bostrom reality stack. And all of these things are just ways of masking the fact that the present is dystopian but wildly asymmetrical, as Gibson's kind of famously said to
high tech, low life.
Yeah. So these are interesting, and I think like what he's trying to say here, Hägglund, in terms of like the positive aspects of foreclosing escape into simulated spaces, wherever they come from, whether that's a religious hereafter or something more like the technical aspect we're talking about, technological. That there's a joy in turning away from that. So this is definitely hitting some interesting notes for me.
Yeah. Chapter 2 elaborates the notion of secular faith through an analysis of time and eternity in Augustine's Confessions. In addition to being one of the most influential narratives of religious conversion, the Confessions is also recognized as the first major autobiography in the Western tradition and a profound philosophical treatise, especially in the way it addresses the question of time. Augustine here reveals that secular faith is at work in every aspect of our lives. Whether in bliss or in mourning, in joy or in pain, we live on after a past that has ceased to be and before a future that may not come to be. Indeed, all the activities that Augustine describes, from speaking and singing to loving, hoping, and remembering, depend for their meaning on the temporal experience of living on. Inversely, the eternal presence that Augustine holds out as the goal of religious aspiration would put an end to these activities. There cannot be any meaningful activities in eternity, since nothing can live on at a timeless presence and nothing can matter in an everlasting existence. Thus, Augustine's own account gives us reasons to keep faith in temporal life and overcome faith in eternity. To pursue this perspective would be to write a secular, rather than religious, confession. I read such a secular confession in Karl Ove Knausgaard's My Struggle, yikes, which can be seen as a contemporary response to Augustine. Knausgaard's painstaking attention.
It was it was a very controversial title. He has three parts in that book series called My Struggle. I forget who. I think it was like Zizek's wife, Yellow Kritchik, or someone like that. Like I was reading someone in the Slovenian school, I think, put me onto it. But basically, he's just an amazing literary author, and he caught flack for calling it my struggle, but it's not. It has nothing to do with Hitler or Mein Kampf, and it is all just about a fictionalized narrative of his own life. Oh shit! No, it's not someone in the Slovenian circle, not directly. I think it's actually Anna Kornblum in her book on instantaneity. Oh. She's critiquing autofiction, and she uses him because he's, and it's cool when he does it, but now everybody's trying to do it. And so autofiction is like, it's kind of stream of consciousness, and it's also your actual life, but then you mix in fiction with it. And but the point is like she's critiquing this culture of instantaneity that has saturated the literary world. So anyway, sorry, Anna Kornblum. I got mixed up because I had conversations with Alenka and Yela within like a couple weeks of Kornblum. Anyway.
Within like 1 week, I think.
Yeah.
That's interesting what you said as well there about, sorry, just to go back a few steps, but it's interesting what you said there about the connection to art there. Sorry, I've lost my place. Ignore me.
No, dude, no, it's okay. Hey, really quick, for the listening audience, but also for us, this was not chapter 3. This is part 3 of the introduction, just so you all know. So we're still in the introduction. That's why he's moving through what happens in the various chapters. But yeah, this is getting me excited. And as Wukac said in the chat, I'll actually show it on screen here. He said, okay, this sounds based. And then he said, these simulation guys are like a beta Descartes who stopped at doubting and sat at his home masturbating.
I love it. No, I remember where my thought was going with that. So I can't remember who wrote this, but I've quoted it somewhere, and it's about the way that privileging that kind of very solipsistic perspective of things like autofiction and the first person narrative, and the narrative non-fiction, where any story of a struggle or a thing happening in another country has to also be told through the lens of a relatable narrator. That even that kind of form is it's very not fit for purpose for what we're living through. That if you have that form that's so singular and such a single perspective, even things like climate change become kind of an exoticizing backdrop. And I think you could say that even about some films that have been made recently about the Holocaust. If you go back to the one with Benigni, the Italian comedian, that it's a very moving film, but that it's an exoticized backdrop to a human story. And maybe that's not fit for purpose in terms of where we are in history. Maybe something more like the recent Brian Glazer film is the kind of narrative we need to be telling. Sorry to thread Jack there again, but please feel free to continue.
I do like that zone of interest being like a story that tells itself rather than a story that's propelled by a singular hero or villain.
Although it's been criticized for, humanizing the Nazi characters, which just seems like a very bad faith reading of the film, I think. But yeah, the first person singular, I think, is going to become more problematic as a point of view as we encounter collapse and things like that.
I think the key is the connection between the particular and the general, or the singular and the universal, has to be like thought dialectically. And I don't want to leave it at that. Like, but like I was writing a piece last night where I have to really get into it, and I was using Zizek from For They Don't Know What They Do. He was talking about Hegel, and the point is like there's an irreconcilability between the particular and the universal, but the universal is not independent of the particular, and it is actually changed and informed by the particular. And so then, like, I think that for instance, zone of interest, when he throws up in the stairwell, that has universal implications. It's saying that any human being, no matter how much they can numb themselves to the atrocities that they are partaking in, they cannot escape themselves. That their body will catch up. Their body will literally catch up with them. Right?
Yeah.
And I think that has a universal implication. So it's not just about him, And I think it's more powerful than if they were like, oh, look how bad this man is. Like that's a lot of the sort of woke criticism of movies turns into like, oh, there weren't enough signposts saying this guy's bad, by the way, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also not a fan of whataboutery as a method of criticism. You know, you criticize the content that's there, not the content that could have been there. I think it's quite an egregious mistake to go after a thing for what it isn't. But there seems to be a lot of it about.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you go to the ice cream parlor and you criticize the cheesecake, and they don't sell cheesecake.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got 10 more minutes, I think, before Cadell's going to be on, and I feel like we ate up a bunch of the time with the stupid problems with the tech, but we'll be ending this episode here before we switch to Cadell, and I think that this is as good a place as any to kind of turn it into let's say a few more things about what we've already read related to some stuff. No more apologies from you, Bram. You can interrupt and say whatever you want anytime. You're great. And but first, let's start with what your shirt says, because for those who don't have eyes on screen and are listening via podcast, you don't know, but everyone else has seen. It says "fuck the police," but then it gets cut off. Okay, so "fuck the police" means we don't act. Means we don't act like cops to each other.
Yeah, so it's the writer Clementine Morrigan sells these, and I just love that sentiment. Definitely been around a lot of cops in my life. You know the Freddie DeBoer essay, Planet of Cops. I mean, DeBoer has kind of walked away from that essay a little bit for various reasons, but I'm a big lover of that essay, and it's kind of manic vitriol for, basically the way that surveillance of each other has extended into our kind of social worlds. I'm interested in where that comes from. I'm interested in how we get past it,
Yeah, I would rather have cops than the people who stalk and harass me and my friends. This is it's like cops, like, it's very clear. It's like, it's just the big other. You more or less can do as one is supposed to do and get left alone, unless of course they're going to lie to you and try to trick you into confessing to things, and that does happen. And then of course, if you're getting racially profiled and all of these other things, which are obviously problematic, but I'm just saying, like, at a certain level, cops don't fucking care what you do, as long as you're not, like, coloring outside the lines too much. And I would sure rather take that than people who care way too much about everything I do. It's like,
I think for me, fuck the police is less about like fuck actual cops, let alone fucking actual cops. It's more like kill the cop inside your head, that kind of thing. All this there, and I think like I'm 43. Okay, so I did most of my growing up in the 1990s. I went to a lot of illegal raves, some of which were busted by police. But I tell you what didn't happen, in that culture which was quite hedonistic and quite nihilistic in some ways and anti-political, but also, full of joy, is we just didn't really like police each other's speech and thoughts a lot. There was a wide acceptance of different tones of discourse and register that would allow you to speak freely in a way that I don't think people have now. And I think there's probably a generation of people who are growing up having never experienced that, having always felt like they had to be on for a camera, or that their that their observations might live to posterity, that they might transcend them, back to the text there. It's a strange belief to labor under. I grew up living in the moment, and so that's, fuck the police means we don't act like cops to each other, means we don't surveil each other. I think that's a basic courtesy we should re-extend to our fellow human beings, maybe.
100%. I have a follow-up question. I think at this point, Nance, we should just ask Bram some questions, and you can ask us questions, and we can. But I want you to maybe say a couple words about your podcast and then the stop that we're doing, the stop in Glasgow that you have organized. And while you talk about that, everybody, I'm going to share the not quite finished draft of the American Idiots Tour, the Theory Underground European Tour that begins April 27th and goes through May 25th. Yeah. But on May 22nd, we'll be with Bram in Scotland, in Glasgow.
That's right. So yeah, you were a guest with The Dangerous Maybe on my last podcast, which was really, really great. We had a kind of hour and a half long chat about time energy, about some of the courses on Theory Underground and the kind of, activities going on there. And we talked a bit about like capitalist realism and universal basic income. I think that was really fascinating. Anyway, I really enjoyed having both of you on the show, yourself and Mikey. And I'm just really keen to, have kind of more involvement with the Theory Underground project. I think it's really interesting. So yeah, I'm really happy that you're coming to town. We're doing a very small exclusive event. It's going to be 20 to 30 of us. We're going to sit. We're going to listen to you, I think, read from some of your work. I'm going to read a little bit maybe from my work, and we're going to have a conversation around these themes. I think particularly time energy. Glasgow's got a rich history of working class activism. So I think this is a useful concept to bring to them, and that's kind of the people I hope to bring to the event as well. It's like people who are activists or organizers or workers who might benefit from kind of engaging with that theory. So I'm really excited about it. I'm also going to book us a little place in a pub afterwards. Probably stay there till the wee hours and thrash it all out in even greater detail. And of course, the people who come to the event are welcome to join us too. So it's going to be lots of fun. It's a wee place called Glasgow Zine Library, which is very cool. They stack all sorts of kind of independently produced pamphlets, magazines, and they run workshops on, to help people make them as well. So it's very kind of based in the community. It's a really cool project. So yeah, it's going to be dope. 22nd of May. The tickets are actually available now and very limited. If we do happen to have anyone listening in Scotland or willing to jump on a plane to Glasgow for the 22nd of May.
Yeah. And everybody, you should be able to see now on the screen, if you're looking on the YouTube live side. Sorry if you're listening from podcasts, but I'll give you a quick little rundown of what you would see there if you had eyes on screen. And that is, it says American Idiots EU Book Tour 2024. And it shows the Green Day, it's basically a knockoff of the Green Day, American Idiot, album cover, where it's like got that arm, what goes up in the fist, but instead of a grenade in its hand, it's got a brain, and the time energy symbol goes over that brain. And we have Luke to thank for this. He's a subscriber at Theory Underground, and he did this just because he's amazing. So thank you, Luke. You did a really good job on this poster. It's also got that American flag kind of backwards and upside down in the background. It's got the Underground Theory and Time Energy books in the bottom right corner so that people know what books this is ultimately about. And on the left-hand side, going down the line, it says Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London. And Paris and Brussels are both sold out already, and we haven't even posted tickets yet. And as Bram is saying, tickets are very limited at the Glasgow Zine Library. Well, spaces are also very limited in Berlin, and you'll have to email somebody to RSVP for presence at the Psychoanalytic Library, where we are doing an event with a bunch of people who are into psychoanalysis, and we'll be talking about psychoanalysis and its relation to time energy, kind of like the conversation I'll be having next week on April 18th when Elliot Rosenstock joins the Epic Marathon live stream that we're doing then. But anyway, with all that said, there's just lots of really great events. Limited space. We hope that you'll all be able to be there. You just have to think ahead. And if you are flying or traveling by train, get a hold of me ASAP so that we can make sure to book a spot for you. So it's not going to be like you're sitting on the floor or whatever, because that would suck. And so far, we don't have any deadheads yet. We don't have anybody who's like trying to follow us every stop on the tour, but people are welcome to. You're definitely welcome to. Bram, I don't know if you can take some time off work, but if you want to go to all the other stops.
I might come to Berlin. You never know. I might come to Berlin.
Hell yeah.
Expect my email.
Cool, man. We'll be looking forward to it. Also, as someone in the chat, the Shire Crier said, does Brams post his music anywhere?
Yeah, you can find my music on Bandcamp. If you check out texture.bandcamp.com, it's kind of like cyberpunk hip hop. Maybe you'll fuck with it. Hope you enjoy it. Most of it's free. Go support.
Yeah, you could drop the info about
Yeah,
that.
I could drop the link in the chat. Yep.
Yeah, in the live chat. Perfect. Yeah, that'd be great. Any closing thoughts, either of you?
I'll just thank you very much for having me on. I'm going to go buy myself a copy of this book now. It's really interesting.
Hell yeah.
Very nice to meet you too, Nance.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to Glasgow.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, man. We're really stoked about that. All right, man. Well, take care. And everybody listening from the podcast side, we'll see you on the next episode. Peace. For everybody who's listening from the stream side now, we're off air. We're just hanging out. So welcome to the hangout side of things. Bram, you no rush to leave, but also if you have to get back to work, you're welcome to. Now we're just going to hang out.
That's me finished work for today. Nice. I'm going to actually go take a pee and grab a beer, but I will stay on for now.
Okay, awesome.
I was about to say it's a little early in the day for beer, but not for him.
Cadell's boomering out over here. He's like, you have a link? It's okay. He just joined the Discord and I shared with him the screenshot of where to join on Discord, but I was assuming he was still on Discord. He probably joined the Discord and then he left and did other adult things and he hasn't looked back at the Discord chat. So I shared
Cadell's
the
an
link
adult.
And how to access
I'm more adult than Cadell.
Dude, Cadell's more adult than anyone else here. Fucking, he's the man.
Yeah, man.
I shared the link and how to access on the TU Hub channel on Discord. And by the way, we got people asking questions about the Discord on the live side on YouTube. Wanted to say, yes, there is a Discord. No, in response to a couple of the questions, it's not a public
It's not
one.
open access.
No, it's not. In fact, here, let's record it right now, Nance. 3, 2, 1. So at Theory Underground, we do have a Discord, but it's not public access. And part of the reason is we don't want to get inundated by people who don't have skin in the game. This is only for students and subscribers and patrons if they ask nicely. But really, it's for students and subscribers, and it's not going to be very useful if you're not one of those two things. Also, not only do we want to have people who've got skin in the game, we also want people who might not be living on Discord, because there's a lot of people who live on Discord, and our goal is to not have 1,000 anime avatars with not their real names for sharing their opinions all the time, because I try to declutter my mind from all of that to the best of my ability. And if I could get away with never looking at comments and never looking at emails, I would never do those things. But I have to. Kind of comes with the territory. But if I could, I mean, really, if I could pay someone else to do it and that was fine, then that's what would happen. Because I feel like I need to go wash my eyes out after spending too much time in comment sections. It's not to say I don't have amazing comments. I think the ratio of amazing comments at Theory Underground is way higher than anywhere else on the internet. Same with the emails I get. Very, very thoughtful emails. But there's a bunch of bullshit I still get. And the thing is I'm saying, like, some other human being who isn't attached to my ego directly could filter that stuff for me. That'd be nice. Anyway, I don't have Adorno's staff. And the running gag or joke has been, I grew up wanting a wizard staff, and now all I want is Adorno's staff. Right? But, Nance, you want to say anything about the Discord, and the norms?
Yeah, it's an intentional space. I'm a little older and I'm a little more cranky and even cynical. And I don't really care about what happens on the internet. I have people that I talk to because I love them, and I have people that I talk to because I'm engaged in a project with them, and we're trying to get work done. And other than that, I avoid communicating on the internet. So going to the Theory Underground Discord, it's a small place, and everybody there is there intentionally. Like, we're not there to just share our random thoughts. We're not there to post pictures of our dogs, though I do love sending pictures of my dogs. I do that other ways. It's an intentional space. It's centered around the courses that are going on, the conversation, the meta conversation, all the work that's being done. And it's not a place where we go and just freely express ourselves. It's a place where we go to get serious work done. So if you're interested in doing serious work, please come. If you want to just share memes, it's not the best place for it. I don't know.
We do have an art gallery for the meme stash, and you are able to submit memes to admins. And then if we like them so much, we want to publish them ourselves. We'll give you credit. We'll do it. But, otherwise it's not just for doing that. And so, yeah, we had a recent influx of anonymous avatars and unrelated names, and Nance woke up and then threw his dog out the window. He was so upset. And so, yeah.
It's because it's not this, it's not like every other horizontal flattened out internet space. We're here to get work done. If we're involved in something, if we're collaborating, I need to know who you are. A bunch of random letters with no unique identifiers makes it difficult to collaborate with people. And also, we're old, we're cranky, we're boomers, we lean into it.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
And that's why we dog whistle our boomerism with multiple exclamation points whenever we do that. That's what's going on. We use like 6 exclamation points. Yeah. All right. Welcome, Cadell. How's it going, man? Hold on. I'm going to start the next recording here. 3, 2, 1. Hey, actually, Bram, if you could step down now, we're going to change the layout.
I'll say bye for now. Bye,
Thank
guys.
you so much for being here, man.
Thank you.
Really, really great to have Bram always. All right. Let me get the new setup on screen here. Live
we better get used to each other, guys. We're going to be
in very close proximity.
We're going to be roomies for a bit.
That's true. That's true. Oh, wait, hold on. Why is this not working now? Oh, okay. Here. Okay, there we go. 3, 2, 1. All right. Welcome to episode 3 of this exegetical marathon live stream with Dave and Nance at Theory Underground. We are now joined by Cadell Last, Philosophy Portal. How's it going, Cadell? Great to have you, man.
Yo, looking forward to this. Let's celebrate finitude.
Yeah, man. Let's do it. So basically what we're doing is just 3 puff passing. We each read 3 paragraphs. We try to keep the talking to a 80 to 20% ratio, where 80% of it is reading, so that we can get through this thing today. But also, don't hold back. So let's go. I'll start because I haven't read in a while. Are we at Thus Augustine's, Nance? Cool. All right. Thus, Augustine's own account gives us reasons to keep faith in temporal life and overcome faith in eternity. To pursue this perspective would be to write a secular rather than a religious confession. I read such a secular confession in Karl Ove Knausgaard's My Struggle, which can be seen as a contemporary response to Augustine. Knausgaard's painstaking attention to a secular life places us in the midst of everyday existence. Like Augustine, he explores the care that binds us to others and how the experience of time cuts through every moment. But while Augustine seeks to turn us toward eternity, Knausgaard turns us back towards our finite lives as the heart of everything that matters. The animating principle of his writing is one of attachment to finite life, which is all the more profound because it remains faithful to the ambivalence of any attachment. Devoted to secular life, we can be moved both to bliss and devastation, hope and despair, success and failure. Knausgaard then makes vivid what it means to keep faith in a life that is bound to die. This secular faith, I argue, opens the possibility for all passion and meaningful engagement. By the way, he's just talking about what he does in chapter 2. Now, this is still part of the introduction, Cadell. Chapter 3 proceeds from a question that is bound to arise in response to my first 2 chapters. Why is secular faith, devoted to this world and invested in finite lives, necessarily at odds with religious faith in eternity? A defender of religious faith may object that the latter can make one more engaged in this life, rather than make one turn away from it. I take on the argument through the thinker who pursues it most profoundly, Soren Kierkegaard. In his classic work, Fear and Trembling. For Kierkegaard, religious faith should not lead us out of this world, but rather enable a more profound commitment to the life we live. Yet he is well aware of the conflict between the commitment to a temporal, finite being and the commitment to an eternal, infinite being. In Fear and Trembling, this conflict is staged most dramatically as the meaning of God's command that Abraham sacrifice his son Isaac. Abraham's love for Isaac expresses a commitment to living on. He wants Isaac's life to flourish for its own sake, and he also prizes Isaac as the only one who can let his own legacy survive. It is precisely this commitment to a unique life, the life of Isaac, that has to be renounced for the sake of eternity. To love Isaac is to be susceptible to an irreversible loss, since Isaac is a finite being, and therefore he has to be given up in advance, sacrificed for God. Nevertheless, Kierkegaard holds that the highest form of faith is one that can retain all the love for Isaac, all the love for the finite, while at the same time giving him up, trusting that God will restore everything that is lost. Such faith would allow one to be fully committed to the finite world, while at the same time being invulnerable to loss, since one would believe that everything is possible for God. The effect of, and I'm going to read this last paragraph and then eat some oatmeal and Cadell will go next and then we'll go Nance. The effect of Abraham's religious faith, however, turns out to be an actual indifference to what happens. Abraham is able to kill Isaac because he believes that God will bring him back. So in the end, it makes no difference from the standpoint of his faith whether Isaac is sacrificed. Likewise, the modern version of Abraham, the knight of faith, is ultimately revealed to be indifferent to the fate of the finite. The knight of faith is presented as someone who is utterly committed to finite life. But when his hopes in this life are shattered, curiously enough, he is just the same, precisely because his faith makes him immune to the experience of loss. He cannot care about the outcome of what actually happens.
Fantastic. Should I carry on or do we discuss a little bit here?
We can kind of just interject in whenever we want to. Yeah, if you have something you would like to say about that, for sure. I mean, actually, you are just kind of, I guess I would like to ask you, yeah, you are coming in to this, I'm guessing, cold turkey. You're just in the middle of it. And so initial impressions? Yeah.
I have actually listened to one of his presentations on YouTube about this book a few years ago, so I am aware of it.
Cool.
I just want to sort of emphasize, I guess, before continuing on, that I think that at least at the start of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, I think we get this sort of really important moment where Zarathustra is actually affirming the imperfection of the world and affirming the finitude of the world. And the first person he encounters is a priest who's isolated in the forest and who says that humans are too imperfect to love. And I think that this is sort of really the core of like why a lot of people tend towards loving eternity abstracted from this life, is because it's too painful to love the imperfection of humans. And so to love the imperfection of humans, inclusive of that imperfection, I think is really the challenge here of staying really committed to this life where we're not only bound to die, but we're bound to be hurt by others. I think that's like the really tough thing, you know? Like even that's like more difficult than the fact that I'm going to die. It's more like other people it's painful. Anyway,
Yeah, it's not just like...
Yeah, go ahead.
I just to add to that, like it's not just malicious intent. Like the beauty is necessarily predicated on the loss. The sweetest, most precious, beautiful moments you spend with someone are finite, and that fucking hurts, and that's painful, and you want to reject that.
Yeah.
But
no, that's so true. Yeah, but I think that just before to carry on, I think that to me is focusing on the pain that we experience vis-a-vis the other Whether it's not doesn't have to be malicious intent, but like you're saying, just the fact that almost like you can read in your, even if you have like a beautiful relationship, you can read in that beautiful relationship that it's doomed to end. That's more painful to me than the fact that we're going to die.
100%.
Anyway.
Yeah. I would
Okay,
that's kind of where Heidegger's coming at it with how it's almost like your life can end before it ends. In also the way that your project and your purpose related to your project can fall apart, and then you outlive it, and that sucks. And that's also part of why individualism itself sucks. It's because, like, if your project is too individualistic, well, then what about when your project's over, right? And the relationships that are so valuable to us wouldn't be so valuable to us if it weren't for the losses that we've experienced with relationships, right? So that's, yeah.
Just want to say that the nugget of wisdom here that I always, just sharpened to me after McGowan's lecture in the seminar for the Acree is the move from loss to lack. That when you've moved from loss to lack, loss isn't as painful anymore. Like, lack helps you accommodate to the reality of loss. Lack is deeper in some sense.
Love that.
Okay, so I'll continue on with I argue. I argue that the above problem is not limited to Kierkegaard's telling of the story, but reveals why care and responsibility cannot be based on religious faith. If you claim that your responsibility for Isaac is based on God's command, then you are committed to killing Isaac if that turns out to be the command. If you object that God would never command such a thing, you in fact profess faith in a standard of value independent of God, since you believe that it is wrong to kill Isaac regardless of what God commands. By the same token, you profess faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life. If you believe that this value can be replaced, that Isaac will live on in eternity, or be restored on earth, you will be indifferent to this fate in being put to death. Whether he lives or dies will ultimately make no difference to you, since everything that is lost will be returned. In contrast, the care for Isaac is sustained by secular faith, in the value of a life that can be irrevocably lost. Secular faith, I show, is the condition for any life-defining commitment for anything to matter. One more paragraph. The second part of the book pursues the emancipatory possibilities of secular faith. Here I develop my concept of spiritual freedom in relation to fundamental questions concerning the constitution of life, time, and value. Moreover, by engaging with Marx's critique of capitalism and religion in a new way, I draw together the threads of the book as a whole and make explicit their far-reaching implications for how we should lead our lives.
Chapter 4 presents my central philosophical arguments regarding why the finitude of life is a necessary condition for agency and freedom. My starting point is the fundamental activity of all living beings, the activity of self-maintenance. No form of life is intelligible as living unless it is engaged in the activity of keeping itself alive. It follows that all forms of life must be finite and must be dependent on a fragile material body. The activity of self-maintenance, such as eating, drinking, sleeping, would have no purpose if the living being were not subject to disintegration. For anything to be at stake in maintaining a life, it must be running the risk of death. Moreover, it is only through the activity of self-maintenance that there can be any time to live in the first place. The self-maintenance of a living being necessarily generates more lifetime than it needs to spend on keeping itself alive, which is why there is at least a minimal surplus of time for every living being. Even a simple plant doesn't have to expend all its time on securing the nourishment required for its survival. This surplus of time is even more evident in the lives of animals that have the capacity to engage in activities of self-enjoyment that are distinct from the activity of self-preservation. As such, the singing of birds, the purring of cats, the playful interaction of dogs. Through such forms of self-enjoyment, many kinds of animals have a capacity to enjoy their surplus time as a form of free time, Yet, insofar as they cannot understand their time as free time, insofar as they cannot ask themselves what they ought to do with their time, even animals with highly refined capacities for self-enjoyment remain within the bounds of what I call natural freedom. In contrast, what I call spiritual freedom requires that the agent in question can ask herself how she should spend her time and be responsive to the risk that she is wasting her life. Without the relation to such a risk, we would not be able to lead a spiritual life, since we could never engage the question of what we ought to do with our time and what matters to us. Chapter 5 turns to Marx in order to show how his critique of capitalism, as well as the possibility of emancipation, hinges on what we do with our surplus of time. The key is to grasp that questions of economy and value are at the heart of our spiritual freedom. How we organize our economy expresses what we take to be worth doing with our time and what we prioritize in our society. Under capitalism, our collective priority is profit, since that priority is inscribed in how we measure and produce the capital wealth that sustains our lives. Without the growth of capital, we have no social wealth to distribute across society. For the same reason, we must prioritize doing what is profitable, even at the expense of doing what we actually believe needs to be done and what we actually believe would be meaningful to do. Marx offers a powerful account of the pernicious practical consequences that follow from the priority of profit, the alienation of our labor, the exploitation of our time, the commodification of our lives, the necessity of unemployment, and the inherent tendency toward destructive economic crises. I provide an analytical reconstruction of these arguments and their relevance for understanding the historical conditions under which we still live. Yet, understanding fully why the capitalist measure of value is contradictory and why the priority of profit alienates us from our spiritual freedom requires a level of analysis that Marx presupposes but never explicitly elucidates. This level of analysis concerns how any economy of spiritual life is intelligible in the first place, what it means to be someone for whom something can be taken as a cost, as a value, and who can relate to her life as an economy of time that reflects her priorities. By taking on the deepest level of analysis, I unlock a new understanding of Marx's notion of value and defend it against the classical objections, as well as against the influential neoclassical revolution in economics. I demonstrate that the reigning theory of supply and demand presupposes the conception of value that is at the center of Marx's analysis. Most importantly, I disclose the inherent contradiction in capitalism as a historical form of life and why it calls for a revaluation of value. Fucking based.
Dude, he's, like I said, when you were walking your dog earlier, Nance, based in value form pilled. Like he actually, that he's arguing against the labor theory of value, right? Like that labor, socially necessary labor time being the basis of value in capitalism is the thing that Marx is critiquing, is Hägglund's position. And right here, where he's talking about alienation and then he's talking about spiritual freedom, he says that Marx presupposes it but never develops on that. On page 75 of the Robert C. Tucker Reader, we just got into this when we did the exegetical of the economic and philosophic manuscripts, the section on estranged labor. And we really made a big point of highlighting this part where Marx is talking about here. My God, nice slip. But this is the most Heideggerian part of Marx, actually. But this is it's the third kind of alienation, the kind from species being. And people always assume the species being is about, oh, you're an animal. You have like these basic needs. Well, then why does he say that we have spiritual nourishment and then that sets us apart from the animal kingdom? And of course, spiritual nourishment has to do with Geist. So for Germans, this is about culture. And he says that spiritual nourishment is how we, understand ourselves as extended in space and time with the rest of this world, right? Which is to say, you actually have to understand yourself as part of the whole, which means philosophically, scientifically, artistically, through the liberal arts, you get a grasp on and get this sort of spiritual nourishment from understanding the world and engaging with it and expressing yourself in it. So, yeah, it's just like this little tiny sentence on page 75 of this, classic Reader. Check it out for yourself if you need to. But it is never really developed. So I really look forward to chapter 5 and also chapter 4, man, that whole bit about all animals and all, even plants, they want their time surplus. What do you guys think about that?
Can I jump in here? Because I think this is really important for, like, I think the long-standing conversation I want to develop with you guys, both you and Nance, is on the mega tensions between Marx and Hegel, which I don't think we've ever really gotten like deep, long-form conceptual mediation on, like between, like, let's say, like two different groups really doing deep dives into the original materials. But, like, I think on this point of spiritual freedom, I think we should stay with this point of spiritual freedom, because in both, I mean, all of Hegel's work leading up to the philosophy of right, it's really about leading up to absolute freedom. But, like, absolute freedom is, like, an absolute freedom is beyond the state. Like, there's the state, then there's absolute freedom. But absolute freedom is not like a utopian harmony. Absolute freedom is the space where war can happen. Like, so if we're, so, like, to your point, like, about becoming culturated to the whole, if we don't have genuine spiritual freedom to become cultured to the whole, then I think we run the risk of that's where tensions explode, you know, and wars can explode if we don't have our spiritual freedom. Then the consequence of that is geopolitical instability on a major level. So I think then one more point is, when you're saying, Dave, we have to understand the world, I think this is at the core of why Zizek says the time is to think, not act. Like, we need to understand the world before we try to too quickly change the world. Because I think, as you know, probably from your work, when we try to too quickly change things, we always come into our own unconscious presuppositions where we overestimated our abilities, or we tried to change things too quickly. We didn't really understand what we were doing. So I think we have to go back to staying with this life, thinking, mediating, understanding, before we too quickly change, too quickly try to cause a revolution.
It's really good. Yeah. Yeah, that's my favorite. I mean, that was my point of entry with Zizek. Besides besides like this one debate I'd seen, it was seeing him say that he inverts the 11th thesis on Feuerbach, or reverses it, that I was like, oh, snap, because that's exactly what I'd been thinking, right? Like, we actually do have to think, to interpret, to understand the situation anew.
Absolutely. Interpretation. I think I was just rereading a book by a psychologist, Dawood Gosli, who's in our internet circles as well. And he wrote a critique of experimental psychology. And basically his critique of experimental psychology is that it's not just the replication crisis in psychology. You know how in science they have a problem with replicating their studies? He says it's deeper than the replication crisis. It's basically a thinking crisis that scientists are not, there's no space anymore in empirical science for actual interpretation. So it's not just that we have a crisis of replicating studies, it's that there's no thought being put into what studies we want to replicate. Right? Like, it's like totally the a priori question.
Damn. Yeah, that's a really good point. All right, so should I take it from the top? Yeah. Okay. Chapter 6 elaborates what the reevaluation of value demands of us in both theory and practice. For Marx, contrary to a persistent misconception, the overcoming of capitalism is not meant to abolish democracy, but to make actual democracy possible. Under capitalism, we cannot actually negotiate the fundamental questions of what we collectively value, since the purpose of our economy is beyond the power of democratic deliberation. We can make decisions regarding the distribution of our social wealth, but the final purpose of the production of our wealth, profit, is already decided. If we are committed to achieving actual democracy, we must therefore be committed to not only to the redistribution of wealth, but also to the reevaluation of the measure of value that shapes our production of wealth. Almost all forms of left-wing politics, from most kinds of Marxism to the social democratic welfare state and advocates for a universal basic income, restrict their critiques of capitalism to the mode of distribution, failing to interrogate the measure of value that informs the mode of production, much less the actual shape of that production, right? All redistributive reforms, however, will be caught in contradictions that I explain and exemplify. The point is not that we should abandon redistributive reforms, but that our reforms need to be reconceived, both strategically and substantially, as means toward the end of democratic socialism. The latter can be achieved only through a fundamental practical reevaluation of the way we lead our lives together. To present and answer the challenges of democratic socialism, I engage in an imminent critique of leading liberal thinkers of political economy, Mill, Rawls, Keynes, Hayek. The aim of democratic socialism is not to resolve the economic questions of our priorities once and for all, since those questions are intrinsic to our spiritual freedom. Rather, in elaborating the principles of democratic socialism, I give an account of how life under democratic socialism would allow us to own the question of what we ought to do with our finite time, both individually and collectively. For the same reason, I take issue with all forms of utopian Marxism that conflate the overcoming of capitalism with the overcoming of finitude. The most sophisticated example is the philosopher and sociologist Theodore W. Adorno, who has influenced a wide range of Marxism. Yeah, I mean, Chris Catrone, good friend of the channel, right? Especially, he's a big-time Adorno guy. I bring the chapter to a close by showing how Adorno conflates a secular promise of freedom, the liberation of finite life, with a religious promise of salvation, the liberation from finite life. In contrast, I develop the stakes of Marx's critique of religion and explain why we ought to be committed to freedom rather than salvation. Yeah, ooh. What do you want to say, Nance?
I just like that's it, man. Like this idea that there's a fucking answer, that like, oh, we just have to do it right, like that we're playing Tetris and we just have to align all the pieces perfectly and then the line will pop and we'll get 1,000,000 points. Like, no, we're fucked. We're all in this fucking morass of meaning and misinterpretation and misrecognition and tragedies and horrible things and shit we wish we could go back in time and change. Like there is no final solution. And it's very easy for me to equate like this utopian positivism with totalitarianism and people who just want to come up and be solutionists. Like, no, they're just positing a final solution for every new issue that we come across. And no, like you have to be able to not look for solutions, at least not right now when we don't understand all the questions we have in the first place. Yeah, man, freedom rather than salvation. I think that's super powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fundamental. Yep. No, I think it's fundamental. I just want to propose. I want to know if you guys think the same way as me on this. Is that the way I thought about this in my doctoral thesis? And I don't know if my interpretation is correct. Although I did read Robert. Are you reading Tucker's work?
No. This is Robert C. Tucker's Marx Engels reader.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with Tucker as well. So
Nice.
So my reading of Marx was based on Tucker. So the idea here is that I think we have to be careful of the beyond in either the notion of salvation with God or the salvation in communism. That they're like, and this is like this idea that even in secular theologies or secular emancipatory projects, we can have this idea of a harmony in which all of our tensions are resolved, that we're saved, as it were, from all of these tensions of finitude, let's say. And I think this is just the false path, and just with this point on like what it means to switch the telos from salvation to freedom is, I think that freedom is not necessarily meaning that we're happy. Like, freedom does not mean happiness. Like, freedom is difficult. Like Zizek will always mention, freedom is terrifying. And I just want to say a final note is like, I think this structure of salvation towards release from all tensions or whatever, I think it's like a masturbatory model. Like it's like this ejaculatory, like we're building up to the climax and then the release. And I wonder if that's necessary to include in like a libidinal economy analysis of time energy.
Mm-hmm. Probably. And if you are going to write that piece on libido and time energy, that would be a killer piece to, bring into it as well. Really quick, wanted to tie this back to the previous episode. Bram had brought up an author whose name is escaping me in the moment, who was critiquing millennialism or whatever, like the sort of belief in a second coming, sort of rapturous moment when everything will be better in the future, right? That's what he was talking about. And it sounds like what Adorno's also critiquing. Now, it sounds like what Martin Hägglund is saying is Adorno is critiquing the left for doing this. And basically he's saying, no, man, the real left doesn't do this. The real left is about freedom, not salvation. And then, of course, I just want to say, well, you're saying the real left as an ideal form, whereas Adorno's talking about actually existing socialism, which actually existing socialism was more like this, I think. And so, which is why there's always this interesting game where it's like, if you're a hyper progressive or you're in those circles and you're into Marx, then you end up in this space where you say, people like democracy. Here, guys, it's democratic. We want social democracy. And he's trying, this whole book is assuming someone who walks into that, like, all blue bookstore that we went to in DC. It was just Democrat stuff everywhere. And he's trying to nudge that person lefter. And in doing so, he's trying to, like, say, no, guys, listen, the real left, you like the left, right? Well, the real left doesn't do that thing. And I don't know that you can separate the actual existing from the real one, unless you're just trying to do this thing where you're trying to nudge someone who's blue a little bit in some direction. And it's like, for me, it's just like, I mean, he loses me with all this democratic socialism stuff. He loses me with it. But I would just say, though he's losing me with it, I'd sure rather he was at the steering wheel of society than almost anybody else. You know what I mean? Like, rhetorically it loses its power, but I know what he means and I know what he's going for. And it's not some Bernie bullshit, right? Like, this is some other thing. And so with that, I'm going to go downstairs and finish my oatmeal and listen. I'll be right here with my rapt attention, following along with you guys. Let's keep it going.
Let's do it. Finally, in my conclusion to the book, I engage in depth with the political philosophy and political activism of Martin Luther King Jr., spanning over King's entire career. I show how his commitment to the actualization of freedom led him in an increasingly radical critique of capitalism. King's policy proposals center on the redistribution of wealth, but he also senses that there is a deeper problem of value under capitalism. Toward the end of his life, he comes close to grasping the need for what I call a re-evaluation of value, which requires a movement toward democratic socialism. Moreover, by following King's trajectory, we can see how the stakes of secular faith and spiritual freedom come together in the pursuit of actual emancipation. By attending closely to King's political speeches and the concrete historical practices in which he participates, I seek to disclose that the faith which animates his political activism is better understood under terms of secular faith than in terms of the religious faith that he officially espouses. The keys to my secular understanding of King's work are provided by a philosopher who was of crucial importance for both Marx and King, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Hegel's philosophy is an implicit presence throughout my entire book and explicitly addressed at length in the conclusion. For the record, it should be noted that Hegel's work may be the most difficult to read in the entire history of philosophy, and any interpretation of his work is bound to be controversial. The philosopher Michael Thompson has memorably charged Hegel with a completely indefensible form of expression in writing. And the young Marx, in a letter to his father, speaks of the grotesque, craggy melody of Hegel's texts. Oh, I take issue with that. I've grown to love it. I would nevertheless testify to the unparalleled logical precision of his thinking and the moments of devastating beauty in his philosophical prose. From Hegel, I have learned the most profound lessons regarding what it means to lead a spiritual life, and why our freedom is possible only through our mutual recognition of one another, as essentially social, historical, material, and finite living beings. The depths of life are not revealed through faith in eternity. Rather, our spiritual commitments proceed from caring for what will be irrevocably lost and remaining faithful to what gives no final guarantee. Secular faith will always be precarious, but in its fragility it opens the possibility of our spiritual freedom. Amen. So I love this because, like, I know one more paragraph, right? Should I read one more paragraph, or should we?
No. Well, this is a great spot for a break. This begins the the actual book.
But just, I love the idea because I've mentioned this before. I don't know if you know. Of course, it's going to slip my Guy Standing's work. He's an economist who proposed the idea of the precariat class instead of the proletariat class, but just this idea that on the spiritual level we're precarious. And so just this idea that, you know, to live in the direction of freedom is to, in some sense, and to also to, in some sense, live without a transcendental guarantee of a positive outcome, is a precarious. I mean, it is precarious. It's risky, but it's sort of that's the challenge, I think. But that means that we always have to keep thinking.
Yeah, you can't fall into autopilot. Like you can't. That's why we can't pick up Marxism from where we are right now and say this is the answer. We know the truth. I mean, tomorrow when you wake up, the world will have changed, and in some, I mean, most of the ways will be meaningless, but in some important ways. And you're always going to have to go through this process of constant interpretation, constant understanding. Everything is a project.
And I think with each other,
and I think like
no, finish your thought.
No, it's viewing things as processes rather than, you know, completions, and viewing like the finished project or the finished product of our projects is something we won't be here to enjoy or observe. So all the value that we can derive from the project is in the doing of it, not in the completion of it.
I like at the end of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and Nietzsche, Zarathustra says, "What matters my happiness? I have my work." But this point that it's from the doing of it, and I think like even like on a meta level, like for me anyway, or like for both of us, like think about the enjoyment that we derive from either reading Hegel or Marx, but like they're not around to enjoy that. Like we're just enjoying the fruits of their labor. So, you know, hypothetically, it may be just in the same way that people study the Frankfurt School or whatever. I'm sure people will be studying Theory Underground in 50 years from now.
Yeah, I think to be honest, I do, maybe not super often, but from time to time, maunder and fantasize about this future where people look back at right now and all the things that are happening and what's going on, and like, no, I'll be dead. I don't believe in any afterlife. I like it's not about how will I be interpreted, how will I be remembered. It is about how am I living right now. Like I don't need to. It's fun to fantasize, and there's enjoyment and there's pleasure and all this, but that isn't what sustains me in the doing of this. Like I really do get deep gratification just from understanding my situation and my context, and like the contributions that I hope to make aren't for me futural propositions entirely. Of course, I do hope to be remembered, but it's like, no, I want to get my chocolate in the world's peanut butter, and vice versa. Like I want to be meaningfully engaged right now, because the predominant mode of social life is atomization, total alienation, disengagement, pseudo activity, like all these things. And for very many people, I think the left simulates that engagement and that involvement, but it's just more masturbation.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm just I'm finding it so useful because I just read Anna Kornblue's immediacy book, but I really think like a lot of the things you read it too, yeah. I just coming to my mind that I think a lot of this pseudo activity that you're talking about is just a product of being drowning in immediacy. And I think it's really hard, but I was emphasizing in my talk with her, and I think you guys are doing it as well, is that a lot of our work is like creating the conditions for mediation where a real activity might happen, like real activity might surprise us, you know? But it's beautiful when it does happen, and it does happen. So we just have to remain committed to that.
And to some degree
Absolutely.
that requires getting a little I would say black-pilled, but also just realistic about the current situation where activity is pseudo-activity. And it actually, you have the most radical people on the one side, even if what they're doing is not pseudo-activity, even if it's like the most, even if it actually has some kind of a real-world impact, you can't measure the way it causes a reaction across the fractured masses that then, in their reaction usually go into passivity. Like when I think of like an Antifa BLM protester throwing a, brick through a window. Well, sure, maybe that causes the reaction of the Proud Boys, showing up to counter protest the next day or whatever. And so people think, oh, it's action and these things are driving one another. And it's like, no, but you're not noticing that that's like 0.001% of the country, and that everyone else is sinking into their couches, eating ice cream, jacking off, and crying themselves to sleep because they see no fucking future because of your activity. Because of your activity. They see no way forward because they're like, oh, the only pathway forward is insane. The only people who actually want change are crazy. And they think that they're doing something when they're not doing something. Right? And so the conditions of possibility for real action, I think that I like how you said that, Cadell. That is, I think, something that unites us it's not it's not a complete cynicism, because we're building something bigger that will be mediated, that will be intergenerational, that will outlast us. And we're not just saying, hey, there's nothing you can do except go throw things.
Yeah, I think it's hard not to overstate also the dimension of like the intergenerational aspect. It's really hard to set that up, but I think that's another crucial piece to the puzzle, is that if we don't learn how to mediate the intergenerational, then we're really, in the black pill.
Yeah, man. Now a quick point of order. We can either, spend the last 10 minutes here closing out if you want to go soon, or if you're down to be here for another, basically 40 minutes, we can keep reading.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
Because OG Rose, aka, one half of OG Rose, Daniel Garner, will be coming in for his segment at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And so we've got plenty of time. Faith. This is chapter 1. It's called Faith. He never knew it would feel like this. She had entered his life, transformed his world, opened his body and mind, yet throughout it all, he had told himself that his devotion to her did not compromise his devotion to God. I had warned myself, he recalls, not to reckon on worldly happiness, but it turns out that this is precisely what he did. He loved her, and because he loved her, he is shattered by her death. For days and nights, he records the mad words, the bitter resentment, the fluttering in the stomach, the nightmare unreality, the wallowed in tears. His pious friends tell him to take solace in God, and in the words of St. Paul, quote, do not mourn like those who have no hope, end quote. He comes to understand, however, that what St. Paul says can comfort only those who love God better than the dead. His faith in God would direct him toward an eternal life. But in loving her and in mourning her death, he is not comforted by his faith in God and eternity. He does not want to repose in eternal peace. He wants her to come back and their life together to go on in the time and space of their shared experience. The earthly beloved, he writes, incessantly triumphs over our mere idea of her. And you want her too. You want her with all her resistances, all her faults, all her unexpectedness. That is, in her foursquare and independent reality. And this, not any image or memory, is what we are to love still after she is dead. The words belong to C.S. Lewis in his book, A Grief Observed, written after the death of his wife, Joy Davidman. Davidman. Great name. While Lewis was one of the most influential Christian writers of his time, A Grief Observed strikes a different tone. Rather than preach or instruct, Lewis seeks to describe what is happening to him in the experience of mourning as he explores the pain and desperation of losing his beloved. What emerges through this account is not simply a crisis of faith, in the sense that the death of his wife makes him doubt the existence of God. What emerges is something deeper, an insight that his faith in God cannot offer any consolation for the loss of a loved one. If a mother is mourning the death of her child, Lewis writes, she may still hope to glorify God and enjoy him forever, which may be a comfort to the God-aimed eternal spirit within her, but not to her motherhood. The specifically maternal happiness must be written off. Never at any place or time will she have her son on her knees, or bathe him, or tell him a story, or plan for his future, or see her grandchild. In contrast to his religious faith in eternity, Lewis describes a passionate commitment to finite life. The mother who is mourning her child, or the lover who is mourning his beloved, is devoted to a relationship that requires time to be what it is. Love is not something that can take place in an instant. Rather, love expresses a commitment to caring for another person across time. The temporality of such love is not merely an unavoidable condition. It is intrinsic to the positive qualities of being with the beloved. In loving another, one cherishes a projected future, the repetition of acts, and the ongoing time of living together. It is the end of such a temporal life that one mourns when the beloved is lost. And as Lewis makes clear, the hope for eternity is not a consolation. Even if the hope for eternity was fulfilled, it would not bring back the life they shared together. Whose turn to read the giant quote by C.S. Lewis?
I'll go. Suppose that the earthly lives she and I shared for a few years are in reality only the basis for, or prelude to, or earthly appearance of, two unimaginable, supercosmic, eternal somethings. Those somethings could be pictured as spheres or globes. Where the plane of nature cuts through them, that is, in earthly life, they appear as two circles. Circles are slices of spheres. Two circles that touched. But those two circles, above all the point at which they touched, are the very thing I am mourning for, homesick for, famished for. You tell me, she goes on, but my heart and body are crying out, come back, come back. Be a circle, touching my circle on the plane of nature, but I know this is impossible. I know that the thing I want is exactly the thing I can never get. The old life. The jokes, the drinks, the arguments, the lovemaking, the tiny, heartbreaking commonplace. Or any view whatever to say, H is dead, is to say, all that is gone. It is a part of the past, and the past is the past, and that's what time means. And time itself is one more name for death, and heaven itself is a state where the former things have passed away. Unless, of course, you can literally believe all that stuff about family reunions on the further shore, pictured in entirely earthly terms. But that is all unscriptural, all out of bad hymns and lithographs. There's not a word of it in the Bible. Lewis here vividly articulates how the attachment to the beloved is expressed through a commitment to living on with her. He cannot come to terms with the death of his wife because he wants their life together to continue, and the temporal rhythm and physical concreteness that gave their relationship its unique quality. Accordingly, he doesn't want them to be self-sufficient, timeless beings, what he describes as two unimaginable, supercosmic, eternal somethings. Rather, he wants them to be in need of each other, vulnerable and open to being transformed by the touch of the other. For the same reason, the promise of an eternal state of being cannot deliver what he desires. In the consummation of eternity, here described as a state of heaven where all former things have passed away in favor of eternity, there would be no time for their relationship to live on. Eternity would put an end to their time together, and in such a state, their love could not survive. The commitment to his beloved that animates a grief observed is therefore at odds with Lewis's commitment to God. As a long-standing reader of Christian theology, he is well aware that he is not supposed to love mortal beings as ends in themselves, but only as beings toward the love of God. As he explains in A Grief Observed, if you're approaching him not as the goal, but as the road, not as the end, but as a means, you're not really approaching him at all. This is why Lewis emphasizes that the Bible does not support visions of an afterlife that project reunions with the people you have loved throughout your life. Such visions are not directed toward God as the end, but at most treat God as a means for retrieving the mortal beloved. The vision of an afterlife where Lewis's wife would welcome him is attached to living on with the beloved rather than to dwelling in the eternity of God. Lewis thus illuminates my central distinction between living on, prolonging a temporal life, and being eternal, absorbed in a timeless existence. As he makes agonizingly clear, the former cannot be reconciled with the latter. In mourning his wife, Lewis loves her as an end in herself. He doesn't want anything beyond her. He wants her to return and their life as lovers to go on. The jokes, the drinks, the arguments, the lovemaking, the tiny, heartbreaking commonplace. This desire is committed to sharing a life that requires time to be what it is. In wanting his beloved to come back, an eternal life is not only unattainable, but also undesirable. He wants their relationship to live on, rather than to be absorbed in an eternal life.
I just want to say this is like super actual for me because one of my longest standing relationships to discussing Christianity is with a man in New York State who is older than me, and we always have discussions about Christianity. And he always told me that God comes before his wife, and for his wife, God comes before him. But then now in sort of the actuality of her passing, she has Alzheimer's. He's sort of confronting the void beneath that. So he actually doesn't have a support with God here. He's just confronting the void that in some sense has been obfuscated by this belief in God. So I think it's really important that we sort of take, what's being said here, to heart, that, again, to really love the other is to really live, but that's going to come with an immense fragility and also a relationship to the void ultimately. But continue reading on. One may ask here why the choice between living on and eternity has to be an either-or. Many popular conceptions of the afterlife assume that living on and being in eternity can be combined, allowing one to keep the positive qualities of life without the threat of losing them. Thus, in response to my argument, the prominent theologian, Miroslav Volf, has emphasized that Christian visions of eternity are better understood as visions of an endless rather than a timeless existence. Volf concedes that a timeless life would be meaningless, since there can be no experiences and no events without time. Nevertheless, he maintains that it would be desirable to live forever. In such an eternity, there would still be time, but none of the changes in time would be experienced as a negative loss. Rather, all forms of change would be experienced as an ongoing part of the divine good. The afterlife would thus enable one to live on with the beloved in an experience of eternity that is untouched by the prospect of tragic loss. My argument, however, is that an endless life is just as meaningless as a timeless one. The risk of tragic loss, the loss of your own life, and the loss of what you love, is not a prospect that can be eliminated, but an intrinsic part of why it matters what you do with your life. If you and your beloved did not believe that your lives were finite, Neither one of you would take your lives to be at stake, and there would be no urgency to do anything with your time. You could never care for yourselves, for one another, or for the commitment that you share, since you would have no sense of fragility. By the same token, you could feel no need to make effort on behalf of the relationship, since you would have no apprehension that the other person could leave you or that your relationship could break down. The moments of profound intimacy would not be experienced as precious, but as the given state of things. You would expect everything to be settled rather than dependent on your engagement and attention, as well as on your unforeseeable responses to your beloved. This is why living on with your beloved is incompatible with being in eternity, even on the level of the imagination. As soon as you remove the sense of finitude and vulnerability, you remove the vitality of any possible love relationship. The sense of finitude reverberates in every aspect of your life. In living on, you always remain vulnerable by virtue of leading a temporal life. Living on does not protect you against the regret of having done something irreversible, the pain of not being able to fulfill a given ambition, or the heartbreak of being left by the one you love. Indeed, your world can break down precisely because you live on after the death of everything you love. This death can be much more painful and fearful than the prospect of your own death, not least because it is the death that you have to survive.
I want to just say a thing about fragility, because you guys had talked about it when I was downstairs. Cadell, you were talking about it. Who is the thinker you were saying is talks about the precariat and that we're precarious to death and
Guy Standing. He's a Marxist as well. He developed the idea of the precariat class, which I regularly cite. I think it's a great concept.
Yeah. I used to be super into it, and I still think it matters in a sense. Like, I'm not saying that, I like the proletariat more or whatever, but that would be a topic for a whole other conversation. But here's what I love about it. I love that it's basing any project in the fact that we are vulnerable and fragile in a sense. And now with qualifications, right? We have to be anti-fragile. We have to be resilient. We have to blah, 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 blah. And obviously, like, there's a version of this, like, we're all so fragile, that turns into a politics of like anti-discomfort. And, we have to stop discomfort for anybody who's, whatever. Well, that's not what I mean. And that's not what Guy Standing means either. But I just wanted to make my plug for Emmanuel Levinas, because I would say that he is the thinker from the history of philosophy whose fundamental contribution is the development of concepts related to and the thinking through the experience of that human precarity. What he calls the face is, on the one side, the fact that the other can always overflow the categories we put them into, the boxes we put them into, the ways that we sort of presuppose how they will be in certain situations. So the infinity of sort of like the other is unpredictable. But also, when you hear of the Levinasian face, you should also be thinking of not just that they're not predictable, but also that they are vulnerable. You could stab their eyes out. Like it's not the visage. It's not the actual exterior with flesh and lips and actual fleshy eyeball. No. Like when he says the face, he's talking about human, like the something more than what you initially see. Like there's something that can shine out through the eye that you go, there's something more here. Yeah. So
this is Zizek says. I would say here, I want to propose, if this makes sense to you in the Levinasian sense, is that Zizek always says the real monstrous contradiction is that the eternity of love appears in the temporality of finite life. It's not this juxtaposition between finite life and eternity. It's that eternity shines into finite life. And I would say, in my experience, in regards to what you were saying, I want just very quick, in the precariousness of the human face of, let's say, someone you love deeply, or someone you hurt, someone you betrayed, someone you broke their heart, like this precarity of the other person that you didn't expect, it just shatters you into a million pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just the, they could have their eyeball stabbed out, or they could die, or they could be hurt. It's also that they are potential, that they are virtually purposive, that it's that story that Dr. Leswin Laubscher told in that special episode I did for Levinas, where I had a couple of Levinasians on my stream, when he was talking about going to apartheid Africa, or post-apartheid Africa, where he had grown up, and interviewing farmers. And one of the guys, the grad student, was all excited to apply all these Derridian and Levinasian concepts and whatnot in his interviews. But then when he actually gets there and he's having a conversation with this farmer, he finds out that this guy was the most, he was the top of his class. He was going to be a doctor and get his family out of poverty. But then because of apartheid, he was forced to work in some white man's field. And he had his entire virtually purposive, element of his humanity negated, which was to say he couldn't become actualized in any of the ways he felt called to be. That goes so far beyond, we can get hurt, right? Like, because the thing is, we'll hurt ourselves to actualize. And so, yeah, I love that point about the infinity being in the finite. Terence had brought up, does, the infinity of totality and infinity contradict the finitude that Hägglund is talking about? And the answer is just no. Actually, like, the starting point for Levinas is this kind of precarity and finitude, for sure.
It'd be interesting also to do an analysis of, or maybe a conversation about the differences or the commonality between Levinas's infinity, and Hegel has a dialectic between false infinity and true infinity. That's another conversation, but that would be an interesting one to explore at some point.
Yeah, that would be really cool. All right, I'll read my section. Is it the sense right there? Oh, hence, as long as you are attached to someone or something that you can lose, you are susceptible to suffering. To attain a peaceful state of eternity, you must be liberated from the risk of losing what you love. Were such liberation possible, however, nothing would matter to you. You literally would not care. There would be no urgency to do anything or maintain love for anyone, since nothing of value could be lost. You could not even be motivated to sustain a single activity, since it would not count as a loss for you if you did not engage in the activity. The passion and pathos of living with your beloved are therefore incompatible with the security of an eternal life. The sense of something being unique and irreplaceable is inseparable from the sense that it can be lost. This relation to loss is inscribed in the very form of living on. To live on is never to repose in a timeless or endless presence. Rather, to live on is to remain after a past that has ceased to be and before an unpredictable future that may not come to be. And just, Cadell, I want to ask, would you say that this is where you were talking about age and maturity corresponding in a lot of cases, because with age you have accumulated negativity? Is this what you mean when you say that?
I think that there's a tendency in maybe what Hägglund's talking about, the passion and pathos of living, that you have to actually experience the negativity of that passion and pathos of living before you come to sort of embody and embrace a certain level of uncertainty. I think there is a tendency in 20-year-olds, and I went through it myself, to demand, and I think that's the right word actually, to make the distinction between demand and drive, that to demand some eternal guarantee, some certainty, some perfection, whatever form it takes, secular or otherwise.
And so
just one more thing that on this point is, like, at least for Hegel, it's like he says, in some sense, the development or the age or the maturity it's only possible to understand singular universality with that age, maturity, and development. And before that, before experiencing the negativity of your own singularity, you demand some sort of abstract universality.
And so how does that then tie into like the scene? I don't know how to frame or present the question, but I think the internet is with just saying a thing about CMT, critical media theory, that I've been doing with Nance and others at Theory Underground for the last year. Friction-free living and pure positivity is what the medium promises you. And so when you're going through your 20s and you demand the world, your drive needs like this sort of promise, or I don't know how you would describe it, but what are you saying? Like, how does that affect the theory scene when
there's a response. I think the responsibility is on the side of the older individuals here to create the right distance, but the right distance has to be you have to create the right distance at the initial conditions of the relation. You can't create the right conditions retroactively. Like if you allow, say you collaborate with someone 10 years younger and you put them and you abstractly put them on the same level as you, pedestalize them, and then you try to create a distance retroactively. It won't work because you put them on the same level as you, and then they will experience it as a hit. They'll experience it as it's offensive. Like, and also it's that they don't know the structures and the distances that need to be put in place, that we're all in the void. So it requires, I think, the older person setting up the distance a priori, and then creating meaning, like Daniel Tutt says in the subtitle of his book Psychoanalysis in the Family, it's a crisis of initiation. So you create the distance, but you also create the structures where initiation processes can be unfolding, so that ultimately the ideal is that over mediation of 5-10 years, that there is equality. But it has to be, but we can't just jump the gun and expect equality. We have to build into our structures age and levels of development somehow. But this is a huge problem. And then that also requires that people who are of the same age and like of the same sort of place in building, that we are able to collaborate and coordinate internal to ourselves. Otherwise we're just alone, right? Just trying to figure it out and not sharing our mistakes.
Right. And kind of how I think about it is like, you kind of have to fail a bunch of times, and that those failures can't just be like, oh, I got an F on an exam. Like those failures have to be like, you bottom out completely. And then the various steps along the way there, those are all sublated. Are you saying no?
Yeah, I'm totally agreeing that like
Okay.
when you're in the distinction between in the distinction between getting an F versus bottoming out, it has to be an existential failure, and not just an existential failure for you, but an existential failure for the other. Like you have, like there is going to be failed, messy relationships along the way, and the truth of the relationship is whether or not the relationship can sublate those failures. Because if the relationship can sublate those failures, the relationship can actually get stronger. But not all relationship failures can be sublated. Sometimes you have to go separate ways. It's hard to tell oftentimes what you're dealing with, because when you're going through the failure, it can feel like you have to go separate ways. But sometimes those can be sublated.
Yeah. I knew you'd have something on that. Okay. The precarious experience of time is not only a negative peril, but also the positive possibility of coming into being, living on, and being motivated to act. The motivation to undertake any form of project, to sustain a commitment, to pursue a course of action, requires that the project be precarious, that it not be given as a fact, but must be upheld by conviction and fidelity. You have to believe in the value of the project, but you also have to believe that the project may cease to be and needs to be sustained. Thus, when you love someone, that love exists only insofar as you sustain it. Your love is not given as a fact, but is something that has to be achieved, and once achieved, has to be maintained and developed. This project requires that you believe in the value of the love, but it also requires that you believe that the love can be lost and solicits you to care. That is the end of section 1 of chapter 1.
Do I go on
Section 2.
Oh, no, Nance.
You know, well, how long is this next section? Let's see.
Should we just chat it up here?
Yeah, well, because there's only a few there's only like a couple pages actually, to this next section. So, yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Am I after you or Nance?
Well, Nance went after
you're
me
after
last
me.
time. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Nance initially fucked up the whole order for everybody, but
Yeah,
we'll
I
we'll
fucked
keep
it
it
all
up. Yeah.
I ruined everything. What I do best. The connection between caring and believing has a long philosophical lineage. With his characteristic lucidity, Aristotle makes clear that any form of care depends on belief. The beliefs that we hold should not be understood primarily as theoretical propositions, but as practical commitments. Aristotle's argument proceeds by showing that even our most immediate emotions are intelligible only in terms of the beliefs to which we are committed. For example, if you fear death, you believe in the value of your life, but you also believe that your life is under threat. As Aristotle points out, nobody will be afraid who believes nothing can happen to him. This sense of precariousness is not limited to the prospect of your own death, but extends to everything that matters to you. If you feel fear when your beloved is walking next to the edge of a cliff, it is both because you believe that the beloved is vulnerable and because you believe that his or her life is valuable. Without either of these beliefs, without your commitment to the beloved as valuable or as vulnerable, you would feel no fear, even if the other elements of the situation were the same. Pursuing the implications of Aristotle's analysis, the Greek and Roman Stoics argue that all our passions are forms of belief. The beliefs do not have to be consciously held, but are forms of practical commitments that are evident in the passions themselves. If you suffer from envy, you believe in the value of what someone else possesses and are committed to attaining it. If you are seized by anger, you believe in the value of what someone else has damaged and are committed to retribution. If you are overcome by grief, you believe in the value of what you have lost and are committed to remembering it. If you are elated by joy, you believe in the value of what you receive and are committed to maintaining it. The passions are forms of acknowledging your dependence on others and on events that exceed your control. If you are hopeful, you believe in the value of what is promised, and if you are fearful, you believe in the value of what is threatened. By the same token, you are vulnerable since you cannot finally control what will happen. Your hopes may be shattered and your fears may come true.
Okay. The goal of Stoicism is to overcome such vulnerability and attain peace of mind. The Stoic is well aware that everything he has will be taken away, but he seeks to eliminate the passions that make him suffer from the loss. Developing this argument, the early modern philosopher Spinoza advocates release from the bondage of the passions. Both the Stoics and Spinoza are eminently religious thinkers in my sense of the term. They seek to overcome secular faith, the commitment to a life that is finite and dependent on the fragile recognition of others, in favor of religious devotion to eternity. While Spinoza is that's a very interesting point. While Spinoza is deeply critical of religious superstition and pious submission to authority, he takes his own philosophical method to fill the deepest aim of religion, namely to provide the path to true salvation and blessedness, which consists in true peace of mind. I just want to say that Hegel's number one critique of Spinoza is that it's substance without subject. So this is what Hägglund is saying here about Spinoza trying to get out of the fragile recognition of others, I think is spot on.
Dude, it's also related to what you've said before about how people who, well, going back to the example of people who want to speed run into where we're at in our studies, without tarrying with the negative, or they haven't given themselves those opportunities. They're trying to short circuit their way to the big other, and because there's no obvious way to do it, they turn to religion, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like we offer fragile recognition. It's like this. It's guaranteed to come with misrecognition. Whereas like the idea of an eternal God who knows and sees everything is like, like this objective measure or something, It's like, so of course people will turn to that at a certain point.
Absolutely. I think, this is the biggest thing, and this is the hardest thing to get right with Marxist theory and this is where, again, there's this super interesting conversation I think we need to open between the structure of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit and Marxist theory, because in the phenomenology of spirit, basically Hegel's saying that in order to, as it were, embody absolute knowing, you have to pass through some sort of religious transcendental illusion. And it's part of like every phenomenal spirit's like development project that they encounter some sort of transcendental illusion, which is like on the level of religion. But it's the existential mistake of the transcendental illusion, which is where you really learn the negativity. Like not just learn it abstractly, like you learn it in your body. Anyway, go on. In a characteristic passage which draws on the Stoic analysis of the passions, Spinoza describes the path to such peace of mind. Strife will never arise on account of what is not loved, nor will there be sadness if it perishes, nor envy if it is possessed by another, nor fear, nor hatred. In a word, no disturbances of the mind. Indeed, all of these happen only in the love of those things that can perish, as all the things we have just spoken of can do. But love toward the eternal and infinite feeds the mind with a joy entirely exempt from sadness. This is greatly to be desired, and to be sought with all our strength. Hilarious. The source of all disturbances of the mind, from sadness and fear to envy and hatred, is here identified as the love of those things that can perish. The key to achieving peace of mind is to remove your love from all those things that can perish and instead direct your love toward the eternal, which feeds the mind with a joy entirely exempt from sadness. This joy is not itself a passion, but rather the state of blessedness, beautitudo, that provides the complete peace of mind which Spinoza identifies with religious salvation. I think one more paragraph here. For Spinoza, salvation is not achieved by a personal immortal soul or through transportation to a transcendental afterlife. Rather, salvation is achieved by letting go of your passions and seeing yourself as a part of what he calls God or nature. He's really good on this. The two terms are interchangeable for Spinoza, since both designate the eternal, immanent substance of everything that exists. And I think this, as a point, this is, I think, motivating. This is the philosophical foundation for what's being called panpsychism. On a side note, this is an interesting connection there. Since both designate the eternal, immanent substance of everything that exists, in contrast to finite bodies that perish. As Spinoza makes clear, any given idea or affection of a finite body is susceptible to decomposition. Furthermore, as a finite body, you can always suffer from being overpowered by external forces that are stronger than yourself and leave you shattered. Yet, by aligning yourself with the eternal substance of God or nature, you will be able to bear all this with equanimity. You will neither be hopeful nor fearful, since you will not be guided by passionate love for something finite, but rather by an intellectual, contemplative love of God's eternal nature. Accordingly, Spinoza asserts that we should strive towards pure contemplation as the highest good. While we cannot escape the fact that everything we are passionate about will be lost, we can eliminate the passion that makes the loss agonizing and achieve peace of mind by contemplating the world from the standpoint of eternity. Subspecies eternitata. That was really good. I really like his view on Spinoza. I think he's interpreting it really well and deriving like very practical insights for us.
in line with how it relates to recognition and the negation that adds up to hopefully maturity, I wanted to also just say, like, I think this is how, like you and I, Cadell, like, if we see the flaw in the other, if we see a flaw in the other, it's like, oh, human, also doing shit like I am. Like, because we both have like these things that we're constantly working on, and it's never going to be perfect. And so if I see something that could be improved, or you see something that it could be improved, we could talk shop, and it's not like this, cause like, I mean, if you were like a lot younger and you were like competitive with me and you saw me doing something wrong, you could be like, look at that. You know, oh, that's so stupid. Or you'd be like, oh, here, by the way, you might want to fix that. You know what I mean? And it's like, as opposed to like us being like, we both have had so much negation in our organizing and building projects that we're just like, we're realists about it. And it's just like, yeah, we're always working on our craft, but it's never there yet. And we're always like able to like, swap tips with each other. And it's not like, there's not like this, like, oh, that's coming from a place of like this resentment or envy, you know?
Yeah. It's super, this is like the most important thing to talk, like this is the most important thing to talk about and get right. Actually, like my upcoming conversation with Daniel Tudd on the paternal function goes into a lot of this. And we were able to sort of break down a lot of this, but it's sort of like young. So here's the crucial thing. Young guys are trying to build their metaphorical phallus, right? They want to be the master signifier, right? But if they're too close to older guys who have already built their quote unquote master signifier, then there's going to be huge sort of boundary problems and also problems of misrecognition that they don't know how to deal with. But if there are two guys who have quote unquote built their signifier, then there's, well, one, you both know that your signifier is incomplete, lacking, flawed, subject to many mistakes. Now, the huge challenge is if you can have two signifiers, like, and this is my, like, basically the project I'm trying to build with the logic for the global brain, is we have to think not the ecology of practices, but the ecology of concept. And the ecology of concept is, how do different master signifiers coordinate and build? Because that's how, like, I know you've said to me one time, like, theory underground's like your, what is it? What did you say? Fiefdom or something? But like how, like in order, so like in say philosophy portals, my fiefdom. So how do we get our, and I talked about this with Tut as well, how do we get our fiefdoms to become something bigger than that, right? It requires the coordination between different fiefdoms, right? And then you can build out the infrastructure, and you have to, and you have to affirm all the difficult pain and struggles of differentiation, which is what Spinoza's trying to get out of. So like that's Hegel's point, is that by going from by avoiding subject, the precarious recognition of desire, and just identifying with substance, he gets out of this problem of the negativity of the subject, and precisely the political problem, and this is why Hegel goes to Marx, is the problem of subjective differentiation and all of the pain of subjective differentiation that comes with navigating these difficulties.
That's really good. We're about to close it out at this point, so let's just say a couple more thoughts and close. I want to show the tour poster, and we'll say a couple things about the event we're doing this weekend, Cadell. But really quick, Nance, what do you have?
I don't know. I like this focus on precarity as the condition for meaning, and I like meaning being the impetus behind a life well lived. It's like speaking to our universal lack, and how Cadell brought up, lack is stronger than loss. And I do believe that's true, and I do believe it's evident for people who have matured, through a series of losses, but also through a series of, triumphs and jubilations. We can't take we can't take things for granted. We can't take the concrete people in your life that matter for granted. You can't take meaningful projects for granted, and you also can't take success for granted. In fact, you almost have to really embrace failure, or what gets popularly called failure, in order to have a truly successful project. We're all transient beings and all that stuff. And just to say again, this conversation I think is super important to be having right now, super timely. People are grappling with the loss of meaning, the loss of any meta narrative, the loss of shared significance. And there are very small brain solutions that are dead ends. They're either masturbatory parties until everybody dies, or they're malignant, thoughtless growths that just keep growing without any room for without any room for the negativity, right? We don't want a positivistic system. So thank you, Cadell, for coming and talking with us and adding all you did. I'm done.
Let's make our quick little plug here for the American Idiots Tour. I'm going to put that up on the screen here in a second. Cadell, what are we doing this weekend?
We're recording for the European tour.
Yeah, man.
European tour coming up. The Theory Underground Timenergy tour coming up, and we're gonna be hosting you in Paris and Brussels for the first part of the tour.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a little plug for that now?
Yeah. So as a teaser for something that is on its way, everyone, if you put your eyes on the screen, for those who are working right now and can't look at the screen, we'll describe it, but I'm going to go ahead and pull up the poster. Check it out. American Idiots EU Book Tour 2024. It's got the sort of play off of the Green Day American Idiot album cover with the arm and the fist, but instead of a grenade in the hand, it's a brain, and it's got the Timenergy symbol over it, right? We're playing off the idea that we don't want to be American idiots. And
should I be saying this? I don't see it.
Oh, sorry. No, you can't see it there. Let me share it where you can see it. Yeah, no, great point.
Okay, never mind. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it's
I'll get it on the YouTube.
Cadell. It's super cool.
No, I just shared it. You can see it in the chat now. Cadell, top right corner if you don't have the chat toggled. But
got it.
Do you see it now?
Yep.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, American Idiots EU Book Tour, Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London. And we had to drop like 10 places that we were looking into going to. And our basic way of figuring out where we were going to go to is like, who's most hospitable, who's trying the hardest to make it happen. Because our time is limited, and it's the people who are taking our time the most seriously that are getting prioritized. And Paris and Brussels are already sold out. Glasgow is going to sell out really quick, as Bram was just saying in the last episode. The Vienna one probably won't sell out too quick if you get on it. But basically a lot of these, it's going to be word of mouth. You got to DM us, because obviously Paris and Brussels, we didn't even publicize that stuff before they were full, right? And so that's Cadell. Cadell made all three of those events happen, and then he'll be joining us not just there at the beginning of the tour, but also at the end of the tour in London for 2 events, which is going to be amazing. So we're really looking forward to that. On the first, by the way, Cadell's just going to be in the audience. He's going to be a guest. He's going to be a participant as a, part of the audience, in this small, thing on the 24th. But on the 25th at the Oxford, Museum of Consciousness, Cadell's going to be one of the 5 presenters that day. Would you like to say a couple things about all of that, Cadell? Like what's going on at the Consciousness Museum?
Oh Christ! I mean, that's going to be my first experience of the Museum of Consciousness myself, so I'm looking forward to that a lot. But I just want to say, on like the deepest level, this is going to be one of those examples where real activity does come out of the product of mediation, because I feel like what we're doing, and the three of us will be hanging out for over a week to start the tour. It's an example of all of this mediation paying off, and all of this mediation leading to the transcendence of pseudo-activity. And a lot of things have gone behind the scenes to make the events in Paris and Brussels possible. And to make those events as exciting as and as constructive as I think they're going to be for us and for the guests who are joining us. And I think it's just, I guess the one thing I'll say is that I just think it's fantastic, since I met Theory Underground, that you guys have been committed to also a ground game as opposed to as well as the virtual game. And it's just going to be that much more fun to chop it up with you guys in the real. And I hope that everyone in Europe takes advantage of this opportunity to really connect with what you guys are doing, and excited to keep building the links internationally, because this is the real international intellectual movement that's going on right now, is I think the stuff we're doing.
Thanks. Thank you, Cadell. Before I let you go, though, can you make a plug for Philosophy Portal, and specifically the Philosophy of Right course that's coming up?
Yeah, so everything you want to learn about what I'm doing, if you're interested, can be found at philosophyportal.online. Philosophy Portal I brand it as the place for conceptual mediation. We have focused a lot on the works. We basically teach the foundational modern discourses, starting with Hegel, and building up through modern continental philosophy as well as psychoanalysis. If you're interested in learning that, our next course will be on the philosophy of right, Hegel's modern and mature political works, focused on ultimately a theory of the state and freedom. The course will start May 18th, 2024. All information can be found at philosophyportal.online. And Philosophy Portal is also a live event space and community where we do 4 live events every month. So if you're interested in that, Dave's also a member of the community, and would love to have you join us. So that's it, philosophyportal.online. And thanks, guys, for this reading and this conversation. Loved it. And I'll let Daniel Garner come to the stage. I'm out of here. Peace out.
Thanks, Cadell. See you soon, man.
Take care, man. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, while we get switched over here, I've just switched the screen. So, Daniel, as you come on in, I just wanted to say, point of order for everybody, we are recording a whole season of a podcast right now, all in one day. Different people are going to be parts of this podcast season. And so, yeah, we're just busting it all out, like going hard, it's what we do. We've never been as controlled in how we go about it. And so it's coming together there. Daniel, if you look, there's an invitation to join the stage, and you can click it, and then you'll be here. You'll be able to show your face. I'm not sure what it looks like to be invited onto the stage. So I don't know where you have to click. He said, let me find it. Okay, everybody. So he's finding it. This is one of the hazards of doing something new. Yeah, Benzer, this is a marathon. He was saying, thanks, y'all, for your stream. Yeah, we're not recording right now. So we record the individual segments, but then we have like this downtime between each segment. Aaron, yeah, let's go. Actually, sorry, I said it wrong. He said, let's go. There we go.
Let's go. That same thing happened to you this morning, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, I know. I said, okay, Google, text Nance, let's go. And then it sent him, let's go with a period.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
There you are, dude.
Is that it? Okay, hold on. All right.
Perfecto mundo.
Cool. Look at all this Okay.
Yeah, dude.
All right, I'm gonna start the recording.
Okay, I'm back. I found okay. Oh, look at all you people. Okay, camera on.
Hey.
Oh,
there's your beautiful face, man.
There we go. Look
right
at
in
that
my
beautiful
day.
face. Oh my goodness, y'all are Cadell on and beauty. It's so good to see you, friends. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Wonderful.
Good.
Wonderful.
Better now that you're here.
Oh my goodness, Nance. I'm doing wonderful now that I've seen y'all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I hope y'all are doing well.
So, okay, everybody, welcome to Theory Underground, episode 4 in the series or season that we're doing right now for Martin Hägglund's This Life, which is, the subtitle is Secular Faith and Spiritual Freedom. The previous episodes we had Anne and Nance and Bram and Cadell, and now we have Daniel Garner of OG Rose, one half of OG Rose, the other half of whom will be joining me on April 18th for a special interview on the Learning and Contradiction live stream, which is going to be one of the most epic marathon live stream events at Theory Underground for sure. So Daniel, welcome. It's good to have you here, man.
It is a pleasure to see y'all, and I've noticed I've got an option to turn on music. I might have to turn that on randomly throughout and do a little like Cadell was doing the conscious dance hands. That's the consciousness dance from now on. I am so going to do that. I love having this music button. The world is a very bright and beautiful place. And yes, Michelle is very much looking forward to the live stream. And it's a pleasure to be one half of OG Rose. And it's a pleasure to be here. And I appreciate the invitation and hope you're doing well. I'm resisting the urge to hit that music button right now. But it really is calling my name.
Do it.
Just do it. Here we go.
Transgress. Do it.
You can hear it? Oh, yeah. Here we go.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it, but I'll hit it too. There we go. There we go.
Gonna talk about finitude and its role in the meaningful life about you need a parental. You throw away finitude and you can't have freedom or meaning or anything. You need the finitude. Finitude.
Okay.
Okay, good. I'm glad we could do it. Yeah. Wow, do you think we're going to get like royalties from Yeah, I'm telling you. Are we going to get like money for royalties for that when they use it in all the bookstores? I really hope so. Like all the Benjamins.
Yeah, please.
Oh, well, that
was
great.
history
all
in the making.
Benjamins.
Everyone watching, you just observed history in the making.
Yeah, man. It just happened. We had the finitude rain, like purple rain, finitude rain. Maybe we'll call it that. Make it rain, Benjamin. It's great. I'm glad we could have that moment, guys.
Lots
really
of Benjamins.
Thank you.
Oh, shout out to Michelle in the chat. Welcome, Michelle. Great to have you here.
Hi, beautiful. It's so good to see you. Feel you in my heart.
Hey-o.
So let's assess where we are. And first check in, Daniel. Have you seen any of today?
I saw a little bit of Cadell there, so that was delightful. And I enjoyed what he had to say and appreciated quite a bit of what he was saying. So that was lovely.
Cool. And so we'll give you a quick summary of the book where we're at so far and background for everybody else. Daniel is a religious man, and so he is sort of entering the den of thieves and liars and sinners, and so he's coming down with us filthy dirtbags, and he is he's getting muddy with us. And so great to have you, Daniel, as our token Christian on the stream. You're the only one we wanted, and the only one who gets to speak.
I love mud. It's just coated all over. Oh, it feels good.
I don't endorse that statement. I could say you're among my favorites for sure, but
you're so sweet. I love you.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. Okay. Well, with that, yeah, no, but you are, unlike most tokens at Theory Underground, you are allowed to speak on behalf of all Christendom. Okay. So with that said,
this is true.
Yeah. So the point of this book so far is to say that our ability to care about this life is based in finitude, which he calls a secular faith, because of course we don't know that we don't continue to live after death. But secular faith is the hunch that says, well, probably, and even if not probably, we should act as though that's true, because, this life might be the only one we've got, which also means that climate change matters. And then he had said, like, from any other religious standpoint, something like that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. You can say the kinds of like, oh, well, we should be good stewards, and oh, well, God would want us to do this, and we'll ultimately be judged for this or what. But what he's saying is that what's underlying that when the religious person, whether they're Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, Judeo or Christian, in any of these cases, the person who is advocating for the environment or for their fellow earthlings, much less human beings, is doing so on the basis of a secular freedom that they're probably disavowing. And he uses C.S. Lewis in the previous section as an example of someone who, what was the book that he wrote? It was called
Brief Observe. And I should note, Dave, not to interrupt, I did get to about page 200. So I haven't been there for the stream for work, but I did get to quite a bit of it. I got to the natural and spiritual freedom, but that's about it. But the Brief Observe section was quite interesting.
Had you ever read that work before?
No, I had not.
Me, I grew up in a family that loved C.S. Lewis, but I did not ever read The Grief Observed.
I'm sorry, I have not read this book before. I have read Grief Observed and like Problem of Pain and those different things. No, I didn't mean.
See, you keep hiding your power level in this conversation, and then I walk myself into. Okay, wonderful. So you're way on the wavelength then, so we can just continue. So basically, if you have any statement you would like to make going in. The basic way that we've been doing this is 80% reading, 20% talking. It's a general exegetical, principle we try to use, or follow in order to bend the bow against the tendency of the internet, which is to never read books and to never let authors speak for themselves. Anything you would want to add to that, Nance?
It's 77-23%, because we don't like the Pareto ratio because Pareto was a fascist. But yeah, we aim for the majority of reading. But no, actually, Daniel, I am very excited to discuss this with you. It's a super important topic. And I read a lot of C.S. Lewis in the past. So but this is not C.S. Lewis, this is Martin Hägglund. I'm super excited to have this conversation with you.
Yeah, man.
Well, I am super excited. Oh.
So I think we'll just resume and we're doing the 3-puff pass, which is each of us reads 3 paragraphs. And so I'll read 1 paragraph just to get it started, and then you'll read 1 paragraph, and then Nance will read 3, and then we'll go right back into 3s. But we'll start with me and Daniel each reading 1 paragraph. So Spinoza presents a clear version of what I call the religious aspiration to eternity. This aspiration is not limited to visions of a transcendent afterlife, but pertains just as well to an imminent ideal of attaining complete peace of mind. Indeed, I define as religious any ideal of being absolved from the pain of loss. That's an interesting definition of religious. Okay, let's keep that in mind. While many religious ideals include pain and suffering as necessary steps on the way to salvation, the ultimate goal is to be absolved from vulnerability. I argue that such absolution is not only impossible to attain, but also not a goal worthy of our striving, since it would remove the care that animates our lives. Whether the absolution is conceived as transcendent or immanent, it requires that we renounce our commitment to finite life. To achieve absolution, we cannot love any mortal beings as ends in themselves, but only as means toward the end of suffering. If we were absolved from suffering, viewing the world from the standpoint of eternity, we could no longer care about whether someone lives or dies, since nothing that happens could count as a loss for us. Being eternal is therefore undesirable, and a standpoint of eternity is unintelligible, since it would remove any form of practical commitment that makes it possible to be engaged in the world. Now Daniel reads a paragraph, and then Nance will take 3. And then we'll all be on the 3-puff pass.
Wonderful. And this is so fancy how your technological skill and dexterity is very impressive. I really like this. My argument can helpfully compare to that of a thinker is often aligned with Spinoza, but who in fact comes close to grasping the dynamic of secular faith, Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche's critique of religious faith should not be reduced to his famous saying, God is dead, meaning that belief in eternal life or eternal being has been discredited. Rather, Nietzsche's important argument is that the death of God should not be received as bad news. If one laments the absence of eternal life, one is still in the grip of religious ideal, even though one does not believe that it can be realized. In contrast, Nietzsche pursues a reevaluation of the value of an eternal life that would be free from suffering and loss. As Nietzsche emphasizes, it is pernicious to endorse the ideal of eternal life or eternal being, since it leads to a devaluation of the commitment to temporal, finite life. Suffering and loss are not merely necessary steps on the way to bliss or inescapable, unfortunate conditions. They are intrinsic parts of what makes life worth living.
Yet there is a crucial difference between saying that suffering is part of the life I desire and saying that I desire suffering. Nietzsche's deepest insights adhere to the first formulation, but he is continually tempted to embrace the second formulation and thereby loses hold of his own insight. For example, Nietzsche regularly advocates a love of fate, amor fati, that would be so strong that one doesn't resent anything that happens, no matter how much suffering it causes. One wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. But by the same token, however, one would no longer suffer, since to suffer is to be at odds with what happens, to struggle against it. Nietzsche's idealization of a strength of life or embrace of death leads him to deny the very condition of suffering that he seeks to affirm. Contrary to what Nietzsche tends to claim, affirming mortal life does not entail embracing death. To affirm mortal life is to oppose death, to resist and defer it as best as possible. But since mortal life is essentially linked to death, it is internally bound to what it opposes. To keep faith in mortal life, then, is to remain vulnerable to a pain that no strength can finally master. Mortality is not only intrinsic to what makes life meaningful, but also makes life susceptible to lose meaning and become unbearable. The point is not to overcome this vulnerability, but to recognize that it is an essential part of why our lives matter and why we care. Section 3. Secular faith is a condition of intelligibility for any form of care. For anything to be intelligible as mattering, for anything to be at stake, we have to believe in the irreplaceable value of someone or something that is finite. This secular faith, which the religious aspiration to eternity seeks to leave behind, is expressed by care for anyone or anything living on. Secular faith is a condition of possibility for commitment and engagement, but by the same token, secular faith leaves us open to devastation and grief. I think Dave stepped away. I'll read another one.
I can do it.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
I'm right.
Look at that beautiful man.
I'm right here, but please go for it. I'm applying some healing ointment to my knees that are damaged from all this running.
Oh, that sounds beautiful. I just have this image now of you applying ointment. That's wonderful, Dave. So I'll read. I'll do 3. The most fundamental form of secular faith is the faith that life is worth living, which is intrinsic to all forms of care. In caring about our own lives and the lives of others, we necessarily believe that life is worth living. This is a matter of faith because we cannot prove that life is worth living despite all the suffering it entails. That life is worth living cannot be demonstrated through a logical deduction or rational calculation. Rather, the faith that life is worth living sustains us even where our lives seem to be unbearable or intolerable. Moreover, it is because we believe that life is worth living that our lives can appear as unbearable or intolerable in the first place. If we did not believe that life is worth living, we could not experience our lives either as fulfilling or as unbearable, since we would be indifferent to the quality of our lives and unmoved by anything that happens. Even our most elementary ability to care depends on secular faith. Secular faith has 3 interrelated aspects which are inseparable in the dynamic of care but can be distinguished analytically. First, secular faith is an existential commitment. The faith that life is worth living is not caused by some vital force, but is constituted by the commitment to a fragile form of life. The form of life to which we are committed to normative is normative, since we lead our lives in light of a conception of who we ought to be and what we ought to do. Our existential commitment to a form of life is not reducible to a drive for self-preservation and is a condition for even the most altruistic deeds. If I give my life for another person, it is because I believe that her life is worth living, and I am committed to her sustenance. Similarly, if I sacrifice my life for a cause, it is because I believe in its importance and seek to help the cause be carried on in history. The existential commitment to a form of life is a condition of caring at all. If I did not have faith that life is worth living, I would never be compelled to fight for the memory of the past or for a better future.
All right. Good job. All right. Second, secular faith is a necessary uncertainty. In being committed to someone or something, I must have faith in the future and in those on whom I depend. I cannot be certain of what others will do, so I have to relate to them on the basis of faith. Faith provides the positive chance of having a relation to others, of trusting them, but it also opens the negative threat of being deceived or betrayed. The same holds for any relation to the future. I cannot be certain of what will happen, so I have to take the future on faith. Secular faith marks the possibility of having a future, of being committed, but for the same reason, it entails the peril of having faith in a future that may shatter my hopes and wreck the cause to which I am devoted. Now, I'm about to get into the third point here, but first I want to make a quick little hello, camera, and also people listening to this via podcast in the future. If you're listening to this live, please smash the like button. If you want to encourage us to keep doing this kind of thing, it makes us happy. Also, if you are listening to this by podcast, you can rate the podcast. And, next time I get canceled, there'll probably be a couple hundred people rating it negatively. So we better start rating it positively to get out ahead of that, right? So, come on, get on there, And, with that, I'll keep reading. Third, the precariousness of secular faith is a motivational force. In keeping faith with a form of life, whether expressed through the commitment to a person, a project, or a principle, I have to believe that the object of faith is precarious. My commitment to the continued life of someone or something is inseparable from my sense that it cannot be taken for granted. There has to be a prospective risk of loss for anything to be at stake in sustaining a form of life. Without the exposure to loss, there would be no impetus to care for anything, since there would be no risk that could motivate the act of taking care. Part of what compels me to keep faith with a person, a project, or a principle is my apprehension that it can be lost or compromised and thereby requires my fidelity. Quick little aside about this. On the one side, obviously, there's this sort of crypto Heideggerianism thing going on with care being the fundamental basis revealed by death. But also, I had brought in an earlier episode, and so it bears repeating, that Levinas, as the, I would say, best sort of imminent critique of the Heideggerian project, argues that it's not just finitude that, your own finitude that is shown. It's actually, he says, the horizon cast by death is what causes the child to actually stand out, right? Like the child as the other that can live on. And of course, that's literal, but it's also figurative for Levinas, which means your books, your writing, the things that you do that will leave an imprint on the world, right? Or the things that you do that are a bid on the future, whether you're an artist or what have you. And so there's that side of things. But also, I think one of the things that rubs me wrong as we've been going through this is the rhetoric of the democratic socialist. And so I just want to say the rhetoric of the democratic socialist, he is trying to push extreme blue, like blue no matter who, like they just all congregate in Berkeley or Portland. And he's trying to push them a little bit more humanitarian, a little bit more left. And my issue with it is that this leaning into trusting one another thing is great if we're talking about like your neighborhood. It's great if we're talking about intentional communities. It's great if we're talking about the Gemeinschaft. But as soon as you're talking about Gesellschaft, you're talking about the society at large, it's too late, man. This bus has left the station. Do not tell people to trust one another because we're all dependent on one another, we don't trust because we are dependent and we've been screwed. And there's no reason to believe that any political figure is going to be more trustworthy if they were to get into power, whether it's revolutionary or reformist or whether they say the right things or not. This whole we must trust thing is just not being a realist about the post-trust world that we live in, which is a natural consequence of the medium. It's nobody's fault. It's not the fault of some shadowy group. There's lots of shadowy groups, and of course there are. It's every hedge fund is a shadowy group. Every lobbyist group is a shadowy group. Every group of friends in some position of power or privilege is, in some sense, like trying to do something to its advantage. But that's not the point. That's not the reason to be distrustful. It's the medium itself. It has undermined the conditions of possibility for the trust, and so we need some kind of a post-trust solution. And if we can't get that, we're screwed. And I've written about this in a book that has yet to see the light of day. Maybe someday it will, but for the time being, it's unpublished. But it's just like, that's where a lot of my black pillingness or whatever, black pillory, it really started with this, like, oh, we are post-trust. Like, you can come to terms with it or not, but that's the situation. So, yeah, either of you can say anything on that if you want, or I'll finish the last of my paragraphs here.
Oh, it was hot. I look forward to this. So we're going to get like these unpublished books of Dave that we're all going to find in the bookcases behind a secret door. Oh, it's going to be great. I look forward to that. Yeah, Ivan Illich talked about, just as a quick note on the thing that you were saying about trust, is Ivan Illich talks about how society today disables us. So that we're disabled from doing things. We say we can't hunt, we don't have skills. And what's important is that trust is not merely an emotional thing, but also trust people to do. Where I trust you to be able to help me in certain things. And if we're all disabled, the first thing that occurs, which is an emergent property of technological society, like you're saying, it's not necessarily a giant conspiracy or whatever, then people end up disabled from doing things. And so then it goes, okay, well then we can at least trust people on an emotional level. But here's the thing about that. Emotional trust is really, 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 really hard and demands a lot of you. But if you could at least fall back on, well, I don't know how to emotionally trust this guy because he's really closed off, but he's really good at chopping wood. Then you would have a fail-safe for trust on the act to give another opportunity for the emotional trust to develop. But when you're disabled and you don't need one another in the community to do things, you don't have a reason to get around to gradually allow emotional trust to develop. So then that naturally leads to the loss of trust, simply because you don't have these spaces in which you can see people. Because if I've never met you, but you come and you're able to help cut down a tree, then that's a basis for like being open to you, even if I don't emotionally connect. But what ends up happening is now basically to trust people, you have to go straight in to the emotional connection, which basically with human beings almost never works, or it's very difficult to work because of how much reality in the Lacanian sense that brings about. So that dynamic of disablement hurts trust dramatically. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Fire, man. Absolute fire. That's amazing. Yeah. No, really good point about disablement. And every time I hear you talk about disablement, I get more excited for that Illich course that we're inevitably going to get to in June that Brian is teaching. PSA coming soon, everybody. But also, Daniel has taught on Illich at OG Rose, which you can also probably get a hold of still to this day. I know there's definitely public stuff on his channel. There's probably also other stuff. Just talk to him. All right. Secular faith animates both our relation to what we want to protect and our relation to what we aspire to achieve. In caring, we may be devoted not only to what we have and strive to maintain, but also to what we do not have and strive to achieve. By the way, shout out to Kolith's Mindscape, said, loving this text right now. And also to Theo, who came all the way back to the computer just to say that this is such a fire exegetical. He's so excited about it. And then he's like, okay, back to work. I got to go back to work. He's like, I just had to make this comment. And so I think that what they're saying here on the live side hopefully speaks to how you're feeling there on the podcast side while you're working away. So great to have you all with us. Our faith in the future expresses an existential commitment. We are committed to pursuing one possibility rather than another. This commitment entails the necessary uncertainty of secular faith, since we run the risk of failure or loss in pursuing the possibility to which we are devoted. Furthermore, the risk of failure or loss is intrinsic to the motivational force of the commitment itself. In order to be motivated to act, we have to believe that the possibility is not given once and for all, but requires that we sustain it through our engagement. I think it's Nance. Is that right? Yeah. We changed up the order again. Yeah.
Always, man. The risk of loss is thus an essential part of the dynamic of secular faith. Keeping faith with an existential commitment to a political transformation, a filial relation, and artistic creation, and so on, can always leave us bereaved, since what we believe in may cease to be or never come to be. For this reason, one may think that the most desirable form of commitment would be to have faith in someone or something that will always be, that cannot ever be lost. This ideal of eternity, which can take many different forms, is the common denominator for what I call religious forms of faith. I emphasize the adjective religious rather than the noun religion, since the ideal I am targeting is not limited to specific forms of institutionalized religion. Moreover, my critique of religious faith is not restricted to beliefs concerning a supernatural God, a divine creation of the universe, or an otherworldly state of being. At least one of the major world religions, being Buddhism, does not provide either a supernatural God or cosmogony that seeks to explain why the universe exists. Furthermore, certain forms of Buddhism emphasize that the highest goal of aspiration, nirvana, is a way of being in the here and now, rather than an otherworldly state of being. In either case, however, to attain nirvana is to be released from the time and suffering of finitude. One who has attained nirvana doesn't suffer from the loss of anything, since he or she is detached from everything that is finite. For this reason, the Buddhist notion of nirvana, whether conceived as an immanent tranquility of being in the world or as a transcendent peace beyond life, is a clear and consistent version of the religious ideal of eternity. Even according to religious teachings that do not advocate detachment, the commitment to secular projects must be subordinated or serve as a step on the way to eternity. If souls please you, love them in God, because by themselves they are subject to change, as Augustine underlines in his Confessions. If one loves mortal beings and is committed to secular projects, one should not be attached to them as ends in themselves, but rather love the eternal through them. What I call religious faith, then, is characterized by the attempt to convert us from our secular faith, since this faith makes us vulnerable to irrevocable loss. To have religious faith is to disown our secular faith in a fragile form of life. Religious faith holds that our ultimate aim should be to transcend the finitude we share. As a consequence, this life is devalued and comes to be seen as a transitional state of being from which we ought to be saved. In contrast, I seek to show what it means to own our secular faith and to engage the transformative possibilities that are opened up by acknowledging our commitment to our only life.
Delightful. So we start in section 4. Speak for a second.
Either one. If you have something to add, go for it.
No, I appreciate the text. I definitely think the book makes it extremely clear where a form of religion of which is not binding religios to the finite as part of a creative act leads to all sorts of pathologies and problems. It is also very clear that a notion of eternity as escape is also a problem. I think also what's very important is that so when I think about the finitude, another word I think about is the particular, like the radically particular. And there's a funny notion, I always like Dante, on the idea that you fall in love with a particular woman, not just women, but a particular woman named Beatrice. And the only way that you can actually experience the divine is through a radical relation with a particularity. That means you have to bind yourself to all of the fallacies and difficulties, and also critically in the Paradisi, in the movement from the Inferno and then Virgil to halfway through the Purgatorio to the Paradisio, is that there's this notion that you may have heard me speak about this before, where Beatrice just is not smiling and is kind of mean to Dante in a way. And Dante was like, girl, can you freaking smile at me? I really love you. And she's like, well, actually, Dante, at this point, if I were to smile because you haven't gone through the work of the real or dealing with all these different problems or shown your commitment, it would actually reduce you to ash. It would overwhelm you, really. Just like Zeus before Semele. It's one of the cantos, maybe 19 or 21 or something of the Paradiso. So there's this idea that divinity and religion has to be a gradual process in an intimate relation with a particularity, which is more in a way, I like that word in a way sometimes more than finitude, because finitude can be an abstract universality that removes you from the particular bread or the particular house or the particular community. And in that particularity, there has to be an extended long process of relation that if you do not do that, you are actually not engaged in a religious life. So you have to be married to the particular. And here's another critical point with the kind of Dante model. And you mentioned Lewis, and I think it a little bit here, but you could also think of a Bergiev or different things. If you reject this life, if we take an idea of like, and then we can go on, if in this life you have an idea of a certain eternity that is leaving this world behind, there's a lot of trouble, and he's exactly right. But if we take an idea of resurrection or new life or the finitude unfolds as the infinite, then if you reject this life, then this life is what you experience anew, and it becomes a torture to you. And let me explain that. There's this idea that hell is a relationship to God when you hate God. So God is actually hell to those who hate him, right? Who mistreated them. And then critically, it's very clear that Jesus teaches, and not to give a theology class, I was just talking about these things, is that Jesus teaches quite specifically that loving God is loving your neighbor. And then they ask him in Luke, who's your neighbor? And he tells the story of the Good Samaritan, which means your neighbor is the one who surprises you, as Benita Roy and Ivan Illich talks about, the one that you can't predict. So you can't have an abstract universality. And more critically, the one that probably inconveniences you. And you have to be bound to a commitment of experiencing that person, all right? So there's a binding to particularity. If indeed, in the same way that God becomes hell to those who hate him, likewise, if it is this finite life that is actually what continues into the infinite, then those who hate this finite life function eternity as hell to them, because it is this life that is actually renewed. And what it would mean to love the finite would be to have a particular relationship with the man on the side of the road who is difficult, actually, or who may inconvenience you. Anything short of that intimate relationship with the finite and as the particular in the particular person who surprises you critically, not who you plan ahead, would be to live in such a manner that if indeed the finite were to be rolled into the continual creation of something that would be the true infinity like of Hegel, then that eternity would be a hell, because it would be a continual testament of your rejection of it, in the same way that God would be a hell as well. So I think there's no possibility basically of an eternity that's not, if we use that language, an eternity that is not a hell for those of whom would reject the finite.
That's well said, man. I knew you had something clever and theological to say that you would add into this conversation at some point. And so I'm glad you did. And if you have a bunch more of these cards up your sleeve, feel free to kind of deal them into the deck as we go. Yeah, absolutely. But I know Mikey's like over there listening to this, and he's not right now. He's not like in the moment, but he'll eventually get to it. And when he gets to it,
dude, I look forward to his book. Oh my gosh, that's coming out.
I know. Yeah, it's really exciting. But I know that his instant, like you just said that, what was the Jesus you just quoted about loving?
Luke, Good Samaritan, man on the side of the road, love neighbor, love God as yourself.
So what do you do with Luke 14:26? If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. Because I just know.
Oh, we're going to do the apologetics game. Oh, these are fun. These are
just one. Yeah.
Oh no, definitely. If you are simply unable to turn away from the societal assumptions and pressures of the zeitgeist and turn away and see them as actually participating in your disablement, then you can't serve them, because you can't participate in the co-creative act of bringing about time energy, for example, or eternity into the world. And certainly that's also like when they say, can I go bury my father before I come to you? He's like, oh, so you're putting the rituals of the previous like zeitgeist ahead of actually following? Because that's a lot. You hear that all the time. Well, once I retire, then I'll have time energy. Well, once I actually get more time, then I'll participate in changing the conditions of possibility. So you certainly have to be able to turn away from the preset system. And also a verse like that is really important because in its stark kind of extremeness, it actually makes skepticism. Because you go, wait. If Jesus taught that, but my parents are telling me to do this, maybe my parents are wrong. And there's actually a possible liberation in that. So I think also that can help you kind of break away. Like one of the problems now that Christianity has in America is basically a repetition of the, just doing what the older generation over and over again. Verses like that would actually help you break out of that disablement, actually.
I think they did, like when I was growing up. It was like verses like that. There were some passages of Ecclesiastes. There were just some things that like stuck with me where I was like, this doesn't fit into the corpus of the church and what it's teaching, so, well said. I was curious. And I think that goes really well with what I'd said in the chat, Dasein, all uppercase, when you're talking about the particular, right? Because you'll notice Heidegger doesn't just talk about finitude as opposed to eternity. He's not talking about like that would be a more Hegelian approach to talking about it. He's talking about living there, being there in space and time and building out from there. And then of course you've got this possibility of no more possibilities, but it's this, there is a universality in this particular that he's talking about, but he does, he makes a great effort to get outside of this sort of abstract way of talking about it. And I think that by driving it home as the particular, the concrete radical particularity of human singularities, I think you've and
I'll also note, because I
helpful.
can't help it, is that I think a book like this is very helpful. It's like in Hegel, you start in understanding one-sidedness, one-sided finitude, one-sided eternity, you go back. And the key is by seeing the movement of thought, then you have to engage in speculative reason, of which for the negation sublation for me between the finite and the infinite or the finite and the eternal would be the particular. Because the particular, and then we think the particular, and then the true infinity of a kind of Hegel versus a spurious infinity that in eternity or just a Liszt finite could run into a risk of, gives you the possibility of the changing of conditions of possibility for who knows what. I'll also note, there's an interesting thing as well with the hatred of the parents that was noted, where it could be also suggested that you need to relate to your parents almost as a neighbor, where they become not your parents that are a kind of category, because you actually are not meeting them as like your dad, let's say John, you're meeting them at your dad. I always like what Javier Rivera said, where he had so much trouble relating to his father until he just thought of him as a person. When he was his dad, it was very difficult, and it had to go through this long, difficult deconstructive process to where their particularity as a person could meet you. And I think there is something to be said about, in a sense, hating and turning away from these abstract universal categories that block us from the real of the individual, of which then puts us at a real question of, are we going to relate to that person or are we going to relate to a category? And then another thing I'll say, it reminds me of a lovely part in the Brothers Karamazov where someone comes to Father Zosima and he says, Father Zosima, I sinned. I came to love humanity and lost the ability to love an individual. I think that's an extremely incredible line. So it's the sin of loving humanity at the expense of individuals. I think we can love eternity at the expense of the finitude. We can love our tribe at the expense of the other. We can love the category of dad versus John in different things. And it's a perpetual life of actually working through our tendency to slip into categories that block us from the particular Beatrice of whom we need to be committed to for a lifelong unveiling to change the conditions of possibility of ourselves and others.
Dude, I want to interject here because I was having a conversation with my brother, and Daniel, that was beautiful. And yeah, just so much. I want to interject. I was talking to my brother and he was like, dude, I feel self-conscious sometimes because I don't really understand what you guys are talking about. And I'm like, dude, don't, because I'm in the same boat, right? Like, I don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth sometimes. But I think that what you just said is a great example of when I'm doing this, when I'm researching and studying and trying to work and trying to do this work of expressing myself and making a contribution to something bigger than myself, I'm doing it with my brother with me at all times in spirit. This imaginal projection of my brother, he's right here with me at my side. And I think that's a way to express what you're saying, is that this particularity of my brother and others, but this, to take it to a recent example, like I'm projecting my my love, my effort, and all of the work that's been being done through the lens of a particularity. I go hard, and I'm able to get the energy to do what we do because I have a concrete other that is pushing me. He's behind me with his hands on my shoulders. And yeah, it's so many people don't do that. So many people do this thing where we can just work in categories and like objectives, and no, that fails.
Well, I mean, to what your brother is saying, one of the great things, if we look at Jesus, he's giving you these parables, and everyone is like, what the F, man? What are you doing? And there's a certain kind of revelation where I don't think you can actually move from understanding to reason without a feeling of I know nothing, which, you know, we get from Socrates, but the problem is, now that is interpreted as I know nothing, so I better go to college and learn, and knowing something is knowing trivia, as opposed to, no, your thrownness is always being thrown in a limit of what there is, and you know nothing. But if you know nothing and can bind yourself to that nothing and have it deconstruct your set, you can always have new conditions of possibility, which gets into lack and things like Cadell and different things we're mentioning. So I think one of the greatest things ever is that, I mean, one of the issues is like, and this would get me into my beloved David Hume, different things, is basically I would have every academic philosopher go work in a garage or unload trucks because they actually don't know much either, but they're surrounded by the conditions of which say to them they know a lot. If you never in your life encounter a situation where you realize that you actually don't know a lot and feel it, as opposed to just say it, then I think it becomes very difficult to move from understanding to reason. And therefore, any religion of which leads you to a feeling of we're the saved ones and going to help everyone, that gives you that feeling of stable state totality, which then, of course, would be entropy, not negentropic, because a stable state does that, is absolutely antithetical to any sort of notion of new creation or salvation, even if it may say those words, because they're in a context of a stability and a totality that gives a sense of fulfillment that actually keeps out the other, and that keeps one from continuing to develop and live.
I really, really like that. And it made me think of how, like, you go do team building exercises when you have an office job, but not when you have a construction job. The reason is because construction, like physical sports, you know you don't know, and you need mentorship. But as soon as you're in the office space, it's like, oh, it's all virtual. It's all in your head. It's intellectual. Who knows what Becky's doing on her computer? I could probably learn it in 5 minutes if I just had a tutorial, right? And so people don't really like have like this sense for like the levels other people have been through and the actual negation at those different levels. And so then they need to go do a ropes course together because they're all in an office environment. So they're holding each other's ropes and harnesses and walking over swinging boards. And they have to do that because they don't have the physical hardships that are posed on them that are objective in the construction or warehouse environment. I love like these kind of blue collar, white collar, comparisons.
Well, I should note, because I cannot resist, because you gentlemen are so divine. I just had a lovely conversation with Joel Carini. I've had it with Dimitri, Hyroot, and different things, and it would be another subject. But one of the things that have really, really basically destroyed American Christianity is not really understanding what Paul is doing. In my opinion, Paul is not laying down dogmas, but he's philosophically and situationally reasoning through particular situations that Jesus or the Torah did not directly teach on, and that we have to go and do the work of thinking and living in community of. You see, you very often in the letters see him, this is, going, okay, Timothy, all right. Well, if they put the bread there, that's okay to eat it as long as it's not going to send the wrong signal. So you're situationally reasoning through particular things, which basically means religion without situational thinking, philosophy, work is impossible. And the problem is, by reading Paul as a model of laying down dogmas, you don't see a model of situational reasoning of which would require doing the work, because he's also a tent builder and all these different tasks that people are doing. So you cannot have that construction. You can't even theoretically have that construction site possibility in the church, of which leads to all sorts of disasters. So there's something also to be said. It'd be a longer conversation on how I think there's a misunderstanding of what exactly is occurring after the gospel in the Bible that has contributed to a whole lot of mistakes.
As Levinas says, the saying will always overflow the said. But this is the opening of a conversation we hope to see blossom over the next decade. And so, you're right. We could kind of just keep setting up these doorways to future conversations. That one in particular, I know that Daniel, the moment Daniel gets excited, there's like a new book, so it's like he's the writing machine over here. And so it's like, I look forward to seeing what kinds of shit he's going to come up with, following on Hägglund here. But really quick, I just wanted to say that goes perfectly with that lecture that Benjamin Studebaker gave, which I know you just saw. Yeah, right? Because
man, that was amazing. Dude, Benjamin's fire. That was hot. Benjamin, you're awesome.
Yeah, man.
That was really good. That was such a clear, crisp description of the structure of what Plato is doing with the good and how that relates to time energy. It was just it was a work of art. Just how elegant and clear is really, really wonderful.
And Plato, Aristotle, and Confucius in this lecture are all shown to say, like, situational awareness, like what you're saying Paul is doing, is something that has to be done by the sage. It's not done by the gentleman. The sage writes for the gentleman, not for other sages. And so the sage is the person who has the discernment to be able to assess situations. And so this is really interesting because people, when they're taught ethics, they're thinking deontology versus utilitarianism. And so deontology is the fundamentalist, literalist, here's a bunch of rules that come out of the Bible. It's objective. God said it. Done. Closed story, right? Whereas what you're saying is Paul is a situationist in a very strict sense. He's a sage in Studebaker's sense. And then, of course, people look at that and go, well, you can't be deontological about everything. And then they think the only situationalist, alternative is utilitarianism, right? Because, and so people are given like this false, binary to choose between when they're dealing with modern ethics. And so it goes perfect. And by the way, I just want to say shout out to everybody who doesn't know about that lecture. It was a special lecture given to the Critical Doxology and Time Energy seminar, of which we are all a part of. Cadell's a part of. A bunch of the people that you've seen throughout today or the various episodes in this series are a part of it. We meet once a month for CDT, also once a month for CMT, second Sunday and fourth Sunday of every month, respectively. But listen, Benjamin Studebaker came and gave a special lecture, and I'm giving it as a gift to you if you want to hear it, because just email me at hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com. I will send you the link to the unlisted video, and you'll be able to hear this lecture because we've been referencing it in everything we do, and at this point it's canon. So I definitely want to share that with everybody. And by the way, Anne said, I am loving this conversation. I'm going to close out for a bit and I'll catch up to speed at 1.5 on YouTube in a couple hours. Awesome, Anne. Yeah, she's been in and out because her headphones keep dying and she's at Amazon right now working. And so, we love you and, we'll catch you on the flip side there. What were you going to say, Daniel?
I'm going to say first, Anne is awesome. Love that conversation with Michelle and have enjoyed all of her presentations on media theory and that you've been doing. It's just in sociology, it's just absolutely critical. Second, on this notion, you don't need an objective ground for your ethics if you're to know that your wife or your children like to play baseball, right? What you need is a shared commitment to a shared situation that you are constantly residing in to see the occurrence of a pattern. The key is all these notions of a universal ground of ethics emerges from the lack of a commitment. Because in the same way that I can just hear that note in music is bad when I'm committed to the song, right? You can hear these things. So all of these kind of ethical theories emerge in response to, dare I say, neoliberalism or the movement or the loss of a shared, what David Hume called common life, of which then makes us need a kind of objective ground. But this is what David Hume was so good on, because I love David Hume, is that he warns. So when he warns that you cannot get from is to ought. Critically, what he is saying is you cannot get from an abstract category of what a cat is to what you ought to do with a particular cat, okay? What he's trying to defend is that ethics is only possible in a common life or a commitment to a common life. And a way to word this is that you cannot get from is to ought, but you can get from ought from suchness. The suchness of the particular barn cat that you have a relationship and see every day. You can absolutely determine what you ought to do with that cat because you're committed to it. You have a binding to it. So the issue is the following, to relate it to this conversation. If you are trying to determine what you ought to do when the finite is an abstract isness, you can never arrive at an ethics, or if it's something you're trying to get away from, you can never get to an ethical life. Therefore, religious ethics that is not based in a commitment to the finite becomes impossible, right? But if you are committed to the finite as a radical suchness, that you are willing to spill the blood and work of your life, then it is possible to get an ought because you have that commitment, and therefore the only religious or religious ethic that becomes possible, and not falling into this mistake of David Hume, is one that would be committed to a radical particularity. And by definition, the particular is only possible where there is finitude. The finitude is the prerequisite for the particularity of a particular. And the particular is also the encounter of a limit that gives you the choice on if you're going to interpret it as a totality or an infinite for Levinas's work. And for Mr. Hume, in an infinite, although that would sound like you couldn't get an ought, he would tell you that it is only in the experience of the infinite that an ought occurs, and that the ought is always a process in the commitment to that common life and to that infinity unfolding, so that has to be the work and blood of your life. And so David Hume, I think, was very good at this, but it was overlooked because it was like, oh, he's saying, and then Kant ran with it, because David Hume as a historian has also seen as people from far away in a distant land have come up with definitions of what the town needs, what it is, and then from far away determine what people ought to do, and it becomes a license for power and destruction. But if oughtness is bound to suchness, then you only have power or agency regarding what you relate to, and so you have skin in the game, and you experience the consequences of the action that you unfold with that other. And so power then gets tied to the empowerment of the common life and the relationship. And then David Hume would lead to, you know, some of them other people, then the counter, some people call it the counter enlightenment. I know some people critique that, but you can get all the way up to Michel Ponier, tactile knowledge, which I really like. Benjamin Fontaine was good on this as well. But I just wanted to say that I think the problem of ethics leading, like ethics almost has to lead to utilitarianism when it is based on isness, which then just leads to Nick Land's Capital, as Mikey has taught so well on. If you want an ethics that actually is going to be tied to value in the virtue kind of Aristotelian classical sense, it is bound to a suchness, of which then the oughtness is a live discernment of how that suchness unfolds, and therefore you need philosophy in this regular discernment and something like Pauline situational reasoning, or love is impossible. Love is impossible. And so I think finitude is the possibility of love in this sense.
Amazing. Let's take it away, man. You got section 4, first 3 paragraphs.
Section 4. The stakes of my argument can be elucidated in relation to Charles Taylor's seminal book, A Secular Age. Taylor's philosophical and historical account of the rise of secularity is motivated by a question that is central to my account, namely, what are the conditions of faith today in the period that Taylor calls a secular age? The established notion of secularity, from which Taylor departs, mainly refers to 2 phenomena. First, secularity designates the retreat of religion from the public sphere and the public use of reason. For example, deliberations in politics and justified with regard to a conception of the public good that does not depend on religious belief and scientific inquiry is encouraged, even if it may threaten religious convictions. Religious dogma is no longer accepted as an authoritative reason in public life and rather becomes a matter of private belief. Second, secularity refers to a decline in religious belief itself, with more and more people living their lives without practicing religion. One of Taylor's important contributions is that he articulates a third aspect of secularity. To live in a secular age changes the conditions of faith even for those who hold on to religious belief. As Taylor puts it, the change I want to define and trace is one which takes us from a society in which it was virtually impossible not to believe in God to one in which faith, even for the staunchest believer, is one human possibility among others. I may find it inconceivable that I would abandon my faith, but there are others, including possibly some very close to me, whose way of living I cannot in all honesty just dismiss as depraved or blind or unworthy, who have no faith, at least in God or the transcendent. Belief in God is no longer axiomatic. There are alternatives, even though one may question Taylor's historical narrative with its postulation of a society in which it was virtually impossible not to believe in God. He is making an insightful argument about the increasing pressures on religious belief. In previous historic periods, it was not impossible to be an atheist, but it was very difficult to be an atheist publicly. And in the United States today, it is still difficult, at least if you are running for office. Living in a secular society puts pressure on the hegemony of religious belief, not only because a secular society may lead one to live lead one to live close to and collaborate with those who do not share one's belief, but also because domains previously claimed by religion are shown to function and flourish without it. In a society where the public good is decided on without reference to the authority of religion, and where natural science provides explanations of the world that contradict religious claims, religious beliefs can no longer justify itself in the same way. And I would add that can be a positive thing because it helps religion from slipping into these abstract isness that lead to all of these different problems and all the other things we said. So, to be sure, there are many who deny that the conditions of belief have changed and reassert the authority of religion in politics, science, and other domains of public life. Such religious fundamentalism is the main target of the so-called new atheists who seek to debunk religious faith with scientific knowledge. Yet, a vast number of religious people do not regard their faith as competing with knowledge. While accepting the freedom of scientific inquiry and democratic pluralism, they hold that religious faith is crucial for the spiritual shape and profound meaning of life. An atheism that does not engage this sense of religion will fail to transform deep-seated notions about faith. Even many people who themselves do not have religious faith believe that it would be great and beneficial to have such faith. The latter attitude is what the philosopher Daniel Dennett has described as believing in belief in God. Such a person doesn't believe in God, but nevertheless thinks that believing in God would be a wonderful state of mind to be in if only that could be arranged. This belief is the existential value of religious faith, rather than in the truth of religious claims, is the main line of defense for religion in a secular age after its authority to organize society or legislate over science has been conceded.
Great job. I think it's my turn. Is it my turn? All right. Taylor is the instructive example since he explicitly defends religion in existential terms. Once again, I'm going to turn to the camera, break the fourth wall, and shout out to the podcasters who have hopefully rated this podcast by now if they want to see more of this stuff in the future. Also people who need to smash the like button and say, we might be good or bad at what we're doing. You might see like, I assume you're thinking, this is great. This is awesome. So you're probably thinking we're good at this, but I just wanted to point out, you can do it too. You can do it too. You can also read books with friends out loud. You can do this. You shouldn't fucking read books in silence and by yourself, distracted by your smartphone, wanting to reach out and connect with other people. Bring a book and sit down with other people and read it with friends. And that is one of the cool things Theory Underground is doing and has been doing, and we've been pushing since day one, is the exegetical reading sessions. It's a great way to use this medium to our advantage. And it's one of the awesome things, shout out, that a lot of the guys at Theory Underground have been doing. And by a lot, I mean like 4 people, Rudy, Theo, Kerim, and Wukach, as well as, I don't know, Nance, if anyone else comes to your mind immediately, but I think Jacob maybe recently? Ian? Yeah. Hey.
I think Jacob was in one. Ian? Yeah.
There's been a lot of organizing recently around reading Michael Downs' The Dangerous Maybe posts, reading Freud for the course on Leon Brenner's clinical structures of psychoanalysis and autism, as well as what else is being read right now? I think people are organizing a bunch of stuff on the back end. And in our ideal future, not only do we have a place, an actual physical place like this one, where people can show up to, and there's an actual space for doing exegetical readings, and ways of organizing with other people in this physical space, but also there would be like the whole hybrid aspect, and it would be like an ongoing thing. And it's not like this thing where it's like becomes cumbersome, like a book group where you're like, oh my God, I have to go this month. No, it's kind of based on a little bit of spontaneity and, oh, if it works for you, then join. And that's how Nance and I started doing this. It's like I was listening to robot readers while playing Factorio, the last video game I played seriously. And Nance would just join and listen with me. And then at some point we started reading instead of listening. And then we were having so much more fun. I haven't played video games since then because I'm an adult now. I've officially traversed the threshold. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. But yeah. No, that was like a year ago though. It was over a year ago. And so you can do it too. That's my point. And if you want to become a subscriber at Theory Underground, that's the best way to get involved with other people and connect in the exegetical organizing space. We have a forum for that. But if you don't have the time for that, if you don't have the time to do this kind of stuff, and you just want to listen in, then you should become a patron. If you can. And there's also the free side of the Patreon. You don't have to pay. You can become a free patron. That puts you at what we call tier 0. You just go to the Patreon, become a free patron. All right, let's keep reading. Taylor is an instructive example since he explicitly defends religion in existential terms. Seeking to create a space of dialogue between atheism and religious faith, Taylor rightly emphasizes that we should not primarily regard the respective positions as rival theories about existence, but rather focus attention on the different kinds of lived experience involved in understanding your life in one way or the other, on what it's like to live as a believer or an unbeliever. Taylor's focal point here is the notion of fullness that animates a given life. With this term, he designates the conception of what a life realized to the full would mean. As Taylor explains, quote, every person and every society lives with or by some conceptions of what human flourishing is, what constitutes a fulfilled life, what makes life really worth living, what would we most admire people for. We can't help asking these and related questions in our lives, and our struggles to answer them define the view or views that we try to live by. And that's why Theory Underground leads off with the fundamental question of like, what is the good life? And then obviously from there, we have to ask, well, why ain't this it? And then we have to ask, well, what is the human? And what is society? And where is it currently? And what is plausibly possible as a way forward? That's the set of questions and the order, put simply. Taylor is well aware that there are many conceptions of fullness, many visions of a life worth living that do not depend on religious faith. Indeed, one of the hallmarks of a secular age is that commitments to social justice, the formation of communities, and ideals of a good life are developed, fought for, and sustained without religious belief. Yet Taylor insists that secular notions of fullness ultimately cannot lead to a fulfilling life. Anyone who defines his or her life without reference to a religious sense of fullness will rather experience that something essential is missing, since human beings, according to Taylor, have an ineradicable bent to respond to something beyond life, namely an irrepressible need for an absolute good beyond life. For Taylor, then, the religious distinguishes itself from other forms of orienting human life by referring to a fullness that is exempt from time and finitude. His main examples are the Christian idea of eternal life and the Buddhist notion of nirvana. From a religious perspective, the highest good is not the flourishing of finite lives. Rather, as Taylor argues, religious notions of the highest good appeal to an absolute fullness or an absolute emptiness, as in Buddhism, which is held to be independent of and beyond the flourishing of finite life. This is certainly not the only possible definition of a religious perspective on life. There are many others, and their respective relevance depends on the context in which one intervenes. I focus on Taylor's definition because it is indispensable for the idea with which I take issue, namely, the idea that there is an essential human need for something called religion, or the religious, which a secular life will try in vain to fulfill. To defend such an idea, one cannot refer solely to the ability of religions to provide a sense of community, organize human life in accordance with a set of traditions, or motivate action based on ethical values. These are features that religious practices share with many other practices. We can build communities, cultivate ethical values, and foster political commitments without appealing to religious faith. There is, however, one thing that a secular form of life never will be able to promise: an eternal life, or an eternal state of being. As we will see, the logic of Taylor's argument thus emerges most clearly when he defines the desire for religious fullness as a desire for eternity. If one assumes that we have a fundamental desire for eternal life, then it follows that all secular forms of fullness, which are bound to forms of finite life, will be found lacking and inherently incapable of fulfilling our desire. Nance.
Taylor's main example is the experience of the death of the beloved, drawing on the work of the French historian Philippe Arié, As well as sociological studies of contemporary faith, Taylor emphasizes that the loss of loved ones is the experience that is hardest to bear in a secular age. It is significant that the salient feature of death today, the major drama around it, is the separation of loved ones. Aries has shown that it was not always so. In the late medieval and early modern ages, the great issue was the judgment soon to be faced by the person dying, and before that, the dead were, in a sense, still in a sort of community with the living. So that Aries distinguishes the periods under the titles La mort de nous, our death, La mort de moi, my death, and La mort de toi, your death. Just because hell is fated, but love relationships are central to the meaning of our lives, we live with the greatest anguish, La mort de toi. Again, one may question the details of the historical account given here. The experience of your death was certainly vivid and deeply painful long before the advent of the modern age, as any reading of literary history from Homer onward will testify. Nevertheless, the important point is that the pain and anguish of losing the beloved are allowed to emerge with greater force in an explicitly secular age. The question is whether a religious notion of eternity is capable of addressing the experience of mourning and offering consolation. Taylor takes this for granted and laments the withdrawal of belief in eternal life. There is a sense of void here and of deep embarrassment, Taylor claims, and he adduces the lack of belief in eternity as an explanation for why we very often feel awkward at a funeral, don't know what to say to the bereaved, and are often tempted to avoid the issue if we can. Moreover, he suggests that even people who otherwise don't practice have recourse to religious funerals because here at least is a language which fits the need for eternity, even if you're not sure you believe all that. The love for and resistance to letting go of the beloved world would thus testify to a religious desire for eternity, since love by its nature calls for eternity. To understand the stakes of the argument, it is worth pausing to consider how Taylor articulates the relation between time and eternity. Taylor reduces the notion of secular time to a mere succession of moments that have no intrinsic connection with one another. In contrast, all forms of gathering time, of holding on to the past and projecting into the future, are, for Taylor, expressions of our irrepressible craving for eternity. While Taylor acknowledges that our forms of gathering time cannot attain the absolute fullness of eternity, he holds that such fullness is the goal. According to Taylor, eternity should not be understood as a timeless state of being, but rather as the gathering of time into an instant. God's eternity, Taylor claims, doesn't abolish time, but gathers it into an instant.
I have to draw your guys' attention to how comfortable.
Oh.
How comfortable does he look right now?
He's on a throne of arms. Like
Yeah, man.
his life has such a. He's like on a throne of arms. I don't know if I've ever been more envious of a living being than that cat right now. Oh my God, Ryan, you are living the dream, Ryan. That's time energy if I've ever seen it.
Oh yeah, man, he's got it.
Yeah, he just confirmed. He's like, I have found my place. Hold me, Dave. I am Ryan, the great furry one. I know all things beautiful in finitude that is sleeping in your arms. I am topsy-turvy because in an upside-down world you have to stand on your head to see straight, because I was just reading Guide to Bard as y'all were going through this. I know all things. I am the Alpha from the Borges under the staircase. I sleep there, and when you look into my eyes, you will see all of time and space in every moment all at once, located in finitude. I am the Alpha.
Oh my God.
That's his other. That's
Yeah.
his mortal voice. That's his mortal.
Yeah. He's a happy boy. And there's a theory fiction at the end of Mikey's forthcoming book that has Ryan plays a very important part in that story, and I have some confirmation that it's more than fiction, but we'll save that all for later. No spoilers for now.
Oh my gosh. I hope y'all are selling that book for $900 because that's cheap if it's going to have a story like that in it.
Yeah.
Good.
We're going to, for the more secularly inclined among the audience, we're going to allow people to sell their soul in exchange for the book.
They don't need, because finitude is valuable. They don't need it. All they need is the finite. So it's a great deal. It's an amazing deal.
Indeed.
Well, can I read Ryan to sleep? If I start reading, will he fall asleep? Because it would be one of the great honors of my life to put Ryan to sleep. Okay, I'm honored. So I'll start here. Taylor's distinction has been made by many Christian thinkers, but it is specious. There is no intelligible difference between abolishing time and gathering time into an instant. If time is gathered into an instant, there is no time, since the instant does not give away to the future and become past. Rather, everything is present, and there is no time for anything to happen, since everything that can possibly happen is already contained in the eternal now. As Taylor himself underscores, in God's eternity, all times are present to him, and he holds them in his extended simultaneity. His now contains all time. Such an eternal now cannot gather time, but eliminate any sense of time. There is no analogy between the eternal presence of God and our attempts to hold onto the time of our lives. Far from gathering our experiences and allowing us to live on, an eternal now would deprive us of a past and a future. Our lifetime would be reduced to an instant, and we would have no life to live. To distinguish between eternity and living on is therefore decisive. When we wish that the lives of those whom we love will last, we do not wish for them to be eternal, but for their lives to continue. Likewise, when we gather time into a meaningful network of relations, we are not craving for eternity. Taylor's argument is based on a conflation, which makes it seem as though we aspire to a religious form of eternity when we aspire to secular forms of living on. The secular experience of time cannot be reduced to a series of discrete moments. On the contrary, any experience of time depends on retaining the past and projecting into the future. This is the minimal form of living on, which is the condition for all forms of gathering time. The form of living on makes it possible to bind the past to the future, to make our lives last and hold together beyond the moment, but it cannot even in principle reduce time to the simultaneity of an eternal present. On the contrary, to live on is to maintain the relation to a past that is no longer and the relation to a future that is not yet. The form of living on enables us to sustain a commitment to safeguard what we love and bind together what matters to us, but it also marks the inherent fragility of the binding activity. Furthermore, the fragility of any bond of life is an intrinsic part of why it matters that we keep faith with our love and bind our lives together. As is clear from Taylor's own account, love consists in sustaining a relation that can be lost and thereby express a commitment to living on rather than to eternity. A deep love, Taylor points out, already exists against the vicissitudes of life, tying together past and present, in spite of the disruptions and dispersals of quarrels, distractions, misunderstandings, resentments. To love one another is to be devoted to living on and flourishing together despite the forces that pull us apart. Indeed, the temporality of living on is at work in the very experience of fulfillment. Even the greatest amounts of happiness and love, gathering and deepening the qualitative experience of a shared life, cannot be continued in an instant, since the moment is bound up with a network of meaning that extends to the memory of a shared past and anticipation of a future together. As Taylor himself emphasizes, the deepest and most powerful kind of happiness, even in the moment, is plunged into a sense of meaning, so that when you look back on your life together, those happy moments, those travels in the sun, were bathed in the awareness of other years, other travels, which seem to come alive in the present one.
In Taylor's own account, the experience of love cannot be reduced to a simultaneous presence, but opens onto a past and a future that exceed any given moment. Yet Taylor persistently conflates the desire to prolong our lives, to gather and preserve what we love, with a supposed desire for eternity. Consider the following passage, which symptomatically glosses the aspiration to live on as an aspiration for eternity. And just another call out to everyone listening. This time it's not to like. I don't want you to like it. I don't want you to rate it. I don't want you to pay me. It's nothing like that. I just want to give you a little encouragement. If you're coming in and you're like, I can't keep up with this, there's too much going on. Good. Bookmark it for later. It's like other books. Oh, you know, like when you see somebody at the store, or I don't know, you meet somebody at some social gathering, do you have to get to know them in depth right then and there? No, you don't. In fact, you wouldn't be trustworthy if you tried. In fact, you should probably just kind of like, oh yeah, get a basic kind of impression. And that's what the first pass on any book is for. And so the nice thing about this, as opposed to exegetical readings that are not recorded, is that you can go back over it later. I can go back over it later. It's going to be here until the internet burns up or I delete it. And so hopefully I won't delete it. And if I do, then hopefully if you really care about it, you already backed it up yourself. There are people who back up my stuff on their own. I don't even know who they are, but one time when I lost my channel, because YouTube terminated it, like 2 different people had backed up like all my stuff. And it's like, what the heck? So anyway, not only can you do exegetical readings yourself, but also if you hop in the middle of a stream and you're hearing all this go on and you're feeling like, oh my God, I have to go back to the beginning. Don't worry. You don't have to. You can always just listen where you're at, man. It's okay. It's like speed dating when it comes to books. Don't go commit to a book until you love the book, or at least until you've got a crush on it. And the nice thing about books is that they don't get jealous. I mean, their acolytes might get jealous, but the wonderful thing about The Life of the Mind is that it is inherently polyamorous. Like, I am 100% polyamorous of the mind and monogamous of my heart. And the reason for that is because human beings are fragile and our time energy is limited. But when it comes to books, man, they're always there and they just get better with time, and moving between them is even better than just having one. And so with that, if you are having trouble keeping up, or if it feels overwhelming, you're like, oh my God, why don't you just stop on that passage and think about that and talk about that? This is not critical enough. You're not picking every single piece apart. Well, a book is a giant logical syllogism as well as a perspective. And the point is to traverse that distance, sit with it in the sort of as if believing mind state, and then come back later. If it provokes you to come back later, then come back to it. In the same way that a song might not hit you as something that worth coming back to, but then it gets stuck in your head and you're like, okay, what are the words to that again? I got to go back to it. And then you start playing it and then it becomes this, now you're listening to it all the time. And so that's how books are as well. I hope that you will get earworms from some of the stuff that we read, not from everything that we read, and that you'll approach them in your own prioritization, in your own order, because your interests or your curiosity that can turn into interests are your own. And ultimately, these are hopefully a path along the way. But hey, maybe this one's not for you. But all I'm saying is open your mind, let it pass over you. Don't feel like you're getting left behind. There's no exam at the end of this. You're not being graded. You're not doing this for credit. In fact, the entire society is saying, don't do it. There's no reason to. Stop. You're wasting your time. Go away. And with that, I'll keep going. Daniel, actually, do you want to say anything? He's been doing these hand motions the whole time. It's amazing.
He's dancing to the music, man. I'm going to curse everybody. Sitting is the opposite of standing. That's my curse that's a magic spell.
It's true, man. It's been stuck in my head for the last 2 weeks. And now Anne is singing it all the time too. Yeah, it's true. So this is a big quote here. All joy strives for eternity because it loses some of its sense if it doesn't last. Even just holding in memory is akin to keeping the time alive. Even more if you can write about it, capture it in art. Art aspires to a certain kind of eternity, to be able to speak to future ages. But there are also other lesser modes or substitutes for eternity. One can make the eternal be the clan, the tribe, the society, the way of life. Yeah, the Volksgemeinschaft, right? And your love and the children who come from it have their place in the chain. As long as you have preserved or better enhanced the tribe or way of life, you've handed it on. In that way, the meaning continues. This just shows how joy strives for eternity, even if all that is available is a lesser form of it, and even if something is left out that matters to us highly individuated moderns, as the particular things that meant most to us are gradually lost in the general impact we've made. And of course, this eternity can't preserve those who are really forgotten, or those who haven't left their mark, or those who have been damned, excluded. There is no general resurrection in this eternity of grateful prosperity. Taylor here assumes that when Winston! Winston's on camera, everybody. We had a moment for Ryan. Look, it's Winston. No, wait.
Charlie.
Oh, sorry, I got them mixed up. It's the smaller version.
Yeah.
It's the much smaller version.
The smaller version.
Hey,
Oh
Charlie.
my gosh, Animal Planet. Animal Planet is so jealous. Eat your heart out, Animal Planet. This is the place. Wendy, you are adorable. You are so cute. You are so cute. Look how cute you are. You are so cute. Oh my goodness. He graced us with his presence. He didn't have to do that. Only Finitude could provide a surprise like that. If all of time was gathered up, Winston would not be here and he would never be here. So the very limited of Finitude blessed us with the possibility of Winston. I'm so glad.
Love you, Charlie. Also, Winston, who was doing circles earlier, so Nance had to take him on a walk. He just spins in circles, and it's so cute. But that dog is
Just sits on the ground and
huge. He's like 300 pounds, but he's only like this big, and he's all these fat rolls. And Nance sent me this slow motion video of Winston running around the corner, and every jiggle of his fat and all of his rolls are like bouzhouch, bouzhouch, bouzhouch. Amazing tribute to Winston Churchill.
Did it have the Chariots of Fire music playing? Chariots of Fire on the beach where he's just running. Going. Sounds like he's a self-turning wheel. He's taking Nietzsche seriously, man. Going in circles like that. Sounds like he's reached child and Chariots of Fire kind of flocking down the beach. Oh, it's great. Flobbing down the beach.
Flobbing.
Oh, great.
Yeah, flobbing.
Yeah, that's the only way. It's flobbing. It's a word reserved for Winston and only Winston. Flobbing. The beauty of flobbing. A life of Winston. Beautiful. My struggle, my flobbing. Perfect. Oh, it's great.
Look, guys, I don't normally shout out these kinds of comments, but also I just wanted to highlight that the chat is going crazy about Charlie. And so, yeah, everybody, we got more dog lovers here than we do cat lovers. And that's obvious because I had Ryan and I didn't get as much support as Charlie's getting. But also, Brown Bunny's over here saying, to be fair, Nance is also a hottie. Why lie?
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's not weird.
Yeah, it's not weird at all. Not weird at all. Nice. All right. Taylor here assumes that when we strive to make something last, we are striving for eternity. But that is mistaken inference. When we strive to make something last, we do not strive to make it eternal, but to make it last for a longer time and in a qualitative sense, to make something live on for the future, for persons, projects, and generations that matter to us rather than for eternity. Through memory, we can prolong precious periods of happiness, keeping the time alive. Through artistic creation and the rearing of children, we can make our legacy live on beyond our own death. Through community with others, political commitments, and the care for a sustainable society, we can extend a sense of purpose far beyond the duration of our own lives. These endeavors are not oriented toward eternity, but express commitments to forms of living on, which have to reckon with their own finitude. Memories are fallible and eventually erased. Artworks can fall into oblivion or wither away, and the very existence of future generations is never guaranteed. And that was all one paragraph, including the 2-paragraph quote. So I'm going to read one more because Daniel has really set the standard on that. And by the way, for people who are new to this game, yeah, that is the way that it works, because if you see that the paragraph following from the quote section isn't indented, it is part of the same paragraph. That quote was all part of it. So I'll keep going. Following from this notion of a religious desire for fullness, Taylor asserts that all these forms of living on are lesser modes or substitutes for eternity. When we passionately strive to keep the time alive, to sustain our lives as those of others, we supposedly seek an eternal life for which temporal life is merely a substitute. Taylor thereby disregards that the desire for the continuation and flourishing of finite life does not entail a desire for eternity. If we seek to prolong our own life, the life of another, or the life of our society, we seek to transcend the limits of a particular time, to live on, but we do not seek to transcend the condition of time altogether. Far from fulfilling our desire to live on, eternity would deprive us of the life we want to maintain. It's Nance.
For the same reason, an eternal life cannot remedy the loss I mourn in the experience of your death, which Taylor highlights as the central problem in our secular age. Indeed, the religious notions of eternity that Taylor invokes as a supposed remedy Buddhist nirvana and Christian eternal life don't even pretend to offer the return of the beloved. Rather than supporting the attachment to a mortal beloved, the prerequisite for entering nirvana is the detachment from everything that is subject to loss. Similarly, the point of dwelling in heaven is not to adore and pursue one's life with the earthly beloved, but to turn one's adoration toward God. In the resurrection, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, as Jesus reminds us in Matt 22:30. Matthew? Matt? Yeah, good old St. Matt. Thus, the religious language of eternity, which, according to Taylor, should resonate with depth and reassurance at funerals, does not actually capture what we long for and express what we feel when we are in mourning. Taylor himself testifies to the difficulty of finding a ceremony for death which will speak to our strongest feelings, but he never considers that this may be due to the assumption that what we need is a religious ceremony. Certainly, the secular funerals that I've attended in recent years, painfully mourning the loss of loved ones, have not been marked by the embarrassment and awkwardness that Taylor ascribes to funeral ceremonies in the absence of religious faith. Rather, these funerals have provided a space for profoundly felt expressions of secular faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life, faith in the value of its past, faith in the importance of carrying it with us in the future, as well as devastation at the loss of this life. Begin of section 5. Burying the dead can be seen as a fundamental form of secular faith. Through the act of burial, here understood as any form of honoring the deceased, we acknowledge both the irrevocable loss of a life and our continued fidelity to this life. We express our commitment to remembering and honoring the dead, avowing our responsibility for those who no longer exist. The dead can live on only in and through us, to the extent that we acknowledge them through our actions and as part of who we take ourselves to be. It is because the dead cannot be brought back to life, because they are irredeemably dead, that we are responsible for them. The very pain of loss can therefore be experienced as a form of fidelity and mourning. My love for you means that I ought to be utterly bereaved in the face of your death. This sense of responsibility is intelligible only from the standpoint of secular faith, since it is devoted to a life that is recognized as mortal and places demands on us precisely because it is mortal.
All right. A religious faith in eternity cannot add anything to the dignity and pathos of mourning. It can only subtract from the mourning by diminishing the sense of loss. This is not to say that outwardly religious people do not mourn, but insofar as they do mourn, their mourning is animated by a secular faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life rather than by a religious faith in eternity. If you truly believed in the existence of eternity and in the superior value of eternity, there would be no reason to mourn the loss of a finite life. Thus, Buddhism teaches that a fully enlightened person is beyond the pain of mourning and loss, having extinguished the desire to hold onto any life that is passing away. The same logic is articulated by the founding figures of Christianity. St. Augustine forcefully argues against mourning the loss of mortal lives, and upon the death of his mother, when he cannot hold back his tears, he condemns his weeping as an act of sin. Martin Luther, in his turn, declares upon the death of his daughter Magdalene in 1542 that I rejoice in the spirit, but sorrow in the flesh, emphasizing to the congregation after a funeral that we Christians ought not to mourn. The one who takes his religious faith seriously will thus experience how it clashes with the secular faith that animate the experience of mourning. This is clear in the case of Luther. Despite declaring that the death of his daughter makes him rejoice in spirit, Luther movingly testifies to how the flesh will not submit. I can't turn the page. Oh, there he goes. He's on it. Parting grieves us beyond all measure. Writing to his friend Justin Jonas, Luther confesses that although he and his wife should be grateful to God for Magdalena's death, they are unable to feel such gratitude in their hearts. I and my wife should joyfully give thanks for such a felicitous departure. Fancy word. And blessed end by which Magdalena escaped the power of the flesh. Yet the force of our natural love is so great that we are unable to do this without crying and grieving in our hearts, and even without experiencing death ourselves. For the features, the words, and movements of the living and dying daughter remain deeply engraved in our heart. Even the death of Christ is unable to take this all away as it should. Luther here confesses his secular faith in the value of a finite, irreplaceable life, his living and dying daughter, his singular features, words, and movements, which continue to haunt him and his wife with a potency that the promise of eternal life cannot redeem. The force of their natural love is at odds with the force of religious life, and Luther himself records how the former is stronger than the latter. 3 years later, writing to Andreas Ostrander in 1545, Luther maintains that it may appear strange, but I am still mourning the death, and I am not able to forget her, yet I know surely that she is in heaven, that she has eternal life there. The same conflict is rendered in great depth and detail by Lewis in A Grief Observed, written in a secular age that allows even the devout believer more freedom to express his faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life. Precisely because Lewis is more expressive, the clash between the secular age that animates mourning and the religious standpoint become all the more palatable from the standpoint of his religious faith. Lewis makes clear that he has no reason to feel bereaved after the death of his wife. Rather, her death should recall him to the devotion of God, which has priority over the devotion to any mortal beloved. There's no practical problem before me at all. I know the 2 great commandments, and I'd better get on with them. Indeed, her death has ended the practical problem. Whilst he was alive, I could in practice have put her before God. That is, could have done what she wanted instead of what he wanted if there'd be a conflict. What's left is not a problem about anything I could do. It's all about weight of feelings and motives and that sort of thing. It's a problem I've settled myself. Yet Lewis, like Luther, is not able to take this lesson to heart. While he professes to believe in the superior value of devoting oneself to God or merging with him in mystical union, the weights of feelings and motives in A Grief Observed continue to testify to his preference for being with his beloved. Indeed, the remarkable passage that outlines such a preference, which I analyzed at the beginning, reverberates until the very end of the book, when Lewis recalls a conversation he had with Joy on her deathbed. One very near the end, I said, if you can, if it is allowed, come to me when I too am on my deathbed. Aloud, she said, heaven would have a job to hold me, and as for hell, I'd break it into bits. She knew she was speaking a kind of mythological language, with even an element of comedy in it. There was a twinkle as well as a tear in her eye, but there was no myth and no joke about the will deeper than any feeling that flashed through her. Her will is the will to hold onto a mortal beloved, even in opposition to the supposed will of eternity or the harmony of heaven. This passionate commitment, this resistance to letting go, is also what animates Lewis's mourning for her and his dedication to what they had together. From the perspective of such love, the source of suffering is not the pain of separation, but also the prospect that he could cease to suffer, that he could reach a state where he would no longer feel the pain of having lost her and the desire to have her back. This fate, writes Lewis in Mourning, would seem to me the worst of all, to reach a state in which my years of love and marriage should appear in retrospect a charming episode, like a holiday that had briefly interrupted my interminable life. Thus she would die to me a second time, a worse bereavement from the first, anything but that. I'm happy to talk for a second if you like, or we can keep reading there.
No, I do think I think this is very relevant. Like this whole thing where people want to, like when I've lost loved ones, and in the wake of that, like when people would say it's like it's all part of God's plan, like it made me so angry. Like it made me so irrationally angry. They said, oh, you know, it's okay, they're in heaven now. And this and that and all this stuff. Like it really did. It was disgusting to me. And it definitely fueled my some of my passionate atheism, where I was like, yeah, I'm just a really cool atheist. Look how cool I am. I'm in, you know, but it, like, that is a force that's a cultural force that really does push people away from some of the benefits that they might find engaging with a spiritual or a religious framework, and it pushes them into this reactionary atheism or secularism even. And I don't think, like, for a while on the internet, Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, and like that was really popular. I think it's maybe less popular now. I'm not sure. I consume far less of that type of content, like just general internet content. But I still feel like there's this push to be secular for the sake of it, where they've just done this inversion where being correct is the new grace of God, where it's like, well, I'm on the right side of history is the new, like, well, I'm on the right side of God's wrath or whatever. And it doesn't even have to be like a reactionary atheism. It can just be this like, oh, you said this one thing that calls your, progressive commitments into question. Therefore, you're a Nazi and you deserve to burn in hell. And then the new hell is no longer an afterlife hell. It is, oh, you're a Nazi. Fuck, screw you. You suck. You're canceled. Like cancellation is the new hell. And that's sensational. I personally think cancel culture is largely silly and goofy, but it is also real. There are people who have been severely punished for having a bad take or maybe even for being misunderstood and misrecognized. And I do think I want to see more people champion faith. And I don't want to do the no true Scotsman thing. But I do think there is like a qualitative difference between the fire that burns within you and, the fire that burns on Rush Limbaugh style. You know what I'm saying? I do think it's valiant. I think it's very commendable to do that.
I appreciate everything you said. I do think there's a way in which council culture is a kind of secular version of either a substitutional atonement or the pertinent atonement, which is a notion of there's suffering and truth comes from suffering and all this. And everything also you said about providence, heaven, better place, all of those is in a massive, massive problem. I think also, so there's a few things. First, if there is something to this notion of the conditions of possibility and a certain patience, of which in that patience, if we say, for example, let's just use a very broad term, say there are contradictions in capital. Okay, we all agree with that. What constitutes those contradictions? But let's just take that. There's two ways you approach that. A certain sort of, there are contradictions in capitalism, therefore capitalism is unjust, so let's overturn it. Well, that's mostly what has occurred, and I think there's a strong argument to me said that usually plays to the capital nation state, right? There's another way you look at it and you say, well, there are certain contradictions, which in a Hegelian sense are tensions, that given enough time in the right conditioning, like a garden, will force a transformation by that tension. So, for example, if capital is leading more and more people to only having garbage time, eventually people have to go, I don't like garbage time, so we have to do something about this. And you don't have to, here's the key, you are convincing not by argument then, but by simply allowing people to, through time, enter into an experience that then makes them open to what you have to say. There's two ways I get you open to what I say. Either I make you feel dumb or disprove you, but that tends to just make you mad and you go off. Or I show something or say something, and then people who have gone through certain experiences are then open to it, right? And to me, that gets into the difference. One of the great things that, in my opinion, destroyed this notion, like evangelicism you hear all the time, on this idea of kind of going around and giving a tract. I think basically most argumentation has followed the tract model. I think this is a terrible idea. I think actually, if you grant me this, the Torah, the First Testament, the Torah, I would call it, versus the Old Testament. I'm not a fan of that, and I know Mr. Lunkar has talked about that as well. So in the first Torah, you could talk about God making a people. And then if we want to talk about the Second Testament or the Gospel, I kind of like putting 1, 2, it kind of like it's a continuation. And the second then requires the first, and it's nonsense to talk about some sort of moving beyond Judaism or different things. The second would assume that when, like if there's something about making a people and then going out, the going out assumes that you're still that kind of people, right? And if you are not that kind of people, because a way to look at the Torah is God is making beauty. He's making a certain beautiful people, and beauty attracts. They attract people in. And the key is as you are attracted, you are changed. Beauty doesn't merely consume, it changes you in your conditions as you move into it. And so there's this notion of going out and having that beauty to attract people in. And as they attract you, they are changed to be open to you. So likewise, if they experience garbage time and they see something like Theory Underground and there's some sort of experience of beauty in the kind of Platonic sense, then that attracts them to it without you having to argue, right? And I think with that being the case, a way to think about, I think there's a strategy of directly opposing religion as a New Age atheist that doesn't seem to have worked. And there is, what would it look like to be in a church to be in the presence of those conditions of possibility while showing an alternative way of thinking about these things that would then attract people to that alternative that might get them then to start thinking about what does Christianity look following something like a King Victus model versus the substitutional atonement, which would have a whole lot about new creation, ergo spreading the conditions of time energy. Because I think it's very important when talking about eternity. We have to think about that not as an alternative time, because what he's talking about is a tradition of eternity that is a gathering of all time into a single point. I think this is erroneous, because I think it is more accurate to think of it not as the absence of sequence, but the presence of duration in a sort of Bergson sense. And I think experientially to think about that, I know recently there was a presentation on flow. Another thing to think about is self-forgetfulness. Eternity is a condition of flow that is possible because of finitude, but it's so much enraptured in the conditions of finitude that you forget about it. And so eternity is a certain self-forgetfulness that is only possible because of a self, and the self-forgetfulness is relation, which means there is division, but the division, so you're not having eternity as a giant like Neon Genesis Evangelion third impact blob or something. That would be unfortunate where all the AT fields collapse. You know, that doesn't sound too great. But instead it's a certain sort of dance that would be eternity. And one of the great problems, but what gets in the way of a lot of this, so eternity is self-forgetfulness, and what does it mean to meet the conditions to be lost in that self-forgetfulness of time, which has something to do with a logic of time energy that would be alternative to capital, right? Also, too, so a few things on the providence, the heaven, and different things like that. I'm quite a fan of the King Victus, New Poll, 1970 Sanders. There are new thinkers on this, like N.T. Wright, where you have to think about what doctrines like heaven, resurrection are they must be far, far, far more Judaist. Far more like Judaism. Like they've been interpreted according to a Western tradition. And so on the notion of their, basically they would all say that everyone is dead. They're not in heaven. They're dead. There's a hope of a resurrection, of which would be New Jerusalem when God comes to earth, but they're not in some sort of Platonic alternative world. Heaven is God's presence, and God in new creation comes to dwell among man, and there might be a resurrection of the body. We don't really see in Jesus, for example, a separation of the soul from the body. We see a resurrection of the body. So the idea that the person is in a better place is not true. They are dead. They are not in a better place. There is the hope of resurrection. And maybe there's something to be said about the grace of God having you have some sort of sense of their presence, but they're actually dead. So there's no possibility of some sort of new eternal time without a resurrection of the body, ergo the resurrection of finitude, in the context of a new flow of time that you can refer to as duration or eternity. That would be a possible grace of God. But that would all align on the idea of there is no other world. There is simply the work of this world that in a Christian context can be worked toward new creation, but that requires death and the cross and openness to the other, all of which then would be counter to the notion of getting away from everything. Now, the other thing, too, with the idea of providence, we have to ask, so there's a great debate, so now I'm getting into a theology nerd, and I don't mean to bore, but I think this is very...
No, that's what... Hey, it's 1/10 of why you're here, so keep going.
It's dire. I think it's very important. There's a horrific understanding. So the Bible's quite interesting. It describes, Satan, which is the lowercase s because it's not a name, it's a title. If it was a capital S, it would be an essence, which would mean it would have substance. But he's referred to as a kind of Lord of the age, God of this age, where the world is actually under forces of like darkness and destruction and evil that have to be confronted, right? And that all of these things do not occur because God wants them to occur. And when you start saying it must be God's will, then basically you're conflating God with Satan, which would be really erroneous. And we have to start thinking about the operations of providence as the working of new creation, which would have something to be about making the experience of eternity, which is the experience of something like time energy. Like providence is working into the spreading of the conditions of possibility for something like an experience of dwelling in new creation, which would be according to a different logic than the logic of the Lord of the age, which currently in this historic moment is manifest in capital, right? And so what you would have to think about providence is working against those forces. Now, there's a lot of stuff now where you can get really nerdy into permissive will, total will. Another way to look at it is I like how Austin Farrer kind of describes in The Finite and the Infinite, where he's basically like, okay, can you imagine, like, if there's going to be existence, there has to be the possibility of bad things occurring, is what he wants to argue. And he says it not necessarily just in terms of free will, like everyone knows that argument, but the idea of, he says, the moment you make a pen and you make a hand, which is finitude, there's the possibility of the pen hitting the hand in a way the hand does not like. He says things have to bump up against one another. If everything is not a blob, there's the possibility of things intercepting and bumping up against one another. So you can't have finitude, which would be the necessary separation ontologically from, say, God or the unlimited good, as Studebaker was saying. The moment you start talking about something unlimited, like the good, or I was speaking with the great Mr. Jockin on Aristotle and classicals on beauty, the moment you start talking about something unlimited, then in order to relate to something unlimited intelligibly according to a process of an unfolding of a creative act, you have to talk about finitude. But the moment you talk about finitude, you're talking about distinction that can bump up against one another. And furthermore, according to agent, may hurt each other according to good intentions that they think are good, but actually make things worse. Because a lot, like, I think Augustine was quite astute when he said, evil is a misordered good. Like, very often the world is destroyed by ideas of what are good that are misordered and thus destroys things. So if you're going to have ideas of the good, which would be the necessary condition of participation in the creative act, you have to have the possibility of misunderstanding. And the forces of providence of the Lord of the age are contributing to the misunderstanding, ergo, say, the spread of the logic of capital in the association of the good with the logic of capital. That then is you could say, zeitgeist providence-esque like force occupying in the world, that there has to be an oppositional logic with, which you could say is time, energy, or eternity. But here's the key. What is the strategy that is presented by which to do this following Paul or Jesus? And more could be said. It is dwelling in the conditions of possibility with the other that is difficult to be around, but you don't give up on, and you're willing to die, and you're able to forget. If you don't have this mixture of things, then it seems very, very difficult to deal or change the conditions of possibility for an alternate providential logic. So I think a lot of those things you hear at sermons and funerals and things like that are a reflection of a desire to actually not face the real of death, which ironically, as a testament to the possibility of new life, actually gets in the way of resurrection, which of course human beings are very good at irony. That might be if we, I always, to close the point, because I know we have 5 minutes left, I just love speaking to you people, is that when we talk about the world being fallen, sin and all of these different things, I think the best way to think about it is as ironic. The tendency of the human is ironic. And what irony is that X does Y for Z, and Y is why X doesn't get Z. Like, we tend to do things for a reason, and that thing is precisely why that thing does not occur. We're prone to irony because we tend to make mistakes all the time. And so the logic of the world tends to be ironic. Well, that's a problem, because the only way to deal with irony is with the very brain that is ironic. What the frick do you do? The very thing that makes you realize the problem is what causes the problem, right? Well, then there has to be a perpetual dwelling and living of thinking and life of the mind to deal with irony. Ergo, philosophy becomes an inseparable part of the work of new creation and anything that might even resemble Christianity, and any talk of a providence, which by that removes thinking, right? There's a force that's acting independent of will, would get in the way of the thinking that's necessary to work against the irony that is leading to the forces of death that make you be at this very funeral talking about how they're overcome. So as you talk about the forces of destruction being overcome, you are participating in their prevalation and spread. And so it is very important to get these things correctly, or you cannot change the conditions of possibility to even begin to glimpse anything like a spread of a new creation.
Beautiful. Thank you, Daniel. So, I don't know if you saw what I said there in the chat. If you've got to go, no worries, but we also have a whole extra half hour before Swole joins us because things moved around.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so, I got another 30 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be Ryan Gosling. I got all that.
Dude,
wonderful.
I just put him outside actually on the, like I tether him to the trash can in the yard, and then he sits on top of it or walks around it, and he watches squirrels and other cats, and then children in the neighborhood come and pet him, and it's adorable. And this was
dwelling in the conditions of possibility. He's dwelling in the conditions of possibility, squirrel or not to squirrel. See, we need to take an example from our pets.
No, this is also true. Like, cats are more modal in a sort of sense. Oh, here's Winston. Here's Winston, everybody.
He's got two. Look at this guy, Winston. Oh my gosh, that's the Plubble. Chariots of Fire Plubble. Oh my gosh. Dude, on the beach, the Plubble. Oh, it's beautiful. Hey, Winston, how you doing, buddy? Oh my gosh, you could get a cigar and start talking about the Iron Curtain. You are ready. man, we're gonna put you in. You're gonna take on Dunkirk. This is gonna be great. You ready, Dunkirk? All that. Sit on a bus, talk with the British people about what to do. It was a magical moment. I'm not sure if it has any historic relevance. Like, I want Winston on my darkest hour. Next darkest hour I've got, I'm taking Winston. We are ready.
Yeah, 100%. On the possibility thing, I just want to say really quick, as far as cats being like these modal creatures, right? Because like I'm writing this book about cats and dogs, and because I've sort of been paying attention to them for like 10 years, and the interesting thing about Ryan, because he is a leash harness and leash cat, so he gets to go out front and he gets to go out back, and sometimes he wants to go out back, and other times he wants to go out front, and so I grabbed his harness and I dragged it to the back door, and he walks over, and then he walks over to the front door, and I come over and I'm like, "Are you sure?" And he's just like looking at me like, "This is where I want to go." And I was like, "You were already out front earlier." And it's interesting because like in the back, he likes to go to like this hole in the fence and kind of bat at these dogs that stick their noses in there, and like they love him, he loves them. Like he's got this great friendship with these two dogs at the neighbor's fence in the backyard. But in the front yard, there's all these other cats and all these children. And so it's actually like the front is like a way more social space and the back is a way less social space. Both sides have squirrels, both sides have birds, but one side has other cats and children. And it's interesting that he has like preferences. I just think it's the most adorable thing ever. And sometimes he doesn't want to go out at all. And so, just amazing. He is an OTM king. I said that in the chat. Somebody was saying that he is OTM max. And for people who don't know, that's the word for leisure, right? Leisure time. And time energy is like leisure time. It's kind of different, right? We have this distinction between time energy and energy time that we're working with at the Critical Doxology and Time Energy seminar. And there's this whole thing that goes into it, but basically time energy is the precondition for being able to have otium. Of course, in a lot of cases throughout history, Rene Descartes' otium was preconditioned by patronage. Karl Marx's otium was preconditioned by the patronage of Frederick Engels. The otium of fucking Emerson's homeboy Thoreau was preconditioned by Emerson paying him to be able to do his writing at the little cabin on the back of Emerson's property, which is funny that Thoreau never says in the Walden book that he's actually on the back property of his homie Emerson, and that they would hang out while he was supposedly off in solitude, right? Like, but whatever. We can forget. The thing is that almost every great intellectual product has come from patronage, almost always from like one or two bigger patrons. This whole like democratizing patronage thing, I think it goes too far today, but it's also really cool. And when I say it goes too far, it's like, well, not everybody talking to a camera needs patronage because that's not a real job, guys. But also like, that's why I shut down my influencer Patreon and came back 2 years later with Theory Underground, because I was like, well, now I'm doing something more. And so if you want to support the free side, get on the Patreon side. And if you have a lot of time and energy, or you have at least enough that you want to be involved with the 2 or 3 meetings per month, then become a subscriber. And all the information for how to do that is in the description. What do you want to say about that, Daniel?
I have no doubt, though, that if Winston was running down the beach, plopping into the chariots of fire, he could be our patron. And I would have no problem. Like, all the money he would make would just go up and be like, "Sir, Winston, please, it's my darkest hour. You made so much." I have no doubt we would all make it big with Winston going down the beach. Put that little cigar in his mouth, take on it's going to be great. So we're all going to make it. It's going to be grand.
We'll
Actually,
Instagrams for all the Theory Underground animals. We'll set up Instagram pages.
I'd go actually
We
different British reference. I'd go up and I'd be like, "Please, sir, can I have some more?"
Can I have some more? It'd be really nice. I'll do a little dancing routine. It'd be really good. And he beat you at the gravestone. I'm sorry, I didn't know. No, I'm really happy.
Everyone.
Everyone. They don't actually show you what happens after Christmas. They just cut it there with Timmy because there's no time energy. It's like, about that.
Back
little.
to the
Timmy stayed little. Actually,
He's dead.
we joke. Yeah, Timmy didn't make it. Like, you go over to Scrooge's tomb and you're looking at that, but kind of over there is Timmy's. And then there's like the one where Timmy May's like, oh crap, we needed to change the conditions of possibility. Shoot, so we're here for you, Timmy. We're here for you. We just knew when's going to make some paychecks.
Dude, it's like it's like Lord of the Rings erasing the fact that the Shire got decimated in the movies.
They did leave that out. That was, that whole coming back and be like, man, home does not look like it did. Oh, you Saruman jerk. And different things. Okay, so just get all the Theory Underground animals and what you need. It's on the beach and do them the philosophy soccer from Monty Python. That's what it's going to be. You get to do the strict philosophy soccer with all of the animals from Theory Underground. And it's going to be great. Oh, that's going to be it. Oh, all the Mun-Muns. Oh, it's going to be great.
Yes. All right. That was a great little halftime here. Where are we? Up here at the top? Oh, down there at the bottom. Okay, I'll start it.
There.
I'll read
to henceforth.
Guys, don't let me forget to go back down to the freezer and get the non-alcoholic beer that I put in the freezer because it'll explode eventually, I wrapped it in the wet paper towel to speed up it's getting cold. That shit works, so life hack. But it wouldn't be the first time I've exploded something like that. So yeah, don't.
Do you know how awesome it would be, though, to hear that explode in the background? I don't know if I want to tell you. Because you'll be talking and it'll be like... I think it'll be pretty great. It's going to be pretty great.
Okay, it'll be perfect. I can't find it in the book. I don't know what page we're on in the PDF. Well, we don't have a proper PDF, so I'll just keep reading from the screen. All right. Hence, it is all the more striking that the scene Lewis presents on the final page as a religious resolution marks the breaking of the will that binds him and his wife together. In direct contrast to the deathbed scene above, the last lines of the book celebrate her pious renunciation of the will to be with him. Quote, she said not to me, but to the chaplain, I am at peace with God. She smiled, but not at me. Poi si tornò al eterna fratana. The line that Lewis leaves in Italian, as the very last sentence of the book, is a quotation from the final canto of Dante's Paradiso, and reads in translation, quote, then she turned toward the eternal fountain. Dante's beloved Beatrice, after having guided him in the ascent to heaven, here turns away from him toward the glory of God. Beatrice thus achieves the state of beatitude, the complete bliss of contemplating the radiance of God, which according to Dante is the ultimate fulfillment of desire. Quote, as that light strikes us, Dante emphasizes, we are transformed in such a way that we cannot, this would be impossible, consent to turn and seek some other face. Thus, even though Beatrice is the love of Dante's life and vice versa, the supposed fulfillment of their desire is a state of being in which they no longer even care to turn toward one another. There is no Dante in Beatrice's beatitude and no Beatrice in Dante's beatitude. By analogy, there is no C.S. Lewis for Joy Davidman in heaven and no Joy Davidman for C.S. Lewis. Even their own individual identities can no longer be said to exist, since they are unable to do anything except be absorbed by the radiance of God. This religious consummation does not fulfill the wishes that animated their love and their lives. It rather obliterates them, and they are literally lost in the rapture of God. The religious faith that embraces the prospect of eternity is thus directly at odds with the secular faith that sustains the commitment to a shared finite life, the state of being that is the worst from the standpoint of the one who is mourning, namely, a state of being in which one would not even care about the absence of the beloved, is presented as the best from the religious standpoint. One may object here that many religious people nevertheless seem to find consolation in the hope that they will reunite with their loved ones in the afterlife, and that there is no reason to deprive them of this consolation. Certainly, if the prospect of an afterlife helps others to cope with the experience of devastating loss, it should be respected as such. Notice, however, that this argument itself is based on a secular commitment, since it is motivated by the care for how other people find a consolation that will enable them to go on living. The argument thereby reduces religious faith in eternity to a means toward the end of sustaining temporal lives. Furthermore, the hope that one will reunite with the beloved and live on together is a hope for something that the notion of eternity does not actually promise to fulfill, as we saw with Luther and Lewis. If the supposed consolation of religion breaks down, even for these stalwart believers, there is reason to think that many religious people suffer the same fate and that they can benefit from having access to alternative ways of articulating what they are going through in the experience of mourning. I kind of just want to throw it out there. Like, I'm not going to go into it in this stream, but I kind of think you get to have your cake and eat it too. Like, you can be an atheist, you can be a Christian, you can be a Buddhist, it doesn't matter to me. I think that you can have your cake and eat it too. And that's because no religion in its sacred scripture gives a definitive metaphysics of time, gives a definitive metaphysics of anything. I mean, it's like they'll say things that obviously get cherry-picked into someone's metaphysics, but metaphysics belongs to philosophy. And then, of course, it gets brought into theology by great thinkers. But it's not something that is just like, oh yeah, Paul, the Apostle Paul, great metaphysician. It's not, he's not Kant, guys. Like, he's doing something else. Same with Jesus. He's doing something else. And so, to me, when it comes to time, there are so many other ways this is the morbid thing that people say. There's many ways to skin that cat, right? When it comes to time, people tend to think, well, it's either presentism, a series of nows that just go away, or it's the B theory of time. It's just everything's eternal forever. And it's just like, yeah, well, there's a bunch of other theories of time, and none of them are more plausible than any of the others from what I can tell. And all of them can work in physics as well. All of them can work in anybody's religion. All of them can work in anybody's science. That's the thing that people don't realize when they do this stupid fucking physics bro bullshit where they're like, oh, dude, physicists, they have this new theory. We might be in a simulation. It's like, dude, we might be in a simulation without physicists telling us that. Or then when people are like, oh my God,
we're already in a simulation.
Yeah. Or when you get scientists coming along and they're like, oh my God, guys, and then they tell you something that everybody was already thinking anyway. And it's just like, oh, well, a scientist wrote a paper about it. Like, like how mental illnesses are proliferating through the internet because people are influenceable, right? Easily influenced. It's like, okay, we knew that. We don't need scientists to say it. We know that because we're fucking smart and we're humans and we're observant and we can deduce things and infer things and do so pretty well a lot of the time. And we tend to doubt ourselves, and we should doubt ourselves, but also we doubt ourselves a little too much on some of the most practical and obvious things. And then along comes some study that says the obvious, and people are like, oh my God, did you see that? It's like, yeah, thinking people were there for a long time. And if you go back to, Epicurus, he had a theory of the atom. If you go back to Kant, he preempts all this stuff people try to use quantum mechanics to argue for. It's just like, guys, we don't need that. You can't, like, philosophy's doing its thing. Now there's theology and science over here, and they're both going to constantly borrow from philosophy. And there might be some back and forth there, where it's not just one way borrowing. But my basic point is, no religion has an authoritative metaphysics. There is always this tug of war and ongoing reinterpretation of the fundamental basis of reality that is in dialogue with religion and science, and that every thinker has to work that shit through on their own. And so for me, you can have your cake and eat it too, with everything Hägglund is doing here, because my metaphysics, which none of you will ever find out about, is like, yeah, I mean, I agree with him, but I also agree with a bunch of stuff that Daniel's saying, and I agree with a bunch of stuff, whatever. So I don't think that, Hägglund's got it, but I do think that it's an important perspective. And so that's what I wanted to make sure to say at this point in our season, in this episode that we're recording. Yeah, what's up? You both have things you want to say, so go for it. I'm going to go get my beer before it explodes.
Well, I mean, I would Although I prefer hearing Nance's beautiful voice before I hear myself talk. But as just a quick note, I agree with everything that was said. I think, again, if you don't have an understanding of Paul as a situational thinker, that necessarily brings in philosophy. And also, like, Christians are like, oh, but the Bible says, you know, philosophy. Yeah, talking about bad philosophy, not philosophy in general. It's talking actually about, like, disembodying philosophy. Like Paul is all the time using Greek thinking categories and different things. It would be absurd to suggest that he's not using philosophy. But if you don't have Paul as a model of situational reasoning, and then in addition, there's a certain mistaken notion that everything that the Bible says is a one-to-one with what occurred. Obviously, creationism, science, and stuff like that. To its defense, it's a understandable mistake, because if you go, oh, well, the Bible doesn't mean what it says, well, then anything goes. Okay, well, that's understandable, but you've also, unfortunately, it's where we actually have not been taught to read books. That would be like saying someone like Marx makes a mistake, therefore the entire capital is useless, right? It is also not the case that the only mode of truth is correspondence theory, right? But, you know, there are different kinds of, I talk about Hegel's absolute or different things. Now, that said, if a Christian makes that claim where they say the Bible is not literal, that actually is not enough, because they would then have to justify that point, right? You can't just say that to be convenient. Well, one, there's two ways you can think about that. Let's say Genesis started off with quantum mechanics. You'd have two options. One, you'd have to believe God existed, because somehow God created a book that talks about quantum mechanics, so God's existence, it's done. Which, if you think agency and free will is important in this, then you can't have that view. Now, that's a theological argument, but if you take my term for it. Second, I promise you, if Genesis was about quantum mechanics, the Bible would have never reached us, because no one would have understood what it's saying, and it would have been nonsense, because language is always historically situated. So those two principles would thus make it justified to suggest why the holy text, or if that is your holy text, is not a one-to-one correspondence theory, which then, though, you can only deal with that if your relation to the Bible is like, say, us talking about the capital or this orbiting of a text, where the Bible is a common orbit for the housing of debate and discussion and situational reasoning, as we say in Paul, but you cannot shut down the freeing speech, as I like to talk about, with a correspondence theory, and therefore the question of metaphysics is entirely open. And in fact, there are radical debates on the nature of how time. I'm very much a fan of time space, as we see in Lee Smolin or Bergson, and the notion that time is actually space is a manifestation of time, as opposed to time being relative to space. I think it makes a lot more sense. Deleuze was big on Bergson. He did a wonderful book on that. You can start bringing in Deleuze's notion, I believe Bergson as well, the virtual, potential actual. I know Bard talks about that as well. These things start making a lot more sense. And then also, philosophy, as on the side, as I understand it, the virtual, is precisely the organization of creation according to the creative act, that if you do not do, you are actually not therefore fulfilling, dare I say, what God made you to do in his image and likeness, which is to participate in the creative act. So you must be engaging in this situational reasoning, or you have a lot of problems. So I definitely think there's plenty of room for metaphysics. I think that it doesn't necessarily, like this blob notion of eternity. My way to think about it is, if we accept time-space, and thus finitude, there is no, like, the future is virtual, and the past is actual and absolute. It's very solid. You can't change the past. It's not relative. And the present is the kind of I think Alexander Bard will talk about the eternal now, kind of a Paul Tillich turn, is the unfolding of the creative moment according to the virtual. Okay? Well, if that is all the case, then finitude is precisely the necessary limitation that we can relate to think the virtual, to thus concretely and conditionally participate in the creative unfolding of the time space according to our agency and thought. Thus, philosophy is the necessary precondition of participating in that. And then, funny enough, this is what I would also say as a bit of a critique, is that a lot of the thrust is on the idea that finitude creates meaning, right? Like, if it's finite, then it can be meaningful, right? Now, there's definitely truth to that in the Heideggerian, I think he talks about kind of the horizon and the mountains and all of that different stuff. So if there's no death, there's no finitude. Now, death is also critically, and I was talking to Mr. Alexander Ebert about this, death is presuppositionless. You don't have to have a presupposition to have death. Thus, death is central for the possibility of a presuppositionless philosophy, which is the crown jewel, but only in the encounter of death, not the idea of death, in the radical encounter of death, because you cannot have presuppositions ahead of time of that thing that you're going to encounter. You don't have to assume death to encounter death. So the presupposition less is in the encounter, which also, though, means what's more primary than death is limit. Limit, because there's a necessary limit that you are encountering of which distinguishes you from the dead, because you're not dead, right? So finitude, as a particular limit that comes out in the encounter of death, is more presupposition-less than death. And so the finite particular encounter is the meaning, right? And what I would argue is, therefore, as Mr. Ebert talks about, the key is how we relate to our limits, of which are in our immediacy, not merely death at the end of life. Because the mistake of making death the source of meaning and kind of talking about like things are going to last forever, it doesn't have so much of an effect in your immediate everyday life. You can say, well, I believe we're all going to die, so everything is precious because it's limited. But that may not actually change your daily practice because it becomes an abstract universality of everything is precious. But actually, if the source of meaning is the encounter of the limit, then your daily practice must be a regular encounter of limitation, of a meaningful encounter with the finitude, which means you go do something that surprises you, something unexpected, because that's going to be presupposition less. And here's the key. The highest form of time, in my opinion, that is only possible because of limitation and finitude, ergo distinction, is basically the flow state, which is the state of dance where you get so lost in time, everything is gathered in the sense that it's all here to be released in its fulfillment, in its fullness. A way to think about that, when I look at this room and I don't think about it, it's all one. You have to think to create a distinction, right? So it's all one. This is what I think the correct understanding of gathering is. It's in a state where thought isn't thinking that then you get a kind of oneness, right? The funny thing about the flow state is you get the same thing, but in the fullness of thought, which is the fullness of time. Because you think to the supreme point of thinking, then actually you get something that is like the state of oneness and gathering that you can get by not thinking, but it actually is a product of going through thinking to return to something that's analogous to that state of thoughtlessness, that is the flowness that gathers everything up in a state of participation. That is only possible precisely because there is a finite that is the limitation of a creative unfolding that can create this effect that you are participating in according to the time space. And so then the question is, how can you maintain the flow state as such, which is a state of self-forgetfulness? Well, you have to be ready for the surprise, because what throws it off? The surprise, right? You didn't see it in your back. Oh, I'm thinking again. The doorknob's there. I'm focusing on one thing. The gathering is lost because you go back. It's like Heidegger talks about the broken doorknob, right? Like the doorknob breaks and then you notice it. So the surprise. To stay in the beatific vision, I would also note in the Dante, it's critical that in the wheel that's turning, there's a human effigy, because the notion is that Dante looks at Beatrice and actually finds the fullness of Beatrice in God, because all is gathered in God. So you don't leave Beatrice behind. You actually find the fulfillment and fullness of every particularity by the guidance of the particularity to its fulfillment of God. Now that's Dante's model that gets into why there's a human effigy in the place where the wings fail the lofty fantasy, and that the love that moves the sun and other stars is actually participating in the love of Beatrice as well. That model is where eternity thus gathers up the particular without melting the particular into a blob that is known in its most intimacy in a form of the flow, where when you're in a flow state with someone, what kind of happens? The border between you and them vanish, right? And yet they stay in their particularity. So it's kind of intimate, right? You become one with them in something that's like a blob, but actually you don't lose the particularity. In fact, the flow is possible because of the particularity, and the miracle of it is precisely the capacity to be lost in the other as such, right? But maintaining that requires one, training, so you need the conditions of time energy to get training in this ability to have a flow state, and to be able to handle any surprise that occurs that would throw you out of that mindset. So you got to become like a Jedi or a kind of ninja, that whatever life throws at you, you can handle it. And so much of training is the ability to handle those things, to occupy this different mode of time that is possible because of the ground of time-space as opposed to space-time, which would say, here's the key, The problem with space-time, if time is relative, basically time's an illusion, and a different occupation of time is not a different occupation in a reality, it's an illusion. And so you couldn't make the claim in metaphysics that this higher experience of time was ontologically valid or even ontically valid. You would have to say it is merely psychological, really. You'd have to say that's merely a psychological state. But what if actually time-space is the basis of thing, and something like the flow state is an analogous alignment of the subject with how the ontological actually unfolds, right? Well, that then would start bringing into alignment of things, how like eternity and all of this would not be so dualistic. I just said a lot really quickly, but please, Nance. So yes, I think you can absolutely do different metaphysics and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I got lost in what you were saying, and I forgot what I wanted to add. But just to take it back to, there is room for metaphysics. There is room for, oh geez, now I can't even, like, there can be harmonies. Like, people can play different songs and we can allow them to harmonize. We don't have to be so positivistic and say this is the one eternal universal truth. But this is my position as a, postmodern nihilist. If it's offensive to anyone, I don't mean it to be. And it's also not a hill I'll die on. Like, if someone wants to pick a hill and die on it, that's cool with me too. But I can say that from my position, where I do believe in harmony, because I don't believe in positivistic binaries, exclusionary positions. Yeah.
I'm so sorry that I got on my time space thing, because I really got.
No, I love it.
You're such a
I love it.
I had a lovely chart for the net, the net 94, and we also had a good one for the net 93 that hopefully expands on some different things in the talk with Alex E. But basically, the notion that if reality is time space, then the future is entirely open, and what the future is going to be is completely relative to the conditioning that we do now according to the virtuality of thought, because we can think the future. It's not like you can travel to the future; it's created. Like, there's only the now. If that is the case, then how the future unfolds is relative to how we condition thinking, which, if we relate to the other according to a flow state, or kind of if we use that category generally, or say time energy, then that actually would actually align exactly what you would expect with time space. So let's put it this way: if reality was space time, then you would expect the logic of capital to actually help people align with how reality actually is. Because there's a certain relativity, right? But there seems to be something off. I would argue that that phenomenological experience of that offness that seems to be corrected in something like the flow space or energy-infused time actually is suggestive of deeper mistakes in physics and notions of the universe, of which is actually time-space. You would expect time energy to matter so much if the universe was time-space versus space-time. That's generally what I would say, and I think you can fit that in a Christian conception. But the key is maintaining it would be able to handle surprise and the other who's difficult, and that's why, for me, the emphasis on Jesus, for example, the emphasis on pain, blood, forgiveness, other person, difficulty is critical, because if we cannot handle those challenges, you could not handle a phenomenological mode, which would suggest the conditions of possibility that make that phenomenology possible are actually a time-space universe, right? Because that's the key. Phenomenology is always about the conditions that make that experience possible, right? So if time-space seems to suggest a certain experience that's more fitting for what the human is, then the question is, what must the universe be like so that this is more fitting, right? Well, if that in of itself would suggest time-space, and I think that's how the phenomenological would align with something like time-space. So, and I think that actually would align with the Dante dance and so on and so forth.
I did not follow that nearly as much as I initially thought I was, because that's the way that it is with when I'm multitasking. A lot of times it's like I'm following just fine. But then there's new information or something that's logistical, usually something logistical, like Anne's talking about this and that and the other thing, and I'm following along just fine while multitasking. And then all of a sudden she gets into some logistics, and then I realize I thought I was tracking for 5 minutes, but I just realized that I wasn't. And it's like that. It's the same with like new information. And so what you're saying about time space is really interesting, and I want to dig into it. Where could I dig into you actually talking about this?
There's a number of net conversations that get into this quite a lot. I would do the Alex Ebart Limitless. I think there is quite a few called time space. Definitely belonging again as the absolute choice. Quite a bit of the work on Hegel, talking about David Hume, different things like that. Certainly you should be. I would definitely suggest the net that we just had. That hopefully I'll get up number 94. I think number 41 is also quite good, where we think about things like Wolfgang. And some of the Vervaeke, Michael Levin, different things. Also, the one with Thomas Jockin's very good that we did pretty recently.
But Daniel, what is the net?
Oh, the net is a fun little gathering that we have. There's a video actually that will explain it. That's quite fun. Okay. On the OG, no pressure to look at it, but it's a fun little gathering at a diner that we've done for about 2 years, so it's been a lot of fun.
At a diner? Okay. And so
it's a diner structure of just a regular kind of meeting thing with beautiful, wonderful people.
Amazing. Okay. So yeah, I just want you to take the opportunity to plug anything that you want people to get involved with before we bring it over to. I think that Swole's probably going to be joining us slightly late because he is currently commuting back to his place, and so we got a little bit of time here in the next 5 minutes to plug some things, and I'm about to plug 3 courses. But before I do so, yeah, I want you to say a couple things about OG Rose for people who have no idea who you are.
Well, let's see. My name is, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you, gentlemen. I've really enjoyed it a lot, and I'm glad we had an opportunity to get into time space and things like that, which again would in of itself, if time space is the case, would suggest the finitude is the invitation to participate actually in a creative unfolding. But then, of course, one would socioeconomically need the time energy to dwell, to use an Illic term, in that well. But no, the net is fun. I mean, it's an invitation thing with people that I adore and love. So if you ever want to come, and we've just been doing it with these conversations that we've done for a while. So there's a playlist on that if you're interested. And the last one has been building on a lot of these different topics. But yes, OG Rose, the website. YouTube, Michelle does the anchor, I do the Twitter, we have children. We also help run a wedding venue called Mead Lake that you can look up. So if anyone wants to get married and you're in this area, we'd love to have you because, we are until we get Winston on that beach, getting us all the Benjamins, let us know what we can do. The big thing is that frantically we have Belonging Again 2 coming out, and the last submitting is 2-1. So if anyone wants to pick up this book, I'd really appreciate it. We'd love it very much. It's actually, it's funny because we started the first in 2016, and so this is 2-1 that we will be coming out on the 19th. So this is shameless promotion, totally shameless. Like someone's ringing a bell right now. Shame. So Belonging Again 2-1. But you have to put it in tonight, the final version, to be out on the 19th. So that will come out. We had a wonderful talk with the great Cadell last about it. So that was a lot of fun. That's going through a lot of the political. And actually, Dave, there's a chapter all about time energy that I couldn't resist. That's 5.3a. So I tell you what, nice. Time Energy by Dave McCarrick. And then Mikey here on the Nick Land stuff. That was so much fun. That was just really fire. On 6.1b. So that's all good. So that, books, anything, if you ever, again, you want to come we do dinner around 5 on the porch, it's a lot of fun. So plug. I'm just going to keep saying that. And actually, my bank account is skyrocketing as I say that. Plug. Anyway.
Now I'm going to take a moment to plug here, and that is to say... Plug. The main thing on the screen here for the people who are listening and don't have eyes on the screen is Introduction to Ivan Illich, Reimagining Tools and Society. This was going to be a very different course the first time we taught from when we... Well, okay, let's just say it's changed a lot since the first time that I talked to Brian on this channel about this. For those of you who don't know, Brian Weeks is somebody I've been collaborating with for a long time, like 5 years before I started doing online stuff. We have done all kinds of reading circles, discussion groups, education related things. And he was one of the 3 people involved in the instructors for the first course at Theory Underground, which was Ivan Illich's, Karl Jaspers's The Idea of the University, which, if you want to know more about that, I've got a post coming out soon where I use that as well as Zizek to talk about what we're doing here with these contradiction conversations coming up on April 18th. But for now, just know that Brian is an OG, not Rose, but an OG fellow traveler. And Nance was a stranger to us at the time that he joined the Idea of the University course in January of 2023. And so, Nance, would you like to say anything about your hopes and dreams regarding this course that I have up on the screen? Or your feelings in general, yeah.
I am very excited to continue to play around with the idea of learning and getting an education once again. Going through the Idea of the University course, like, it really did allow me to reconnect with a part of myself that I had to stifle and I had to repress and I had to stuff deep down under years and years of crust and anger and disappointment. But like really going through that course, which was just about like the idea of the university, the idea of learning. Why does it matter? Why do I care? Was awesome. And going through this course with Illich, like he's someone who has thought about providing education, providing frameworks for people to get educated, in a way that matters. Like, this is someone that takes this idea of learning seriously. And universities and academies and institutions and schools don't seem to do that anymore. And I was kind of ejected from the popular education mainstream system due to economic factors, but also because I was a dickhead who couldn't follow instructions. So it's really cool to be a guy in my late 30s and to be able to come back and actually get that thing that I wanted as a child, that thing that is education, and that thing that is an approach to the universal point of view. It's awesome. It's special. I feel lucky, but also it's not just, oh, I'm lucky. Like it comes out of the hard work of real concrete people. And that's awesome. And it is a pleasure to be a part of the scene. And I love it. I get to eat my cake and have it too.
You're a lot more than a person in the scene, man. You are a founding member of the milieu that we are building here. But really quick, yeah, this whole being built by real people thing, that's where this this shameless plugging, we should make no apologies for it, guys. We are real human beings who have to do real things. I went $60,000 into debt so that I can tell you, if you're going for philosophy, you probably don't want to go to the university, at least not at most state universities. If you can get into Cambridge or University of Chicago, go for it. But, if you can go to, if I had known that the University of New Mexico was as good as it is for philosophy, then I would have gone there. But the point is that, unless you can get into like the right school, don't go for philosophy. And if you really care about the ideas and the liberal arts, it's kind of a coin toss what you're going to get in the institution, and you can make the most out of it if you're already there. I'm not saying drop out. I'm definitely not saying that. Never would say that. But I'm going to put up on the screen what I had to do. This is me. This is a ditch that I dug 9 years ago. This is the kind of work that I was doing while I was going $60,000 into debt, because I had to keep working and going into debt at the same time. And so, yeah, that's just me digging a ditch. I was always on Craigslist. I built up a huge clientele around the Treasure Valley region in Boise. And I also had a desk job where I was working part-time. I also had a student government gig for a little while. There's a bunch of different things that I did. I was a tutor for a while. Lots of little side hustles that I was doing while doing manual labor, while being a student, while being the first in my family to go to college, and thinking to myself, I might be going into debt, but I have to make the most of this. And it's just what it is, right? I had Pell Grants, I had scholarships, but those only pay for like half of your tuition nowadays. They used to pay for the whole thing. They don't anymore. So Obama expanded the Pell Grant, and who can who can apply for it, which expanded it to me. But of course, it only covers half of your tuition nowadays as opposed to all of it back in the day. And that's just getting at the real world costs of getting the education and all of this negation that builds up over time that we were referring to in the conversation with Cadell for that episode. But for this episode, I guess I want to close out by saying, yeah, we're real people in the real world. Go support OG Rose if you want to. Get involved with OG Rose if you want to. It's not a shameless plug. It is, it's solidarity, guys. And then the other thing that I want to show, besides Brian's course, which begins, the introduction to Ivan Illich, the Reimagining Tools in Society, which begins June 13th and goes through July 4th. We've also got an amazing course with Dr. Todd McGowan coming up. Really, I mean, he'd get mad if I said that. I mean, Todd. So Todd's going to be teaching this Lacan's Seminar 11 course, which will begin July 6th and go through July 27th. It meets on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern time. The course that Brian's teaching is going to be on Thursdays at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And then finally, because I've brought up Emmanuel Levinas so many times, and so far, I don't have enough people signing up for this course, guys. I gotta get some more signups for this thing. Otherwise, I'm not gonna fucking do it. If you want to read this book with me, if you actually want lectures by somebody who's reading it for the third time and who has been reading Heidegger for so long and just taught the Being in Time course and is relating it all to the stuff that we're talking about in this life, this book right here by Martin Hägglund, then the guy you're going to want to read up on is Emmanuel Levinas, who is, by the way, religious, though he works within the, what does he call it? The transcendental horizon, or the limiting effect that Kant puts in place, where, he keeps it within the phenomenological and then does deductions on the basis of what's obvious instead of going out into speculative zones of honest inquiry. But nonetheless, he's playing by the hardcore rules set up by Husserl. And with that said, that begins on, the first half of it begins on August 3rd and goes through August 24th. The second half of it is going to begin in 2025, January 11th and go through February 1st. So it's broken up into two halves so you can take a break and focus on your holidays. And also, there's other courses at Theory Underground that'll be happening in the meantime at the same time as this one, this is one of those ones that happens at 12 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. And I think that's the same time that a couple other courses are going to be happening. But whatever, all of the main courses besides Brian's are going to be happening on Saturdays for the rest of the year. And so if you cannot attend on Saturdays, then you're shit out of luck. But don't worry, you're not really, because they're always available on demand. And if you're in the course, like a lot of the people who were just here for the Leon Brenner course on the clinical structures of psychoanalysis and autism, well, they were able to access those same day, even if they couldn't attend. I had lots of people who were doing lots of stuff that made it so they couldn't do that. Brown Bunny says, "Oh, I want that Levinas course." Okay, well, no more hitting on Nance, or we won't let you in. I'm just kidding. All right. With that, everybody, thank you so much for listening into this episode. Daniel, any last word?
I love you. And I really hope we do that Instagram with the Theory Underground Philosophy Soccer. I think at the end of the day, if we really want to find the value and meaning of finitude, if we really are serious about actually unlocking the creative potentials of time-space, and if we really are committed to overcoming the autonomous logic of capital that leads to all these alienations, then we will bring about the philosophy soccer game involving the theory animal, theory underground theory animals. And I think Winston, just even me saying this, even if he doesn't hear it, he just felt a slight flicker in the force, and that means he concurs. He agrees. Gentlemen, it's been a delight. Thank you. I've enjoyed it very much.
Thank you, Daniel.
Take care. All right. Now we can bring in the Swoletariat. Inviting him to speak right now. All right, let's see what's up.
Greetings. Nice voice effect. How do I get my camera going? What's going on here?
So it's the one that looks like a camera. That's a good start.
Got it.
Yeah, there we go. What's up, man? Welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I just had my first serious full ass upper body workout. Probably the first one in like several months. That was like a full, like complete workout. So that was
Okay,
good.
I'm gonna click record right now so we don't miss any more amazing insights like that one. 3, 2, 1. We're recording, and this is the last episode of this season of Theory Underground, reading This Life, Secular Faith and Spiritual Freedom. And when I say the last episode, who knows? Maybe we'll do like some post game or whatever. But for now, and as far as this exegetical marathon live stream at Theory Underground, unless we've got a fellow traveler or subscriber who's down to do exegeticals with us, who wants to get involved and wants to DM me right now, this is probably our last one. So we are joined now today by Eamon, aka the Swolitariat. Welcome, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just had a great workout and I'm feeling good. And yeah, ready to read some words.
Yeah, man. Great. So have you been in and out throughout the day, or is this cold turkey for you?
So cold turkey. I've been. This is a full day for me at work.
Okay, cool. So, let's see. What do we want to tell you? Everybody, by the way, this is Swole. And he and I are going to have a conversation. I think we're going to have a conversation on April 18th. Right now, we're slated to have a conversation about our political journeys and how we've changed. But that also might change because there's a potentially more interesting contradiction conversation that Swole might be having on that same day at that same time on the same channel. But we'll see. It's all in the works. So stay tuned. That is going to be an amazing day, by the way. We're really excited to share with you all the information about it. In fact, I will put it up on the screen because I have referenced it several times throughout this season. And while I pull it up on the screen, Nance, can you explain to Swole what I mean by the season and these episodes? Just because he knows this is a live stream, so I'm sure that's confusing. So go for it.
So we've been chopping up these the different reading segments into like with Anne and then with no one else and then with Cadell and with Bram. Each roughly hour to hour and a half segment is going to be an episode and Daniel is going to be a standalone episode that's released as a standalone video and also podcast episode. So that the people who can't watch a 8-hour, 9-hour, 12-hour stream have some the content is packaged up in a less intimidating way and a more accessible way.
Mm-hmm.
So this is episode 6, 7.
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Each episode's
really
been
cool. It's a way to it's a way to take your own objectified labor and make it continue to do work in the future, and not just because we're cool internet people and fuck you, watch us, but also to make sure people can access it.
Yeah.
Based.
But also because we're cool internet people, fuck you. Also that. Dude, the toxicity levels just went up like 10 degrees when Swole came in here. There's so much masculinity in this space. I'm worried that we lost all of the wrong kind of ladies and gained all the right kind just now. No, I'm just kidding. All right. But, yeah. So Eamon, that's the long and short of it. There's nothing else you need to know about the format, except that we're doing 3 puff pass, which is where we each read 3 paragraphs and then pass it off back, and so, but I like how it's developed where the first round we'll each read 1 paragraph, right? So it's going to be like, that way we all kind of get integrated into it. So it's like the first round we each do 1 paragraph, and then after that we each do 3, and we just keep cycling that way. And, what's the ratio here of talking to reading that we're trying to approximate?
77 reading, 23 talking and interjection, because I'm sure you're aware of the Pareto principle. I'm sure you're also aware that Pareto was a fascist.
Yep.
So in order to avoid that, we're doing 77-23.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get too close to 80-20.
Yeah, that's why whenever we use Heideggerian concepts, I just slightly change them. So instead of Dasein, I use a Z. It's Dasein. And whenever I say being in the world, I just started saying bringing in the world. I don't know. I just to avoid any borrowing from the fash, it's very important. But everyone knows I'm kidding. All right. So the book, though, that you're coming in on, all you need to know about it is that he's arguing that life is finite. It's that, we have this faith that life is finite, that we have like this strong hunch that this might be it. And that strong hunch that this might be it is the basis upon which even religious people care about the world and other people, which is why C.S. Lewis mourned the loss of his wife's life. And he didn't find comfort in his religion. And so he wrote a whole book about that. Well, that's something that Martin Hägglund talks about. Well, Martin Hägglund is also a Marxist of sorts. He is not quite an orthodox Marxist, and he is based in value for and pilled, we found out. But he's also, he's not just a Marxist. There is like this sort of underlying, like existential standpoint that he's bringing to it. The whole thing is about like your life, my life, our life. It's fragile. It's precarious. It will go away. We have to make the most of this life while we're here. If we don't, we're sleeping at the wheel. We've already given up. And the fact is this might be all we have. And our politics should reflect that. And how we act with other people should reflect that. And that should trickle down into all other aspects of life. But when you believe in eternity, in the ways that he is talking about, that results in a sort of indifference about what happens to this world, whether it burns up or, climate change or what have you. And so is there anything you would want to ask about that or that Nance you would want to add to?
I mean, that's the kind of thing I would hear from, in my militant anarchist or atheist phase, listening to Dawkins and listening to Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens, and so that this is kind of right along with my thoughts anyway.
I with that, I think Hägglund has a bigger brain than Harris and Hitchens and Dawkins, and I think he's more empathetic to the believers than any of those guys would be. And it's like, it's not a zero sum competition for Hägglund. And it's just been really cool to have him deftly unfold this argument that we're all atheists, even those of us who think we're not, but not in like a fucking barbed kind of way. Like you can't deny what you see, what you touch, what you feel, what you hear.
Like if you really believed in eternity and heaven and hell, if you really internalize that, then you would not care about what happens. You wouldn't want to bother trying to have fun or seek, I don't know, purpose or whatever the fuck, right? But so people live as if the end is the end.
Exactly. And that's where are we at? What do we need to say about where we're at? Because we're about to cut in on the middle of this section, which is what, chapter 1 still? Is that right?
Still chapter 1, section 5. Maybe section 6. He was just kind of setting up this proposition, and then he spent some time talking about Augustine and C.S. Lewis. Just this question of like, even when you lose those close to you, it's not the love of God or heaven that comforts you; it's the memory and the shared times and this and that. Yeah. So I'll read the first paragraph and then we'll go.
I'll just say that in these chapters, I'm still trying to find my place in the book really quick, but in these I found it. In these chapters, in the early chapters, he's basically settling accounts with a bunch of theologians. That's basically what's going on here. So we'll get to it.
To provide an understanding of why religious consolations don't address the problem of death and why we need other ways of expressing what we mourn, love, hope for, and believe in is one of the aims of this book. In contrast to Taylor, I don't think that the reason many secular people still rely on religious funerals is that the latter speak to our need for eternity. Rather, it is because secular forms of acknowledging mourning in communal ways are still underdeveloped. This situation is already changing with the ongoing development of secular funerals, as well as secular ways of understanding the process of mourning in forms of grief counseling, or collective support that don't depend on religious belief. While the available versions of such understanding and support can be improved in many ways, What is needed in order to develop them further is not religious faith or a religious vocabulary. On the contrary, if we want to achieve more richly articulated and meaningful forms of acknowledging the mourning of loved ones, a ceremony for death which will speak to our strongest feelings, as Taylor puts it, we need a language that expresses our faith in the value of finite lives and our commitment to keeping the memory of the dead.
To get a sense of how secular faith is at work, and yet how far we are from achieving a language that expresses it in the public life of the United States, let us consider a contemporary, deeply tragic instance of mortality, the shootings at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newton, Connecticut. He thinks that was real. On December 4th, I'm kidding. I'm joking. On December 14th, 2012, 20 children and 6 adult staff members were killed. The news of this mass, is it too soon? It's probably too soon, but I don't care. Like, when Alex Jones gets sued for so much for saying it was a joke, at that point, it's like, well, we're allowed to joke about it. There's only so many billions you can sue somebody for. The news of this mass murder was met with profound grief across the country, leading to intense efforts to change gun laws and restrict the use of assault weapons. I will not pretend that I can do justice to these important efforts here, or to the grief of those who lost their loved ones. What I want to highlight is that the efforts to increase gun control, as well as the grief over the lost lives, express a secular faith in the irreplaceable value of the lives that were brought to an end. If the secular faith were removed, there would be no inclination to mourn, since nothing irreplaceable would have been lost. Moreover, there would be no motivation to prevent similar events from happening, since there would be no risk against which to offer protection. There you go, Swole.
Nevertheless, the religious faith that is supposed to provide consolation is predicated on a denial of revitalization of the irreplaceable loss. Thus, at a memorial service for the victims in Newtown, President Barack Obama delivered the following sermon, quote, "Let the little children come to me," Jesus said, "and do not hinder them, for such belongs to the kingdom of heaven. God has called them all home." This religious faith, if one were to believe in it, would fundamentally alter the response to the shootings in Newtown. The children who were killed would not be irreplaceable, but rather transferable to a higher existence. Furthermore, the killings themselves would ultimately not be a tragedy, but a transitional stage on the way toward God calling the children home to heaven. To be sure, this particular belief that the slaying of children in the end amounts to God calling them home to heaven may seem offensive even to many who take themselves to be endorsing religious faith. But one should then bear in mind that a similar revitalization of death is entailed by any religious faith in redemption. A secular consolation does not have to redeem death. On the contrary, it can admit that there is an irredeemable loss at the heart of what happened. A secular consolation can thus focus on the social commitments that sustain our mourning. Recognizing the love that is intrinsic to grief, extending it to care for others, and motivating us to try to prevent similar tragedies from taking place. Example, in the case of Newtown, through stricter gun laws, better mental health care, greater social justice. For there to be anything distinctive about a religious consolation, however, it has to offer something else and claim that, from a metaphysical point of view, the deaths in question are not really final.
Back to Nance, three puff pass now.
For the same reason, any religious consolation diminishes the significance of death and lessens the gravity of our responsibility for mortal life. In a remarkable passage in A Grief Observed, Lewis makes precisely this point. It is hard to have patience with people who say, there is no death or death doesn't matter. There is death, and whatever is matters, and whatever is matters, and whatever happens has consequences, and it and they are irrevocable and irreversible.
You might as well say that birth doesn't matter. In speaking out of his experience of mourning, Lewis here articulates a profound faith, not faith in a transcendent God or in a life exempt from death, but faith in the irreplaceable value of a life that is bound to death. If what happens matters and our actions have consequences, it is because they are irreversible and cannot be undone. If they could be undone, what we say and do would not have the significance that it does. The sense that something matters thus emerges from a secular faith, which sustains the commitment to a finite and fragile form of life. The risk of death is not the cause of care in the sense that it would explain why one cares about one thing rather than another. The risk of death, however, is an intrinsic part of the reasons one has to care about anything and to take responsibility for what happens. Without the risk of irrevocable loss, what happens would have no meaningful consequences, and there would be nothing at stake in keeping faith with ones we love. Chapter 2, Love.
Let's stop for a second there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And so, I messed up the time here. So Swole, I was like thinking in Eastern time when I was saying that, this would be the last booking of the day. And, I am busy at 6 my time, not Eastern time. And so, I will be potentially bringing on Elton and Samuel, which one is a Christian atheist and the other one is a Christian socialist. And so, just to kind of set the balance right, because right now it's been a bunch of dirty atheists and no Christians except for Daniel. And so, unless anybody's hiding their power level, right? But just get
Andrew in here.
Oh yeah, well it's possible, maybe. But right now I've got a priority here, and so it's probably going to be Elton and Samuel, because the people who've been a part of that conversation already are the ones I'm trying to bring in on this, because there's been this ongoing thread of sort of theology encroaching on philosophy or just becoming present in the theory scene. And in a lot of cases, it just kind of shows up. It doesn't really, like the contradiction, it's kind of like there's a contradiction there, but nobody's like talking about it as a contradiction. And in some cases, it's not as contradictory as it might seem, as with Daniel of OG Rose. It's not that contradictory because his theology has already, done a lot to debunk this kind of faith in an afterlife that becomes a form of escapism, or that becomes whatever, right? So Daniel, in the last episode, had a huge critique of this book, but also he's a fan of a lot of the ways that things are being put in this and the perspective that it lends us, blah, blah, blah. All that's to say, we might have a couple other guests. Also, we might not. And so there's this kind of, who knows? But anyway, I just wanted to let everybody know about that. And, anyway, with that, we just came to the end of the whole section on faith. Now we're about to move into the section on love. Anything anybody want to say about faith before we move on?
There's a lot to say. I think articulating that care is kind of predicated on faith in the immediate. And he's not calling it the immediate, he's calling it the finite, but it's the same thing. It's, that which you can't deny. I think that's a great place to start, especially if, like me, you were an edgy, younger atheist and you were like, I don't have faith in anything. I don't believe things. I know things. That's a stupid kind of take to have. And I definitely had that position for a long time. But we do invest the world around us with care, and that care is predicated on its immediacy and the fact that it's just the world and it's there and you can't deny it. And that immediacy is also its finiteness. And I think that's great, and I think it's a great place to start if you want to build a bridge between people who are like, I'm an ultimate materialist and you're stupid, and also people who are like, I believe in God and
I won't take atheists seriously. I don't know, man. I think we do have common ground, and I think that's a great starting place.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways that we have common ground, but this is the way of having common ground that starts with time energy theory. And even if you are to go off into any belief system afterwards, as long as we're still having a conversation, our departure point is always going to be time energy theory and what we're doing on this earth. Yeah, which I love. I love that. All right, take it on.
Chapter 2, Love. More than 1600 years ago, St. Augustine explored the experience of time through a simple exercise. You can still try it today. Choose a song that you love and learn it by heart. Keep practicing until you remember every part of the song and every shift in the melody. As you sing it, you will know how much of the song has passed since the beginning and how much of it remains until the end. Yet, in holding the song together, you'll find that it is already slipping away. There is never a moment in which the song is present to you. You can sing it only by retaining the notes that have passed away while anticipating the notes still to come. Even each individual tone is never present. It begins to recede as soon as it sounds, and you have to hold on to it to hear anything at all. This experience of time is, according to Augustine, at work in every moment of our lives. You may think that you are present here today, but in everything you do, you are divided between the past and the future. As you get up in the morning, part of the day is already gone, and what remains of the day is still to come. Even if you wake up at dawn and focus only on the first hour of the day, you will never be able to seize it as a present moment. An hour, Augustine writes, is itself made of fleeting moments. Whatever part of the hour has flown away is past. What remains of the hour is future.
Then I go 3 and then Swole. Is that the order? You may then try to forget about the hour and direct all your attention to the present moment, concentrating on what you are experiencing right now. Oh, shout out to Mikey, by the way. Wait. Yeah. So yeah, you could be focusing on what's going on right now. Yet, as you grasp the present moment, it is already ceasing to be. As Augustine observes, if the present were always present and did not go by into the past, it would not be time at all, but eternity. Even the most immediate experience is marked by this temporality. There is never a presence that reposes in itself. Rather, every moment of time is disappearing. This is not to say that the experience of time is an illusion. On the contrary, it is at work in everything you do. Any experience requires that you hold on to a past that is no longer and project yourself into a future that is not yet. In one of his sermons, Augustine describes the experience of time as follows. This is a long quote. Do not our years fail every day? Do they ever stand still? The years that have come exist no longer. Those that are still to come have no existence yet. The years that have passed have already slipped away, and the years in our future will slip away in their turn. The same is true even of a single day. Take today. We are talking now, at this moment, but the earlier hours have slipped away, and the hours ahead have not yet arrived. When they have arrived, they too will slip away. End quote. As in many of his sermons, Augustine dramatizes the experience of time by calling attention to his own act of speaking in the present, today, at this moment, now. He thereby invites his audience to feel concretely how the moment, now, when I address these words to you, is vanishing, even when it is being apprehended. I seek for the present, he emphasizes, but nothing stands still. What I have said is now gone. What I am going to say has not yet come. What I have done is no longer present. What I am going to do has not yet arrived. Wherever you go, then, there is never a still point where you can come to rest. Augustine captures this insight through his beautiful renditions of the Latin verb tendere, to stretch and to strive, to strain towards something or reach out for someone. In everything you do, there is an element of stretching and striving. Even when you are at rest, you have to stretch out the period of rest, striving to maintain yourself in repose. This is ultimately because every activity is temporal. The activity in which you are engaged including the activity of resting, cannot be reduced to a single moment, but has to be sustained over time. In stretching out your period of rest, you are holding on to the state you are in and reaching out toward a continuation. As in the case of singing your beloved melody, even the simple act of resting requires that you hold on to the state you are in and project yourself into a continuation.
Hence, Augustine describes the form of the experience of time as a distentio, which both holds you together and pulls you apart. The experience of time is always distended, since you must retain the past and project into a future that exceeds your grasp. By the same token, there is no guarantee that you can sustain what you love. Happiness consists in having and holding what you love. But since both of you and the beloved are temporal, your having and holding will always tremble with the anticipation of mourning. The moments you stretch out to keep memory may be taken away, and the possibilities you strain toward in hope may never arrive. The result is a life in which opportunity and danger are inseparable. The light of bliss, even when it floods your life, is always attended by the shadow of loss. Quote, either loss of what we love and have gained, Augustine explains, or failure to gain what we love and have hoped for. End quote. This is the condition of secular life. Augustine uses Latin word secularis to evoke how we are bound by time through our commitments to a shared world and history, as well as generations before and beyond us. The historical world in which we find ourselves in this saeculum, and this world, hoc saeculum, depends on generations across time. In a remarkable move, Augustine emphasizes that living in this world is always a matter of faith. Not religious faith in eternity, but secular faith in what is temporal and exposes you to risk. This is faith I explore and defend in this book. While Augustine holds that we long to transcend the condition of secular faith in favor of religious revelation, the present chapter will draw on Augustine's own insight to show that secular faith animates and sustains our deepest commitments. Secular faith, rather than religious belief, is the source of our passion for the world and our care for one another.
A good place to start is our relation to and dependence on other persons. As Augustine points out in his treatise, Faith in Things Unseen, you can never know for certain that another person loves you or harbors goodwill towards you. You may see that he performs good deeds or proves himself to be a source of support in difficult times, but these acts provide no guarantee that you can trust him. It certainly is possible, Augustine reminds us, for a man to deceive by feigning kindness and by cloaking malice. He may not even plan to do harm. Still, by expecting some advantage from you, he simulates love because he doesn't possess it. Accordingly, you can never see or be certain of his goodwill towards you. Rather, in trusting him, you have to believe in what you cannot see. Of course, this doesn't mean that you should blindly trust and believe in other people, but it does mean that even when you do everything you can to know as much as possible, there is an irreducible element of faith and trust in giving yourself over to another person. Even in the most intimate relation, you have to believe in something that is never certain. Namely, that the other person loves you. This moment of uncertainty cannot be eliminated since, out of your heart, you believe in a heart that is not yours. Augustine proceeds to demonstrate how secular faith is at work throughout all aspects of our lives, ranging from friendship to marriage and parenthood, as well as social and communal life at large. If this faith in human affairs is removed, Augustine asks, who will not mark how great will be their disorder and what dreadful confusion will follow? He continues, for
Who will be cherished by anyone in mutual charity, since love itself is invisible? If what I do not see, I ought not believe. Friendship, then, will wholly perish, since it rests upon nothing more than mutual love. What of this will one be able to receive from another if it shall be believed that nothing of it can be shown? Furthermore, when friendship perishes, neither the bonds of marriage nor of relationship and affinity will be retained in the mind, because in these also there surely is a friendly spirit of harmony. Then a husband and wife will not be able to have mutual affection, since they do not believe that there is any love, inasmuch as love cannot be seen. Nor will they desire to have children, for they do not believe that the children will return their love, and if children should be born and grow up, the parents themselves will love their own much less, and they will not see love for themselves in their children's hearts, because love is invisible. Therefore, when we do not believe what we cannot see, concord will perish, and human society itself will not stand firm. Augustine here provides an account of what I call the necessary uncertainty of secular faith. Since you depend on others to live on and to flourish, you have to keep faith in your friends, your partner, or your children. While such faith may be maintained in a spirit of harmony, it is always haunted by the possibility of being broken, since each trusted one is mutable and may overturn your expectations, for better or worse. Moreover, the uncertainty of secular faith is a necessary condition not only for your relation to others, but also for your own experience of yourself. As Augustine emphasizes, all temporal experience involves an element of believing, which is intrinsic to understanding. Augustine does not develop this remark, but following his analysis of time, we can unpack the argument. Since the past is no longer, it cannot be an object of certainty, but requires that you trust your memory or other people's accounts of what has happened. And since the future is not yet, it has to be taken on faith. The secular faith exposes you to an uncertainty that is an irreducible part of your experience. Given that you cannot ever repose in a present moment, always relying on memories of the past and expectations of the future, you are dependent on what is beyond your control.
That's some good stuff.
Yeah, it's I want this to be like a self-help book for struggling teenage boys. Like this part of the book, like it's explaining like intersubjectivity and like I don't know, just like shared meaning and shit in a way that I feel like young people in general, but young boys, I mean, young girls have their own version of this pressure, but like
imagine a world where our teenagers learned this shit instead of TikTok and fucking like the crap they get in school.
Yeah. And like, it's like at this point, TikTok and content, the algorithm, like all this shit, like it's just running on this autopilot that like I don't blame the people that are kind of caught up in the churn of it all.
Yeah.
Because there is nothing else. There is no shared meaning. There is no structures for any of this. And no one is instructed in this way of like, yeah, it's not all about you, dude. Like the shit that matters to you is outside you and it's real and it matters to other people. And like, it just, I don't know, it sucks. And I'm excited that this is becoming more and more popular to talk about in a rational way, because there are an awful lot of people who do this thing where they're like, yeah, we just need religion to come in and like rescue modernity. And I don't like that. Like I am firmly in this camp of atheism and
materialism.
I don't want to have to rely on religious structures and religious language, but I do recognize the need for what has been called religion for so long. And it is this kind of shared meaning, intersubjectivity
this recognition of shared conditions and shit that you just can't see that when your entire world is TikTok. Like there's no room for any of that. I like it. I'm excited.
I just have one question. I wonder if you guys have an idea here. Like he talked about how basically the moment you have like this temporal experience that requires this kind of faith in the secular faith in where did he say it? But believing people aren't going to betray you, believing things, faith in your loved ones, etc. And then worrying that you have this underlying worry that things might go wrong, or that you might be betrayed or whatever, or abandoned or whatever it is. Does this apply to animals? Is this something that humans experience only because of consciousness and our kind of free labor?
I think we definitely personify animals, and so we can care toward animals. And I do think animals are more than rocks, but they're less than humans. So like I was just talking to Rudy about this the other day. Like my dog doesn't have a gender in the wild, but because my dogs are domesticated animals, my dogs are absolutely gendered. And it's not that they perform their gender, but I relate to their gender. So we project this onto them. But yeah, this is the special stuff that makes humans humans. Like this is why we can't just, I don't know, maximize growth or whatever. Like, no, I am cosmically racist. I prefer humanity to animals, to trees, to pieces of lint. That's, yeah, there's something special, and fuck it.
Yeah, man, that we're all like speciesists out here, unless we have a token who's not. I think that's probably Anne. Shout out to Anne for being our token vegan. We've got lots of tokens.
Liz, if you see this in the future,
yeah, and Liz, and that's not this. It's a joke, but also like we're all like. There's exceptions. There's a lot of exceptional people involved with Theory Underground. And obviously they don't speak for some group, but it's like, it's like I appreciate the vegans who do hang out at Theory Underground and focus on time energy and focus on human things because they know that that's necessary towards their own ends. But yeah, speaking of animals, Ryan's up in a tree right now. And so I'm going to go check on him again. He's doing okay. I threw him up there in the first place. He really wanted to go. But he is on a leash tethered to the garbage can still. I'll send you all a picture. I'll show everyone what it looks like. But basically, he loves to watch the squirrels, and every once in a while I'll throw him up there so that he can actually get really close to them. He was like 3 inches from one of their faces. He was like sitting there going, and the squirrel was just like looking at him like, what are you doing up in my tree? And he was like, he just spent so many hours trying to get at these squirrels. Now he actually had a chance to get at them in their space. But it's requiring a little bit more parental supervision on my part. So I'm going to go back to watching, but I'm listening with rapt attention. What's up, everybody? Great to see you all. Really quick shout out to the people who are listening to this on the podcast. If you haven't rated the podcast yet, make sure to give it a positive review if you want to see more stuff like this in the future. And not have it get buried by the algorithm or have us give up on the podcast side of things, but also people on the live side. Make sure to like this. I know that we've got a sort of revolving door of people who only watch for 12 minutes on average, but then they'll be watching these when they get reposted on YouTube later as standalone episodes. What's up to the people in the future? We're doing this for you, as well as the people who are here in the live chat. Thank you, everybody, for bringing it. I'll be right back. Still listening to you guys. You're doing a great job. Thanks.
Isn't it your turn?
Yeah, he's a wiener.
All right, so I'll take over here. Moreover, the uncertainty of secular faith is a necessary condition not only for your relation to others, but also for your experience of yourself. As Augustine emphasizes, all temporal experience involves an element of believing, which is intrinsic to understanding. Augustine does not develop this remark, but following his analysis of time, we can unpack the argument. Since the past is no longer, it cannot be an object of certainty, but requires that you trust your memory or of other people's accounts of what has happened. And since the future is not yet, it has to be taken on faith. This secular faith exposes you to an uncertainty that is an irreducible part of your experience. Given that you cannot ever repose... Wait a minute, did you already read this?
Yeah, that's
Given
what I
that
was trying to figure out. He is very repetitive sometimes, but I think we did read this, and
Where did you leave off?
Okay, that was... Was it this paragraph?
Where I start?
I think it's... Yeah, I think I did read this one,
Okay.
but I'm not 100% sure. But he repeats words he's used multiple times, but I think it's the one that's highlighted right now where you go.
All right. The necessary uncertainty of secular faith is the source of both positive change and negative risk. It gives access to your past and opens the promise of your future. But keeping faith in this promise may leave you shattered by what happens. Likewise, faith makes it possible to trust and love another person. But by placing trust in another, you may find yourself betrayed or left behind. These vulnerabilities testify to the existential commitment that is inherent in secular faith. It is because you are committed to sustaining your life, or the life of someone for whom you care, that the promise of your future may be broken. And it is because you are committed to living on with your beloved, affirming your life together, that you are vulnerable to the grief of parting. These commitments express what Augustine calls cupiditas, which is the love of the world that is temporal. You are seized by cupiditas when you love someone for her own sake, or when you are devoted to the flourishing of a shared secular world as an end in itself. Sounds like Marxists. Even when a secular love is maintained in the best way possible, it remains dangerous, since you are attached to someone or something that can be secured. The one whom you love can die, and the world you seek to maintain can fall apart. Augustine recognizes that this exposure to loss is an existential part of why we care, because everything we do and everything we love can come to an end. We are bound to care and to be concerned. What we do and what we love are not given facts, but something that must be sustained. So there's always a question of whether to hold on or let go, uphold or abandon what we do. This finitude, our finitude, and the finitude of what we love, is internal to the motivational force of secular faith. Part of what compels us to keep faith with what we love is our apprehension that the relation can be lost and thereby requires our fidelity. To make the dynamic of secular faith concrete, let me begin with the example of my writing the book you are now reading. In understanding this project, the necessary uncertainty of secular faith is a condition for my relation to a future in which you will read what I write. I cannot be certain that my words will ever reach you, and if they do arrive, I cannot be certain how you will receive them. I can only trust that you will understand what I mean to say. Furthermore, as I write these words, the necessary uncertainty is a condition even for my own experience. I cannot be certain of what will happen to me before I get to the end of the sentence. I can only take it on faith that I'll be able to remember the thread of my argument, and that my heart will keep beating, and that there will be a continuous supply of oxygen to my brain. If this matters to me, it is because I have an existential commitment to the project of leading my life. In writing this book, I'm not only concerned to survive long enough to finish the book and take part in its reception, I am also committed to a philosophical project that can succeed or fail. The project inspires me to carry on and to regard it as important
that the book be understood. Yet, in holding myself to a standard of success, I leave myself open to failure. The book may be rejected or misunderstood, and it may not even live up to my own conception of what the book ought to be. This possibility of failure is intrinsic to the motivational force that sustains my commitment to writing this book. The motivational force depends on my belief in the significance of what I have to say, but it also depends on my belief that I can fail. The belief that I can fail is part of what motivates me to try to succeed, to keep my attention on what I am doing, to improve my arguments and my formulations.
Well done. And for all the people who are worried and are thinking about calling pet protection services on me, don't worry. It all worked out with Ryan. I'll share the pictures there in the chat so you can look at the chat. Nance, if you don't know how to look at the chat, it's a little chatty symbol in the top right of the screen here. But for the people who are watching from YouTube, check it out. So that is the him in the tree tethered to the garbage can. And then I'm going to zoom in. There he is up there. And then I'm going to zoom in some more. Look at that boy. What a good cat. And so we might be speciesists, but as I said in the chat, we are animal-loving speciesists, meaning that those animals...
I'm not trying to eat my dogs.
Right.
I love them. I want to cuddle them.
But you can also love and also eat them.
What?
Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Well, the thing is, I don't plan on eating Ryan anytime really ever, but in a pinch, I would probably feed most vegans and human beings to Ryan before I would feed Ryan to them. But that's because I have this deep relationship with him that I just don't have with them. And, we make our priorities. We're fucked up. We're humans. And so, all evil is rooted in the particular, but so is love itself. And so, but really quick, on that note, though, the animals I love the most are carnivores. And the animals I love to eat the most are herbivores. There's something there. There's something to that. But it's a nice trade. It's a fair trade. Here's how it's a fair trade. We've domesticated the planet. As human beings by civilization, we've been domesticated. And part of the domestication process is that with the division of labor, we get to live longer. And with the division of labor, we hopefully get to have better lives than we would have. Obviously, in a lot of cases, that's not true because things are fucked. But the one thing I do want to say about it, though, is that when it comes to cows, pigs, and chickens, we can give them a good and safer life while they are living. And we don't have to cause them misery when they return the favor to us later on. And that is, I think, a basic kind of pro-animal ethics that says there's an exchange. We give them safety and a good life, and they give us protein. And we can treat them with dignity and respect while they are alive, and make sure that their passage into not life is misery-free. That is ideal. It's ideal that happens that way, and that it's important that it happens that way. If my boy, my Ryan here in the tree, is to have his gravy bits that are often chicken, beef, or fish, he also relies on the same system that I do, and not only that, he gets to have his OTM and be an OTM king because of this weird thing we have called civilization. And so, yeah, there you go. As far as my animal ethics is concerned, it's not Peter Singer's, but then again,
while we're talking about religion and all this, like kosher and halal and this and that, like, yeah, they're better. They treat animals better with a certain dignity. Like, that's what it's all about. It's the way they're. Well, I think with those, it's more about the slaughter and preparation. It has less to do with living conditions. But I guess it's a step up from just randomly. I mean, we've all seen those documentaries. That's why I was a vegan for so long, because like the chickens with no beaks and the little boxes for the cows.
You see Earthlings?
I did.
I don't remember what I saw, dude.
That
was
was
back
the
in the
one that
90s.
came out in like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, Earthlings made me a vegetarian for a whole year, so, And then The Return of the Repressed puts bacon on beef, and chicken and eats it all at once because there's just something that I need, I guess. But arguably it's not a need. But I would argue, you know, you don't want to deal with me when I'm a vegetarian because I'm crankier. I'm way crankier. And the same thing happens a few days into not eating meat. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. But it's not true for everybody. Some people can go their whole lives without it and they're going to do fine. But anyway, that's the it's not completely random. It is related to all of these questions of what it is to be human, what it is to live in relation with the world of other creatures that are not all omnivores, that don't all live in peace. And I don't know, there's a way to do that harmoniously and there's a way to do that insanely exploitatively. And the most exploitive way to do it is currently the way we do it, which is with this mass animal agriculture that is treating them like they're rocks and stones instead of treating them like, you know, they do have a spark of something that should be recognized in them as well. And so, you know, my heart goes out to animals that don't see sunlight or that get abused when they're in their cages and don't get to be free range and don't get to have grass and get cut off from the cycle of nature because animals ultimately need to live out their telos because they have more simplistic teloses than we do, right? An animal has basic needs in order to live out its telos. We have more complicated ones to live out our telos because our telos is, in part, autonomous direction of our time energy. That is what Marx meant by species being. So, yeah. Anyway, it's, you know, I love my boy and he had a great time with the squirrels. Let's get back to it. The dynamic of secular faith does not come to an end when I have attained what I strive for. The threefold dynamic continues to be at work in the very fulfillment of living, working, and loving. Returning to my example of a love relationship, let us assume an ideal scenario in which I love you and you love me. Page turning. And you love me and we are blissfully happy together. Even in this consummation of love, the dynamic of secular faith is at work. In loving you, I cannot know how our relationship will transform me, how it may open new depths in my life or shatter my conception of who I am. Part of what it means that I love you is that you are not identical to me and that I cannot control what you will do to me. This exposure to what I cannot know gives me the possibility of trusting you and remaining open to the unexpected, but it also leaves me open to agony and grief. This is the necessary uncertainty of our love. For the same reason, our happiness together depends on keeping faith with one another. Nothing can prove that being together is the best thing we can do with our lives. We have to believe that it is an act on the basis of that faith. This is the existential commitment of our love. Moreover, to sustain our commitment, we have to believe not only in the value of our love, but also in its precariousness. We have to believe that our love can fail, that it is not given once and for all, but that we must care for it. This risk of failure is intrinsic to the motivational force of our love. My examples so far have focused either on individual aspirations or on intimate relationships of love. The dynamic of secular faith, however, is also expressed in collective endeavors. For example, if we are engaged in a project of creating greater... Something's going a little crazy.
Yeah, my shit's fucky.
Oh, it's the internet. Can you put the mouse where we are? I just lost the place altogether. What was that? It's all for people with eyes off screen. It just kind of went glitchy and moved. For example, we are For example, if we are engaged in a project of creating greater social justice, we share an existential commitment to a set of principles and a form of practice that the principles demand. We believe in certain values and in the importance of upholding them through contestation and struggle. This existential commitment is subject to the necessary uncertainty of secular faith. We cannot be certain that our collective project will hold together, and the consequences of our actions are not given in advance. This necessary uncertainty puts the project at risk. It may not succeed, and it may fall apart through internal dissent or external conflict. Yet the risk is also part of the motivational force that sustains our commitment to the project. We devote ourselves to social justice because it is not given as a fact, but requires our efforts for its continued existence. This dynamic of faith does not come to an end when we have achieved the social justice for which we strive, since social justice is a form of life that always has to be sustained. He says this word like it's a positive word at this point. To be committed to social justice is to be committed to a project that lasts for as long as there are social relations. We know what he means. Let's keep going. The dynamic of secular faith thus accounts for the possibility of ongoing commitments, whether to individual aspirations, love relations, or collective endeavors. These are secular forms of faith because they are devoted to projects that are bound by time. What is the difference then between secular and religious forms of faith? In his book, Dynamics of Faith, the modern theologian Paul Tillich provides a distinction that is illuminating for my argument. Tillich defines faith as having an ultimate concern. You have faith, an ultimate concern, if you are devoted to someone or something as an end in itself, being willing, if the situation so requires, to sacrifice other interests and passions for the sake of what you believe in or hold to be most valuable. And I wanted to say, time energy is not the ultimate end. Time energy is the ultimate means towards the ultimate end, which is the good life. And it's time energy for everybody as the ultimate prerequisite for the good life. So it's not ever the end. In the short term, in a sort of sense, the study of and development of the theory and the milieu, that prioritizes it, yeah, that is the ultimate end. But also the longer term end is the good life itself. And you can't lose sight of that. And I think it was Mikey who recently articulated it as the ultimate means, whereas the ultimate end is like the life lived with passion towards projects that mean something to you, which you need time energy to be able to do, right? And so if you want to know more about that, he'll talk about it in his forthcoming book that will be released in June. Anyway, in this sense, both secular and religious persons have faith. The crucial difference, however, is that the ultimate concern of the religious is a state of being that would eliminate all concern. While religious faith is exposed to doubt and uncertainty, its goal is to reach a state in which the element of distance is overcome, and with it, uncertainty, doubt, courage, and risk. The aim of religious striving is to attain a complete security, where one no longer has to rely on an uncertain faith and can let go of all concern. There is no faith, Tillich emphasizes, in the quiet vision of God, but there is infinite concern about the possibility of reaching such a quiet vision. Following the same logic, Augustine maintains that faith is only provisional and will be replaced by certainty in the presence of God. When we attain salvation, we shall know rather than believe, and possess rather than hope. Salvation will put an end to all care. To be saved in the religious sense is no longer to care. We can thus describe religious and secular faith as two different and I like how he just tied together Augustine and Tillich as like the two bookends of the development of Christian theology. Obviously, theology has continued past Tillich, but like if you were to take a course in Christian theology, very well might start with like Augustine is the first like hardcore theologian, right? He went hard. And Tillich was the most famous theologian of the 20th century, at least on the academic side, or the theoretically literate side. Anyway, we can thus describe religious and secular faith as two different motivational structures. If I am motivated by religious faith, the goal of my striving is to rest in peace. I may never achieve such peace, but if my desire were fulfilled, I would be free from all care. My ultimate concern is to have no concern. In contrast, and I know I'm reading over my limit here, but I just kind of making up for lost time. In contrast, if I am motivated by secular faith, being concerned is part of what I strive for. Even if my desire were absolutely fulfilled, even if I lived in the midst of an achieved social justice, blissfully happy with my beloved and with my work flourishing, I would still be concerned, since everything I care about must be sustained over time and will be lost. Moreover, the risk of loss is part of why I care. why it matters to me what happens, and why I am compelled to remain faithful.
Nance, I'd like to go next because I actually have to get out of here after this.
Well,
So
man,
I'll just
how about you read up until when you want to say some closing statements and everything?
Yeah, I'll do these 3 paragraphs.
All right. Section 2.
All right. From Augustine's religious perspective, secular faith is based on the most deplorable and misguided form of love, cupiditas, the love of a finite being or a finite form of life as an end in itself is for Augustine the wrong kind of love, since it makes us dependent on what we can lose. While this kind of love may inspire fidelity, it may just as well lead to destructive emotions. Being devoted to a political cause, we may feel rage or despair if the cause is defeated. Likewise, in loving another human being, we may become vengeful or crushed if we are abandoned by the one we love. Our fidelity and love may turn into fear and hate, feeding aggression against what we perceive as threatening. This is why Augustine condemns cupiditas as the root of all evil and sin. In loving what we can lose, we are liable to both to be hurt and to hurt others. Augustine here identifies a problem that was most deeply understood by the Greek and Roman Stoics, with whom we began to acquaint ourselves in the previous chapter. The Stoics argued that the deepest cause of our vulnerability is not the fact that our bodies are frail, that the accidents may befall us, or that other people may betray us. Rather, what makes us vulnerable is our belief that these things matter and define who we are. By attaching ourselves to things we cannot finally control, example, the faith of our loved ones or our political community, we risk being shattered by what happens. We become dependent on what we can lose and thereby open to grievances or grief. In contrast, the aim of Stoicism is to make us independent of everything that may upset us. This requires that we stop believing in the value of anything that can make us suffer. If something is taken away from us, we will not feel bereaved because we are not attached to anything that can be lost. And if someone violates us, we will not be angry or retaliate because we are not attached to any part of ourselves that is vulnerable to harm. Though the practice of detachment, we will maintain peace of mind regardless of what happens. The goal of Stoicism is literally apathy, the freedom from all passions, since passion holds us to hostage to a world that is beyond our control. This sounds like a very boring and lifeless way to live, this Stoicism crap. And also Stoicism is like philosophy for 13-year-olds.
Look, man, to defend actual Stoicism versus the internet version of Stoicism, yeah, like the internet version of Stoicism is fucking retarded, reactionary, stupid, apathetic. But that's not actual real Stoicism, right? Like their hero worship of Marcus Aurelius, and like there's like YouTube channels
that wasn't real communism.
Yeah, but there's like YouTube shorts that like put like an Andrew, what's his name, the Bugatti guy, Andrew Tate, like an Andrew Tate clip, and then the channel is like Daily Stoic.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, dude, like, yeah, that is very. I'm 14 and this is deep. Like that just sucks.
Yeah, in defense of Stoicism, you can't change the fact that you're a soldier in a battlefield or an emperor where everyone is depending on you or trying to kill you and your loved ones, and you're just in the situation that you're in. You can make small changes perhaps, but you are kind of effed because you find yourself thrown into the situation. And that's, I mean, every teenager going through puberty realizes that they've been thrown into a situation that they didn't actually sign up for. And part of that is like realizing the norms of your society, the laws, like all of this. You've been you've internalized part of it, at least, And now you're like, oh shit, I'm projecting onto my horizon of possibilities someone else's choices. And I've been doing that my whole childhood. And some people don't have these sort of, puberty is your first real shot at, going through that. You get other shots though. There are other shots that it's like there are like these moments in life over the chain of, between then and, your 20s, 30s, 40s, where you kind of bottom out and realize like, who's driving this thing? And it's like, yeah, I've been choosing, but my choices have been false choices that other people, handed to me or that I was thrown into. And so you might, for instance, you're like, well, I was thrown into this conservative home. Now I'm rebelling and being a progressive. And then later you go, wait a minute. The norms of progressivism are also something that I was thrown into. And so that was a false choice. And so I thought I was thinking for myself, but I haven't been. And so you get all these opportunities along the way. And Epictetus was a slave and Marcus Aurelius was an emperor and Seneca was the advisor to an emperor. And so all three of these amazing, Stoics, what they're dealing with is being in structures that they see no way to change and going, okay, well, how am I going to live the good life with what I have before me? And so, we've got, the game has changed so much now that it's insane to be a capitalist realist, right? We still got to be realists about capital, but, Stoics today are all capitalist realists and it's crazy, but there's obviously elements of Stoicism that are useful to anybody. But all of that was to say, the teacher who taught me Stoicism first said that, he taught Epictetus and Aurelius by saying that he had a student, in the college classroom who was coming back from war and whose life had essentially been saved. Like he was an absolute wreck until he got his hands on the meditations. And, so it's like, it's kind of a philosophy of making do, but finding what you can control and like figuring out how to be in a situation where you really don't have any control, it maximizes what little agency you have in a situation like that. And so in that sense, it's based, but also, internet Stoicism, couldn't agree more, Nance.
All right, guys, I got to get out of here.
All right, man. Well, it's been great. Yeah. Any final thought? Hey, tell people about your channel or anything, any way to get involved with you or anything that you're doing. And then we'll close out. So yeah, just make your plug.
You can follow me at the Swoletariat on YouTube and on Twitter. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming with a disillusioned leftist, kind of a baby leftist who got a bit into Marx, got heavy into identity politics and genderism, and then got disillusioned with all of that and trying to find herself now. So I'm going to be talking to her tomorrow at I think 4 p.m. Eastern. I think that'll be fun. Talking to a lot of interesting people these days. So because writing video essays, which I like doing, is so much freaking work that I don't have time for. But yeah,
man.
All right.
And our plug for you is just if you're a subscriber, if you're involved with the weekly events at Theory Underground, Eamon leads a weekly health and fitness session that we do where we do a check-in. We talk about what we've done and what we're planning on doing for the next week, because I want to live longer, because after I hit about 32, I realized I wouldn't die young. And now I'm like, actually, I like life and I want to live to be old. So, so yeah. All right, man. Thank you so much.
All right. See you guys.
All right. Peace. Sweet. This episode's still not over. We have a minute before we close out. And well, I think we should at least actually look to see how much longer is left in this chapter. How many more pages do we have? Oh,
in the chapter or in the section?
Well, both. Look, what are we up against here? So I definitely want to get some kind of, because we could read for another half hour. We could read for another 40 minutes. Like we're quite capable on our own.
Indeed.
What's the next section? Can you just go forward a couple? I've lost my place in this book.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate EPUBs, dude.
I do too.
I don't hate them. I love them. And I hate using it on a computer.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me count. I forgot to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 pages until the next section, or actually 6 maybe. I lost count again. We can do 6 pages and then have a little powwow.
Yeah, man.
And
that gives us a little time to see if Samuel or Elton is going to want to pop in. Samuel gave a thumbs up on one of the texts I sent him, but I think he's teaching right now, and so he's like not actually able to respond, but you never know. He could pop out of the teaching and go, yeah, I'm going to drop in and say hello and do a little reading with you guys. I didn't plan so well because like I should have told Samuel and Elton about this, but I was so busy with the other thing that I'm going to put on the screen right here so you can all look at it that I didn't ever get to that. So check out the screen. I'm going to put up a thumbnail I feel really good about. Check this out, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what this is? This is the beginning of a whole new genre of content on the internet. What do you see, Nance? Actually, it's not the newest version of the thumbnail. Let me get this updated really quick while you look at it.
Hold on. I don't see it yet. There I go. Oh, here we go. I see the upcoming epic live stream marathon. What? Fuck, I can't remember how we're saying it. Marathon live stream marathon. Anyway, upcoming in like 4 days. There's going to be an awful lot of conversations here. Contradictions. And it's not like, oh, let's be sensational and let's say, hey, it's Team Blue versus Team Red. But there are, these contradictions that have emerged through the discourse, through the meta narrative, that need to be addressed in a robust way. So the epic live stream that's forthcoming, that's imminent even, it's 4 days away, is going to be about this. Yeah.
It's too soon.
And on top of that, yeah. Anyway, it's going to be just like how we've done segments that are going to be standalone episodes today with different guests. This is going to be segments of different standalone conversations. And I'm excited about this one because I'm excited for the next one because I already have ideas that I want to present in the next one. But the next one can't happen without this one. And I'm excited for this one because almost everyone that's going to be joining is fucking amazing and I love them. And I'm stoked. And
we'll all leave you to wonder who the mysterious exception is. But can you imagine Nance? Can you imagine Nance not liking you guys? The whole rules should be if you're not cool with Nance, you're not cool with Theory Underground because like he's the filter. I've been too cool with some people, but we can always have an exception. So yeah, what you see on the thumbnail, I'm assuming once again people who've got the phone in the pocket and they're just listening out their earbuds, right? And let's be honest, some of you are just playing video games. And look, what it shows in the top left corner is Catrone X McGowan, right? The X's between these different figures show that's a contradiction conversation that's going to take place at Theory Underground. So we've got Catrone McGowan, and that's basically Orthodox Marxism versus Zizekian sort of French theory influenced post-Marxism or of some version of Marxism, right? And so that's a really important conversation. And I say versus only because it's practical for communicating what I'm getting at, but also it's misleading because it's not a versus. Like the only person who's going to win in that conversation is you, is me, is the viewer. This is not so that McGowan or Catrone can convince anybody of anything. They want to let their positions be seen and heard vis-a-vis the other, right? And as I go into in the post that I'll be releasing soon, there's not a single other to any one of these positions, but as it has come up in the theory scene, there is some kind of seemingly essential other to any given position. And this sort of French influenced theory versus this Orthodox Marxism meets Frankfurt School theory of the platypus society, that is an essential contradiction in the theory scene today. If you want to argue it's not an essential contradiction in the real world or whatever, it's like, well, it's an essential contradiction in the theory scene, meaning that if you're a worker with earbuds who's coming to consciousness between 2010 and 2024, and you're trying to learn about concepts and thinkers and get the lay of the land, this is an essential contradiction. Now, of course, I would also love to set up one between Brent Adkins and Todd McGowan in the future, and that would be the Lacan vis-a-vis Deleuze conversation that we hope to have someday. But for now, this is the one that he's going to be in. Otherwise, I mean, I could have done a whole stream where it's just like 12 hours back to back, McGowan this person, McGowan that person, and it would be amazing because we love McGowan. Dude. We love McGowan, and he puts forward strong positions on things. Like, for instance, Brian Becker, from Sublimity as, Sublation, is that what it is? He, said that he disagrees.
Sublation.
Yeah. He disagrees with Todd on the exception and the universal and the definition of the left and all this stuff. And, anyway, those kinds of things come up in these marathon streams, in these conversations that I've been hosting over the years. And basically, Catrone had said that, what did he say? He said that he sees Lacan as about the same as he sees Proud Boys talking about saving their semen so that they can be more vital or whatever. And it's like that he said he sees it as the same shit. And he said, go for the top shelf stuff, not this bottom barrel theory. And so, that was some shots fired. We brought McGowan on like 24 hours later and, had a conversation, but it's like, no, it's different if they have a conversation together. And so my goal is to facilitate this so that we can all learn together, which is why the name of the stream is Learning and Contradiction. It's not just like, ooh, let's beef. And with that, I'm not going to go into so much detail on all these other ones, but I had a great interview with Matt McManus, and Spencer Leonard came on afterwards and took a lot of shots, and the two definitely disagree on some things. And so I hope to, allow their position on reading someone like Nietzsche or Heidegger politically to show itself. Because otherwise what you get is little fandoms that only tune in for one or the other, and then they just live in their own little la-la land where the other person is more or less strawmanned. And we're not going to allow that. And so these guys are absolute champs for doing this. We have mad respect for them for doing this. And then on the bottom left, it shows Justin Murphy and Samuel Lonkar of the Becoming Human Project. And so Justin Murphy with the Other Life and Samuel Lonkar with his Becoming Human Project. This would be basically Catholic accelerationism versus Christian atheism. And of course, the real goal here is to see where there are similarities and points of contrast so that people can sort through the field on their own and come to their own understanding. And then on the bottom right, you see me and Swole, who just left, aka Eamon. We'll be talking about our political journeys, how we've changed, how we both left Marxist organizations. I do not consider myself a Marxist. He still does. And we'll talk about why that is. In the middle is a whole line of different people that are not in contradiction conversations, but are going to be part of like interviews. And so we've got Helen Rollins, Benjamin Studebaker, Michelle Garner, which is the other half of OG Rose, Daniel Garner, who was just on for the last episode. Elliot Rosenstock. Oh, look, it's Nance. Oh, look, it's Anne. Oh, look, it's Mikey. Oh, look, it's Peter Rollins. And last but not least, Cadell last. Actually, I didn't mean to put Cadell last, but that's poetic. And so that's the thumbnail. That's the situation. It's April 18th. We're really stoked about it. It's also a way of promoting the American Idiots Tour because I feel a tremendous amount of anxiety and energy towards that event. And the only way to be productive with it is to do stuff like this. And so that's what I'm doing, is signal boosting the American Idiots Tour, which I will also now put on screen. And we'll say a couple things about that before we read on. Let's see. Where is it? Put it up on the thing. Of course, it's going to be giant because I don't know. You can't control the size of images when you bring them into OBS, but Nance, what do you want to say about this tour?
It's gonna be dope. I have to buy my plane ticket, and not my plane ticket to France. My plane ticket to Boise. It's not that we don't have our tickets yet.
Yeah,
we do have our tickets. I just don't have my ticket to get to our place of departure, which is actually not a huge deal because I've had a lot of other stuff going on. But this tour did kind of snuck up on us, right? Like I felt like, oh, you know, it's still a ways away. The last time, tour 0, we had tons of successes. We also had some failures. And the one thing that I was like, oh, this is actually awesome. And it was actually awesome. But the one thing that I kept like bugging out about was my failure to prepare. And I was like, it's okay, dude. The next time I'll prepare better. And for the last several months, I've been like, oh, there's still a ways away. I still have time to prepare. And it's snuck up. Kind of jumped out at me from behind a bush. And here we are. It's less than 2 weeks away, or roughly 2 weeks away. And it feels terrifying. But that's a good thing. Like, this is something that's so outside the norm. Because it is like it's just, yeah, this is not normal. Like, we're not I don't know, like fancy, well off, super comfortable people who like have institutional backing, who are like going on this European tour with like all the safety nets and stuff. Like, we are doing this shit. It is punk rock. It's scary, it's gnarly, but it is also necessary. Like, people aren't doing shit like this because they can't, because of their own precarity. But shit like this needs to be done, like in trying to develop a milieu, in trying to develop something that can create these structures of shared meaning so we can all contribute to something rather than just masturbate, just complain, and just piss into the fucking ocean until we die. It's necessary, and it's dope that you've made it possible. It's dope that I'm able to be a part of it. I'm so happy that everyone who's supporting and everyone who's hosting and all this shit, like, I'm super grateful. It's going to be the shit. We're going to go have wide-ranging discussions about all the stuff that we've been talking about for the last year, about all the books we've been reading. And it's fucking sick, dude. I'm pumped.
Yeah, and also Anne's making this possible. Anne, you're amazing. So also we have a mysterious benefactor who's covered some of the costs of the tour. And so, like I said, it takes one or two people with deeper pockets to make it possible. And we have one person in particular who has temporarily deeper pockets. I'm not saying they won the lottery, but it's not going to last much longer. And so, yeah, looking for our angles, still out here. Or our Felix Weiss, for that matter. He's the one that made the Frankfurt School possible. Anyway, with that said, American idiots because we feel like a bunch of American idiots, but we don't want to be. Just like the stupid Green Day song, don't want to be an American idiot. Well, we don't want to be American idiots. And one of our sort of leading things for this tour is to say that the major export from the United States is anti-intellectualism. And, well, everyone who really gets into high theory and kind of turns up their nose towards doxological artifacts as a way of life and identity, lifestyle, whatever, I would say, like, the elitism is actually one of the biggest drivers of anti-intellectualism outside of the ignorance of time energy fragility. And every working person feels time energy fragility when they are being told they have to read something and they know they don't have the time for that, much less the energy. If they do have the time, they don't have the energy. And if they do have energy, well, it's not with repeatable, large, energy-infused blocks of time, is it? No, it's not. And that's why the time energy book exists. And also the milieu that has to be built if we are to go beyond the mere scene. That's what the Underground Theory volume is ultimately all about. And so we're touring these books, and we're going to Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, and London. And we've had so many changes in the schedule that you've probably noticed if you've been following along with the updates. And that's because in some cases, venues fell through because they thought they could for sure get us something, and then it turned out they couldn't. In other cases, I was threatened with deplatforming because of people I associate with, or because of positions that I've openly expressed for years. And so I said, fuck you. I don't care. I'm not going to come if you're going to threaten me. And then in other cases, it's just because people are really busy and we couldn't make it work, and maybe next time. But for now, we're going to all the places where they really rolled out the red carpet for us. And so, yeah, we're absolutely delighted to be doing stuff with a couple of the people who are on today, Bram and Cadell last, as well as all kinds of people y'all probably don't know about. By the way, Nance, you said it's in 4 days. It's actually in 6 days. So April 18th is in,
I can't math. My bad.
It's in 6 days.
I'm a humanities bro.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I can't count to 3. And so but on Saturday, I'm recording something with some of the organizers of the European tour, including Cadell and Bram and some others. And so, that will be released on April 18th as a part of the Epic Marathon live stream, which is why Cadell's face made it onto that thumbnail. Cause, he's going to be part of that segment. Couldn't fit everybody's faces on there, by the way. But anyway, American Idiots, watch for it. Coming to a city near you if you're in the EU. And if you are in the EU and it's not in a city within an hour time, well, then plan a few other hours into your day and actually come see us, because come on, we're coming all the way across the world. Even Rudy is looking into buying tickets to come see us in Berlin. So we're really stoked about that. Sweet. That's everything I had that I wanted to cover in terms of all that. Let's finish this thing out.
Yeah, man.
Where are we?
Right here.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, you got it. I got it. We got it. I'll take it.
Do it.
Okay. Such a Stoic solution is rejected as an illusion by Augustine. As he emphasizes, we cannot transform ourselves into self-sufficient and independent beings. We are essentially dependent on passionate creatures. We cannot retreat into a state free from need and desire, since we have to reach outside ourselves for support to sustain our own existence. The solution, then, cannot be to extinguish our desire or withdraw our love. The decisive factor is rather who or what we love. Love, Augustine advises, but be careful what you love. If you love someone who is finite, you will come to grief. At best, such love is interrupted by death or separation. At worst, it leads to violent upheavals and painful betrayals. According to Augustine, you should therefore convert your love for finite beings into a love of God's eternal presence. When you love yourself or extend your love to others, you should not be attached to their finite existence, but love God through them. This is the meaning of the Christian imperative to love your neighbor as yourself. As Augustine explains, the imperative does not mean that you should love your neighbor for his or her own sake. On the contrary, it means that you should neither love yourself nor your neighbors in their own right. Neither your own self nor your neighbors have any value in themselves, but only by belonging to the eternity of God. This rhymes with value. And no, you know what? That's a conversation for later. But like just going back to the conversation of Christian atheism and this and that. And yeah, man, value has replaced God in a very real way. But that's a tangent. Hence, Augustine underlines that you should not enjoy anything in this life as an end in itself. Rather, you should use what you love as a means for devotion to the eternity of God. If you have a friend, a spouse, or a child, you should not love them for their own sake. You should use them as a means for the end of loving God. Through this conversion of your love, you will no longer depend on other finite beings, but only on God. If your friend becomes your enemy, you can still love him and forgive even his most atrocious deeds, since you are not attached to his particular existence or his particular deeds, but are using him as an occasion to love God. Similarly, if your spouse betrays you, you will not be angry or devastated, since you love God through her, and this love cannot be affected by anything she does. Finally, if your child dies, you will not mourn, since you only love your child insofar as he or she already belongs to the eternity of God. Augustine and the Stoics present different methods for achieving the same religious goal: to be absolved from loss, attaining peace of mind. The difference is that Augustine does not think such a religious fulfillment can be achieved in this life. As long as we are part of a historical world, we can be misled to love this life for its own sake, and we must continually be concerned about our salvation, which depends on the grace of God.
Salvation itself, however, is understood as the end of all care. Salvation would be to attain a state where all striving has come to an end, all action has come to rest, and all desire has been stilled. Augustine takes it for granted that we all strive towards such peace, whether we know it or not. Even those of us who devote ourselves to a life in this world are actually longing to repose in the peace, the quies of God's eternal being. Our heart is restless till it finds rest in thee, as Augustine famously remarks in his Confessions. The ultimate aim of our lives would thus be to rest in peace. This assumption is the common denominator of all religious ideals of eternity. I'd also say it's based in a life spent your ass, like breaking your ass working, right? It's like, if you've been working and you're always exhausted, yeah, resting in peace sure sounds nice. They would have us think that fulfillment, the highest state of being, consists in being liberated from care. Even though one always has to take care, the religious goal is to be free from all concern. Our attachments to finite life are thus devalued as restrictions that prevent us from attaining salvation. Can you read for a second? I gotta do something real quick. Our attachments, middle paragraph there. Our attachments to finite life.
Our attachments to finite life are thus devalued as restrictions that prevent us from attaining salvation. As long as we are attached to a finite life, including our own, we can never be relieved from concern. Depending on what happens, we may be moved to pain or enjoyment, hope or despair. For the one who embraces a religious ideal of eternity, such vulnerability may be recognized as a necessary evil on the way to salvation, but it cannot be seen as part of the good itself. The most instructive example is the Buddhist notion of nirvana. To attain nirvana is emphatically described as being invulnerable. In nirvana, you are untouched by any concerns and safe from all possible harm. You do not worry about anything, since you have attained a state of perfect rest and absolute permanence. In Buddhism, such a state is the only one that counts as truly satisfactory. All other forms of experience are deemed to be fundamentally unsatisfactory. The key term here is dukkha, which is often rendered as suffering, but more exactly translated as unsatisfactoriness. The Buddhist claim is that all experiences of finite life, including our most extraordinary experiences of well-being and bliss, are unsatisfactory, since they are impermanent. Even when they last for a long time, we can lose them at any moment. This is why Buddhism advocates detachment from everything that is impermanent. To be attached to finite life is to put yourself at risk, to expose yourself to being hurt by what happens. In contrast, Buddhism holds that you shouldn't detach yourself and aspire to rest in the peace, that you should detach yourself and aspire to rest in the peace of nirvana. By subscribing to the value of absolute permanence, Buddhism devalues everything that is impermanent. The mere fact that something is not eternal is enough for it to be unsatisfactory and unworthy of our devotion. However, when one removes everything that is impermanent, when one removes everything that comes into being and passes away, one is literally left with nothing. In nirvana, there is no death, but also no birth, no unrest, but also no activity, no aging, but also no growth, no distress, but also no passion, Nothing can ever disturb the peace, which also means that nothing can ever happen. The apparent paradox of nirvana haunts all religious conceptions of eternity. Absolute fullness is inseparable from absolute emptiness, and absolute presence is inseparable from absolute absence. My argument is that we should reject the idea that such a state of being is a goal worth striving for. A religious redemption from loss, whether through an imminent detachment or a transcendent eternity, is not a solution to any of our problems. Rather than making our dreams come true, it would obliterate who we are. To be invulnerable to grief is not to be consummated, it is to be deprived of the capacity to care. And to rest in peace is not to be fulfilled, it is to be dead. This is a therapeutic argument. I'm asking us to let go of a way of thinking that leads to a dead end, to recognize that the peace of eternity only resides in the grave. Rather than try to become invulnerable, we should learn to see that vulnerability is part of the good that we seek. Thereby, we can learn to see that our finitude and the finitude of what we love is not in itself a restriction. Our bonds to finite life are not only what constrain us, but also what sustain us, opening us to the world and to others. This therapy will not exempt you from the risks of being committed to a finite life. Oh, that was nasty. You cannot bear life on your own, and those on whom you cannot bear life on your own, and those on whom you depend can end up shattering your life. Moreover, since your own powers are finite, they may become depleted and make life unbearable. These are real dangers, but they are not reasons to try to transcend finitude altogether. They are reasons to take our mutual dependence seriously and develop better ways of living together. The recognition of mutual dependence requires secular faith. It requires that you keep faith with others even though there are no guarantees. And it requires that you keep faith with what you love, even though it makes you vulnerable to loss. This is difficult. All the dangers Augustine identified in loving what can be lost are actual possibilities. Your love may lead to anger when there is harm, grief when there is death, despair when hope is crushed. But the same vulnerability is also what makes you receptive to the world, to yourself, and to others. You cannot shut down your sense of uncertainty and risk without also shutting down your capacity to feel joy, connection, and love. Only by acknowledging the importance of something beyond your control, that is, only through vulnerability, can you be moved by what happens. The precious quality of joy is inseparable from a sense of its precariousness, and the value of connecting to another person would not be felt without the risk of disconnection.
Okay, I'm back. No, Samuel and Elton will not be able to join, but I did get some interesting feedback that I cannot reference for now. All right. Vulnerability, then, is not only passive exposure, but also a condition for any form of active commitment. To be committed to something is to be vulnerable to success and failure. If you are committed to doing something, you are putting yourself at risk, since you will experience it as a failure if you are not able to do it. Yet it is only by taking that risk of being committed that you can enjoy and appreciate what you do. Similarly, if you are committed to someone, you are open to the wonder of receiving another person in your life. But you are also exposed to the danger of betrayal and loss. You cannot protect yourself against what happens through a solemn equanimity. Rather, you will experience what happens in terms of bliss and pain, success and failure, possibility and peril. Got 16 people watching this live right now. What's up, everybody? How's it going over there? Yo, I know we're just recording this whole season of a podcast for people in the future, but just wanted to remark on the fact that we've held a steady 16 to 20 people over the course of like 3 hours. How many of you have been here for more than an hour? Very curious. How many of you just got here? Let me know. How many people are just catching up? Let me know when you get to this point when you're catching up. All right, let's keep going. Augustine himself is sensitive to how deep such commitments can be. In Book 4 of his Confessions, he recalls a friendship that lit up his time as a teacher of rhetoric in Tagaste, whatever. Augustine's account of this friendship is so radiant that many scholars have wondered if the two young men were lovers. Augustine here speaks of a bliss that illuminated his life as never before. The friendship was sweet to me beyond all the sweetness of life that I had experienced, and my soul could not endure to be without him. This is the way I'd talk about Nance and Mikey and really all of my fellow travelers in Theory Underground if I didn't have a wife, right? Like if I was like doing this whole semen retention thing that I think Augustine was doing, that's how I would talk about my bros, you know? Because of this intense attachment and receptivity, Augustine also becomes more vulnerable to the rhythms of time. He longs with impatience when his friend is absent and is seized by joy when he returns. Time spent together is an elevation of new heights. Time apart, an aching absence. Yo, Sean and Jacob in the chat here on the Discord side. What up, subscribers? How's it going, guys? How you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, Jacob's back. Jacob was here earlier, and then we've been going so long, we had to give him time to come back.
Here, I'll show the chat on screen because I gotta set it up again because we're on a different scene than we were on before. But yeah, guys, in case you guys didn't know, we do share the Discord subscriber only chat on screen from time to time when we're checking in. So I'll go ahead and show that right now. What do we got here? So Jacob said, "It's officially the weekend. Let's go." He said, most of book 10 of Augustine's Confessions is him listing shit he wish he didn't desire or enjoy. Oh my God. Food.
We're not ready to devolve yet into that madness.
Food, sex, and light are the three main things that Augustine is complaining about desiring. Music gets a pass, but only barely. Sean said, just got here. I don't even know what we're reading, LOL. Dude, what's up, man? How's it going? By the way, you can, if you want, go back to the beginning on the YouTube, but it would take you even at double speed, 4.5 hours to catch up at this point. So this is, as Nance says, This Life by Martin Hägglund. Yeah, good to see you, man. Great to have you. I'll do the pew pew pew. All right. He said 100%. Also, there was some file sharing in the chat. So, allegedly.
It was legally acquired.
Yeah, that's right. And legally shared. Yeah, so basically, the long and short of it is, Martin Hägglund is using his sort of like crypto-Heideggerian approach to kind of Marx appropriation towards his special version of social democracy to argue against religions of eternity that say that, you know, it's ultimately the afterlife that matters. And he's saying, no, guys, it's actually this life. And we know that because when you miss somebody, when you cry for somebody, when you mourn the deaths of somebody, when your project fails, it's just basic Heideggerian stuff. But the point is like that shows that at base you care, and that meaning is based in that care, and that our lives, insofar as they're meaningful, are finite, and that these, whether the religion is of eternal bliss, oneness with God, or of a nothingness that you get some kind of freedom from the ego and desire through, he's saying it's all missing the point of what it is to be human and pursue the good life. And so we've had on a variety of guests throughout the day. We've been recording different episodes in a whole season for the podcast. This is like, I don't know, episode 7 or something. But we've had a variety of secular to religious people on, the most openly theological and Christian of them being Daniel Garner of OG Rose, which was a fantastic episode, probably the longest episode, and definitely the highest energy episode, as is everything we've ever done with him. So we're still kind of coasting off of that, and it's getting us through the last part of the reading because we're starting to feel the effects of doing this all day, and you can tell probably. You can just see it on my face at this point. I know you can. I know you can. But also, we're getting dopey. We're getting dopey and playing shit like this, you know. Obama.
You can't just say everything that comes into your head. That's bad talking.
It's bad talking.
Yeah. Yeah, great to have you guys here. Yeah, well, we'll keep going. So where am I? Possibility in peril. Augustine, friendship was sweet beyond all sweetnesses of life, aching absence. Okay, bottom paragraph. The experience of love thus brings a sharper focus to Augustine's life, but it also makes him more deeply dependent on another. This predicament is expressed most poignantly in a line that Augustine invokes from the Roman poet Horace. Quote, he was half my soul. On the one hand, this means that Augustine had become so intimate with his friend that he shared the very substance of his being. On the other hand, it means that Augustine could be separated from himself, torn apart in the very substance of his being, if he were to lose his friend. And this is exactly what happened. After less than a year of their passionate relationship, his friend died, leaving Augustine haunted and bereaved. Now we got a long quote. My heart was darkened over with sorrow, and whatever I looked at was death. My own country was a torment to me. My own home was a strange unhappiness. All those things that we had done and said together became, now that he was gone, sheer torture to me. My eyes looked for him everywhere and could not find him. And as to the places where we used to meet, I hated all of them for not containing him. Nor were they able to say to me, now, look, he will soon come, as they used to say when he was alive and away from me. So basically back in the day, sorry to interrupt his thought here, but back in the day, he'd be all morose and sad boy hours, and they'd be like, hey, don't worry, man, Augustine, here comes your friend right now. And then he'd light up and be like, oh, for joy.
Dude, that's how I treat the fucking internet, dude. Like when I'm scrolling alone, I'm a sad boy. When I'm reading books and having meaningful conversations with people who I have a genuine connection with, I'm a happy boy. This is like
nothing changed. Yeah.
Yeah.
The time apart maybe is shorter, but all right. I had become this morning when I sent you the let's go. You were like, oh, happy boy. Yeah. So, somebody make the meme of the guy who's all sad and then he's all happy. It's like Nance looking at his doom scrolling, and then Dave says, let's go. Yeah. All right. I had become a great riddle to myself, and I used to ask my soul why it was sad and why it disquieted me so sorely. And my soul did not know what to answer. If I said trust in God, it very rightly did not obey me, because the man whom I had lost, my dearest friend, was more real and better than the fantastic God in whom my soul was asked to trust. Augustine here keeps faith with his love for his friend, even though it makes him suffer from the pain of loss and run the risk of despair. This is an act of secular faith because it is devoted to someone who is finite and affirms a vulnerability that is also the source of love. Quote, the reason why that grief penetrated me so easily and so deeply, Augustine recalls, was that I had poured out my soul like water onto sand by loving a man who was bound to die. Nance, you gotta unmute if you're gonna laugh that hard.
No, I'm done, man. That's super immature of me, but come on. Nobody is reading this and not giggling. That's funny. He's talking about my friend used to come, but now that he's away from me, he doesn't come anymore. He deeply penetrated me. Reading can be fun and real and serious at the same time. I just had to giggle, but I'm over it.
Dude, I'm shipping them pretty hard right now.
For sure, dude.
I know we're not supposed to ship fictional characters even, but these guys are dead. I can do it. I don't care. Let the Catholics get mad at me. I don't care. Augustine recalls that he had, poured out his soul like water onto sand by loving a man who was bound to die. Guys, don't love your friends. First things first. Jesus only.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah, they're gonna die like fucking worms, man. Like stupid little worms. Like, they're gonna die. That's stupid. You know what? You know what's beta as fuck? People who die.
Loving friends. Yeah. Giving a shit about your loved ones.
Yeah, do not love them. All right. The Christian Augustine deplores this expenditure of love. He should have invested his love in the eternity of God rather than binding it to a life that could be lost. Yet Augustine's own account of his experience testifies to a secular faith that remains legible in the Confessions. Given the fidelity to his friend, Augustine holds that an irreplaceable life has been lost, and he refuses to be consoled by the thought of God, since his beloved friend was more real and better than the fantastic God in whom my soul was asked to trust. This just makes Feuerbach right. Augustine's official narrative maintains that the God he refused was not the true Christian God he discovered later in his life. But Augustine's writing also tells another story. The reason he refused to seek comfort in God was not because he had an inadequate understanding of divine eternity, but because he loved his friend and the life they shared together as an end in itself. He wanted their lives to go on, rather than ascend to eternity. As Augustine himself makes clear, such secular love is incompatible with a religious love of eternity. A religious love of eternity treats the mortal beloved as a means and must be careful not to love him in his own right. As Augustine explains in the first book of his Confessions, my sin was in this, that I looked for pleasures, exaltations, truths not in God himself, but in his creatures, myself and the rest, and so I fell straight into sorrows, confusions, and mistakes.
Accordingly, Augustine implores his soul not to be foolish by trying to hold on to what passes away. Unless the soul turns toward the eternity of God, it is fixed to sorrows, since all things that are temporal will cease to be. With remarkable precision, Augustine locates the risk of mourning not only in passionate love, but also in the basic enjoyment of his physical senses. Merely to enjoy the light that illuminates the world is for Augustine a dangerous temptation, since it makes him dependent on something that is transient. That corporal light, he explains, is a tempting and dangerous sweetness. Enjoying the light of the day leads him to want more light and to suffer when it is absent, because he loves the light that makes the world visible. If suddenly the light is withdrawn, I seek for it with longing, and if it is absent for long, my mind grows sad. Similarly, when Augustine recites and is moved by a song, he warns himself against becoming attached to the sounds and words that vanish in time. Do not let my soul attach itself to these words with the glue of love through the sensations of the body, for all these things move along a path toward non-existence. They tear the soul apart with contagious desires. The attachment to a song or a melody is here a small-scale version of the attachment to a life that is torn apart by time. Instead of pursuing the passions of such a life, Augustine urges his soul to turn toward God's eternal word as the place of peace that is imperturbable. This turn toward eternity is the movement of his religious conversion. And thus concludes section 2.
Yeah, guys. So we made it this far. We've made it really far. Done a lot today. This stream has officially been going for 9 hours and 4 minutes and 35 seconds. This episode has officially gone for 1 hour and 53 minutes. Of course, the episode in the future will probably have a fancy little intro and outro added to it all. So what's up, people present on the subscriber side? Thank you guys for making everything here possible. On the public side, you all have patrons to thank for this stuff being public, for the free stuff offered to tier 0. If you don't have money to give but want to get at tier 0, there's a free subscription side of the Patreon. It's not the same as a subscription, like a membership at Theory Underground that gives you access to the monthly seminars. The patronage is just something you do because you want to support, and you don't have the time and energy or money to be involved at that higher level of involvement that people like Jacob and Sean, as well as various people that we've had in the chat here throughout the day, are. But if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have been able to quit my job at Amazon, and Anne, working at Amazon still, wouldn't be able to listen to this from work. And she is. She's at work right now. She'll be back soon, and then we're going to go to the theater. And it's very exciting. I love going to plays with her. But it sucks that she's having to work still, but it's all part of our big strategy. She didn't work while I was in Mexico supporting her, and now she's working while I am doing this. And of course, I'm still paying the bills with subscription and patron funds. But it's all part of like helping each other push through like these couple of years until we are both independent of working full time for wage labor, in which case, or at which time, we'll be able to just kind of be part-time teachers if we want to be, but we'll have that sort of freedom to walk away if we need to, you know, for family related reasons, for, wanting to write a book kind of reasons, or being threatened with deplatforming. I love to be able to walk away from something and say, I don't need you. I don't need you, actually. And you guys all make that possible. So thank you so much, everybody. We'll say a couple things and close about all of this. I find what he's doing with Augustine fascinating. I find what he did with Tillich and MLK and that Taylor guy and but all of these different theologians that he's been engaging with in chapters 1 and 2, fascinating. We're halfway through chapter 2, which is the chapter on love. Chapter 1 was the chapter on faith. We spent most of the day in the introduction. Most of the people were part of the introduction, which is great. It's a great introduction. It's an overview of everything that happens in the book. The parts of the book that I'm the most excited about, honestly, I'm super curious about what he has to say about responsibility. And then that's chapter 3. And then I really, really am super fascinated to get into what he says is natural versus spiritual freedom. Natural and spiritual freedom. So I want to see how he frames those things. And then we get into the value of our finite time. I feel like that chapter, which is, I think, chapter 5, is going to be the most relevant to time energy theory. And it's also where he's this value form sort of Marxist, which is to say, he's not this labor theory of value guy. He's saying, the critique is the critique of socially necessary labor time being the measure of value. And we need to get away from that by having some other form of value. And the fact that he says that makes him not a normal social democrat. And so I know some people have like this critique of him that, he's a social democrat, he's just a reformist or whatever. Well, he's a better social democrat than those boys over in the meta-modernism scene, okay? Which is to say, like, they're just like, we could go beyond postmodernism and get into meta-modernism if we could just, believe in stage theory again, do mushrooms, and talk to each other in a listening society, and do Nordic social democracy. And it's like, guys, that's really cool, but also they're not taking seriously enough why people stopped believing in stage theory. They all act like it's because it was colonial or racist, in part, but no, it was mostly because it was Marxist or Hitlerian. Like, it was a totalizing worldview. Yeah, it had like its element of, look, these people are backwards, but if they're just paying attention to that side of academia, they're not paying attention to like the real contradictions of the 20th century that resulted in there being no future, in there being this complete deadlock that we're in today. And of course, just like Martin Hägglund, who I still think is better, they are basically just telling progressives to be a little different and then things will be okay, which is basically like the underlying theory of all that is just progressives are the revolutionary subject. Progressives feeling things and then adjusting their attitudes in certain ways and maybe taking on a couple of theoretical distinctions is all we need to get out of the situation we're in. And so obviously here, that ain't going to cut it. Here, we're a lot more, black-pilled about the current situation and its deadlocks. And of course, we don't all agree on what that situation is, but there is this general coherence between, myself and Nance and Mikey and Anne and a few others that are kind of in the core, as well as on the organic side of Theory Underground, which the organic side is not all online. That's the point of that term, as opposed to the cyber side. And so, it's just real relationships, real people, real questions, real books, real struggle. We've been working through this stuff for like over 10 years in some cases, depends on the fellow traveler in question. And a lot of you are getting this sort of like trickle down benefit, hopefully, this sort of accelerator by being a part of Theory Underground on the free side or not. Yeah, I hope that you're all getting something out of what we're doing here. And part of what we're doing here that is being called into question is this book itself is a popular book, and therefore it's really easy to critique it on the basis of, really just like how do hipsters tend to critique popular works? Well, it's not up to their standards of like high theory. And it's like, it's repetitive. It's taking a basic idea and then putting it in several different ways over and over again. It's a lot more rhetoric than it is the sort of philosophical work that must have gone on in the background to make it possible. And of course, one could say that there's actually not that much substance, or there's actually not that much work that went on in the background. And that is something that I have throughout the day received messages about. And Nance, what did you want to say about that?
Just on that on that note, on that kind of facile, like, oh, this is trash. This is dime store trash. Or is that what people anyway? No, I do think it is quite evident the amount of work that's gone into this. Just from the introduction alone was dripping in Heidegger, dripping in a nuanced take on Marx. And I think it's evident. Like I think like if you don't see that, then you either are yourself not situated, or you're lying to yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mandy. She said, I don't know of anything like it, meaning Theory Underground. But this book, I want to read a part of one of the messages I received today. To be honest, I have a lot more respect for you in Timenergy than Hägglund's This Life, which isn't a book I can take seriously as a person who cares about historical accuracy, philosophy, Heidegger, etc. Something, but Americans love brooding Swedes, blah, blah, blah. I have to skip over parts that make it obvious who this is because this is supposed to be anonymous because the person's too close to Hägglund, actually. But let's just say that, the person in being close enough in that scene has had a sense for the acolytes that form around Hägglund. And what you get is a bunch of Suds, according to this person. A bunch of people who don't do real philosophy and they don't do real theology. They do comparative literature. And so you get a bunch of comparative literature bros who love Martin Hägglund, but they don't read real books. And then I have to think, yeah, man, like the main person who recommended this book to me was super into metamodernism. Doesn't care about Heidegger or Marx enough to actually read them in a serious way. Doesn't read super difficult, dense theory books. And my answer to that is, look, I have a foot in both of these worlds, and I tend to take the side of people who have time energy fragility and who don't read. all of this difficult stuff that we do at Theory Underground. Even though I think you all need to, you know, stop making excuses and get after it. There's also your real life, and you know what you have to do and what you cannot do. And if that changes, and if it is something that you can change just by changing your mindset, then great. Hope you'll get the clue. But also it might not be, and I'm in no position to judge. But this is kind of what I was referring to as like this sort of hipster take. And I take it to be a sort of hipster take because it is a socialite position. It's not it's like, okay, now I think that the person in question who said that is someone I deeply respect. And we're all, you know, socialites and hipsters to some extent on the internet. Like, you can't get out of it. Like, we're all part, as Chris Catrone said, taste maker communities. Over here's the French people, over here's the Marx people, right? And we're like, yeah, well, if we're a taste making community, then we're the one that has a buffet for all the different taste makers, and then an imminent critique of all of them, right? But with that said, though, I just, you know, I know that the person in question is going to end up listening to this, and I just want to tell you directly, and also to anyone else who might feel similarly to him, if you have a deep, loving passion for theology and philosophy, and then you see something like this, and it just comes off as pseudo-philosophy, pseudo-theology, and something that makes people double down in their confirmation bias and not open their minds and want to go deeper on their own, I can respect that. But also, I want you to take a look at this stream and the engagement it got all day, and the people who are involved, who are workers with earbuds, but also a lot of people who are passionate autodidacts. And then also look at the amazing conversations that came out of it. And if we were reading super dense theory all day, it would have been a very different experience. It would have been a very different experience. And so if you think that there's like a much more relevant book for opening up the dialogue that we're trying to open up with this book, then I don't know where it is. Here's the thing. You could tell me you know of a popular book that doesn't get the sort of recognition it deserves, that would have been a better one for opening up this conversation. And you're probably right. But here's the issue. People in my life did not recommend that book to me. You, coming from an elite institution, who comes from elite circles, who like has this sort of insider perspective, are hanging out with people who would never dream of handing this book to anyone or telling you that you should read it. Well, regular working fucking people in Boise, goddamn Idaho, that's the people who fucking told me about this book. I start with where I'm at and the people in my life with where they're at. And I don't take every popular bestseller and say, yeah, we need to use this as a gateway into talking about something. But I do try to pick my battles and have at least 20 that are worth bringing up and coming back to over and over again, which is why we don't just read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People in Critical Doxology and Timenergy seminar so that we can dunk on it. No, it's changed people's lives. I know people who are living a life of recovery and who are no longer beating their children and abusing substances or having them taken away by the drug court, and this book helped them. Okay? And so I think about those people. I don't think your fucking elitist, theological, dipshit bullshit is going to help that person. And in fact, this super sophisticated version of religion hasn't helped them. It doesn't reach the backwaters of this country. It doesn't reach the periphery because your fucking missionary friends aren't coming here, aren't connecting with people where they're at. And we are where they're at because we're them. We're not these Ivy League people who are then saying, oh, we're going to read these popular works of nonfiction. No, we're just scumming it up where we're literally at. And we are trying to raise ourselves out of this situation and read real philosophy and real theory. But I want other people to make an effort to kind of try to, I don't know, respect, dignify, and critique, not criticize. There's a big difference here between criticism and critique. And if you think that that something's worth being so dismissive of when it is so popular, then why isn't it worth tarrying with a little bit, getting inside its shoes, taking on the attitude of belief, reading it through charitably, and then speaking to the people who vibe with it because they're not fucking idiots, right? It's called meeting people where they're at. And ultimately, I get really defensive about this. I get really defensive about it because it just pisses me off. Everyone in my life who reads nonfiction, it changes their life, but their life had to bottom out before they started reading nonfiction. And the nonfiction they read is like this. It's always like this. It's always in this kind of prose. And I've got people writing about the Timenergy book saying that it's fascist because it writes in popular prose. They said even the title is reactionary. Just look, it's in this popular prose. And it's like, guys, it's just hipster dipshittery. You can't take it too seriously. But I also am aware I do this shit too. I dunk on 12 rules for life and whatever. I get it. I do it too. But I want to check that because ultimately, if I've got these two wolves inside of me, one is popular and one is high theory, I'm going to feed them both. I'm going to feed them both. I'm not going to stop. And I want to encourage you all to join in the endeavor and to go back and actually watch the engagement on this live stream. And then as the episodes come out, watch the engagement in the comment sections and see the amazing conversations that are being opened up when people who do read high theory come at something like this and do it in public. I think that it's a genre that did not exist before we started doing it, and we're not going to stop.
Yeah, man, I think critical doxology, when it was just a little glimmer in your eye before it became a thing, when we were just talking about it, like we had several fucking conversations where we were both just like stoked, like, dude, this is dope as fuck. Like this is going to be the shit. I can't wait. Because it is something like to connect with people, like to take it back to earlier in the day in this conversation where our care is kind of filtered through and tempered by particularities in our lives. Like how when I'm doing a 10-hour stream on YouTube and thinking and trying to engage seriously, my brother, I imaginally project my brother. Like my brother's always here with me in the moment. I'm doing this not just because I have this like desire to better myself, or I have a desire to better myself because there's concrete particularities in this world that through the enrichment of my mind in this way, I can improve their life and like their interaction with me improves my life and improves my experience. Like we're doing this shit for real people. We're not just doing this to put out hot takes on the internet and get all the upvotes and all that dumb simulated bullshit. Yes, of course, that's a factor. But I think here it's near the bottom of the list of factors. And I think that's pretty evident. We got a great fucking audience. We have a great group of fellow travelers and interlocutors and all this shit. But like, no, there's real people in the world who this shit matters to. And like me personally, I don't want to get too autobiographical, but this book really does resonate, especially some of the sections we've read. And if someone would have swooped in at a time when I was in, my need, and been like, hey, you don't have to just reject everything. Like you can actually engage with this. This book is trying to meet you where you are in an empathetic way, in a caring way, but still in a critical way. Like, because part of why I wanted to push everything away was because I thought I was smart. I thought I was smarter than everyone. And I wanted to deconstruct everything. And I didn't understand that deconstruction is done for the sake of understanding. My facile simulation of deconstruction was just rejection with extra steps. And I thought those extra steps made me look cool. They surely made me feel cool. But like this type of engagement with fucking people matters. And if you think of yourself as, I don't know, a person interested in critical theory or a person interested in sociology or philosophy or whatever, and you can't see how or why this matters, then you're doing it wrong. Like, I don't give a shit about your homeboys in your fucking classroom that never interface with the untouchables. Like, fuck you. Like, if you want to reify a caste system where you're too good for not this book specifically, but just books like this in general, and this type of discourse and this back and forth with doxa, like all the things that critical doxology and Timenergy is doing. Like, if you just can't get with that, then you're doing it wrong. And that really sucks. Because to bring this world of high theory, we are in a privileged position. We are lucky. Never mind all the, ifs, ands, and wherefores and why nots. Like, we're lucky as fuck. We've been called odium kings, right? And that is a position that most people aren't in. And I can either do that and perform that in my own little room where I never actually try to make it fucking matter to the situation, because we are situated. And so if I just disavow it all and just continue to read books and be smart in this masturbatory way, then no, dude, that fucking sucks. We have privilege. Let's actually try to build a bridge, because there are billions of people out there who are suffering, who are struggling, who can't articulate why, who don't understand how, and all these things. I don't know, man. I get defensive of CDT. I love it, and if you can't get with it, then fuck you, dude. I don't know, man.
I would just say, look, I've said this lots of times, but I want to say it again. Don't come around here and start centering people who aren't here. We have to center the people who aren't here that we have in mind in our organic network. Now, if you've got a bunch of people you care deeply about and say we're reading some popular bestseller and it's not good for them and blah, 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 and you want to start trying to represent the people who would be upset about it or whatever, it's just okay, well, it's go make your own little island, little platform, little fiefdom, go do your own thing. But we have in mind, when I say that I know these people who are living this recovery lifestyle and they do read this kind of stuff and they never read anything nonfiction before they sat down and read, say, 12 Rules for Life or 7 Habits of Highly Effective People or How to Win Friends and Influence People or any of these kinds of books. Doxological artifacts, as we refer to them. Well, if you don't have people like that, then, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily so privileged and you live in such an elite part of the world. I don't know what your life is like, but all I'm saying is you gotta trust us on this one. We know the people we're preparing ourselves to write books to. We know the people, who take this stuff seriously. And also, it's not it's worthless. I mean, if you watch this stream today, it speaks for itself, guys. My God, that was a fire conversation. It would not have been possible for Daniel Garner to say the things that he said in the ways that he said them and contribute to the conversation the way that he did if it wasn't for the fact that we were engaging with this book as opposed to some other book. Right?
For sure.
And
for sure.
Last thing I want to say about doxology, right? It's a study of common sense. Philosophy is supposed to challenge common sense. So high theory people tend to just write off anything popular as common sense. Well, yeah, guess what? Common sense also has a lot of truth to it a lot of the time, right? And so that's the thing. It's imminent critique of common sense. People go, oh, well, Dave, why don't you do imminent critique of this niche fucking furry fucking whatever bullshit? Why aren't you as sympathetic to that? I'm well, guess what? I don't care. It doesn't impact the real people in my life. And if it does so negatively. But when it's this is saving people's lives, or at least they think that it is. And I'm just speaking about doxological artifacts that we select, that we curate, that we make a part of the milieu. When we do that, it's not just olive branches to certain people who are dependent on this stuff. It's also no, we're learning how to communicate, like you said, with your brother, right? We're learning how to do this thing to kind of bridge these worlds in a critical, imminent way, which is I'm glad you shared the hell.
Oh, wait, dude, I can't hear you.
Did I just bump it?
Yeah, I think you just bumped it.
Did you hear the part about?
You said you're glad I shared Hello Gorgeous, the Substack post, and that was it.
Yeah, the Hello Gorgeous .substack.com, the Believing Game article that Nance shared, which is about the difference between critique and criticism. It's a great way for thinking about writing without coming off like a sophomore who's oh so critical or whatever. And it's just a great piece by Andy, our writing coach. And it is related to everything we're doing at Critical Doxology. So I'm going to actually send it out and tell people, hey, before you come to CDT on the third Sunday of this month, because this month we're doing it earlier than normal. It's normally on the fourth Sunday of every month. But you know, we got tour coming up. I want people to prepare by reading it and thinking about it. And what I wanted to say is, like, when it comes to common sense, all right, there's the common sense on the blue side and there's common sense on the red side. And then there's the broader common sense that is a little bit more Joe Rogan style, which is to say it's not obviously blue or red, you know, in a lot of cases. Like, the subtle art of giving a fuck could be a Democrat or a Republican. You don't know. You don't know. Like, you would read that book. Who fucking knows, man? Same with like the 48 Laws of Power or Mastery by Robert Greene. You don't know. You don't know what his politics are. Like, he could be a neoliberal Clintonite. He could be a Bernie bro. He could be Mitt Romney. You don't fucking know. You just literally don't know. And that's the way that people who are writing to the popular mass or whatever often do write, unless they're like super in Blueville or super in Redville. And yeah, we'll probably read some super Redville, super Blueville types of books as we go. We'll probably read some Oprah, you know, book club top hits. We'll probably read some Joe Rogan book club top hits. You know, those are the two Oprahs, Broprah and Oprah, OG.
What did you call him in Time Energy? Should we call him Bro Jopra?
Yeah, something like that. Like saying that he's the Oprah for bros. Yeah. But it's like, it's easy to take pot shots at someone like that, but there's a reason I spend a long time engaging with Joe Rogan seriously, not just because, we want to reach people. Also, he's a human being, and the human beings who are coming into the Life of the Mind for podcasts matter more to me. These inferior human resources matter more to me. They do. Mm. And the last thing I want to say about the whole hipster versus or hipster socialite thing. Look, like I just said, we're all that. But also the trap is trying to police what's relevant and trying to normalize what you think should be normalized and thinking that's activism. And that's what's happening here. Someone's trying to tell us this is not relevant because they actually know what's better. Well, it is relevant because people in my life keep recommending it to me. Therefore, it's relevant. Oh, and as far as popular things go, it's the closest thing that gets a time energy theory for normies that I've read, period, so far. It is the closest thing so far. He doesn't talk about exhaustion. He doesn't talk about how different kinds of time are not equal to each other because of energy. He doesn't talk about the different kinds of time states that you can be in dependent on energy. And he doesn't talk about how your work life is ultimately sucking away energy and leaving you with nothing but energy energy without time or time without energy. He doesn't get into that. Obviously, that's the addition of time energy theory, but he's so far advanced beyond most social democrats, most Republicans, most libertarians, most conservatives, most traditionalists, most meta-modernists, most fucking, I don't care, anybody, fourth political theorist. He's way ahead of most people in thinking about the value form, in thinking about finitude, and it's on the basis of disagreements with him that we will be able to grow an amazing discourse about theology in relation to time energy theory between secular people and religious people of all stripes, as long as we can learn how to respect where this is coming from. And if you think this is coming from some vile place, man, I'm sorry, but the reason that so many of us are relating to it so strongly is because he is touching on a nerve, because we have been gaslit our whole fucking lives, told that we can't be moral if we aren't believing in the God who wanted Abraham to kill Isaac. All right. We can't be moral if we don't believe in the God who genocided more people in the history of humanity than Hitler did with the Great Flood, if that was true. Who are being told we can't be moral if we don't believe in the God who played this game with Satan and killed fucking all of Job's children, right? So it's just like, I'm sorry. It is refreshing and it does turn the tables. And if you have some bigger brained argument, please engage with it seriously and submit something to one of our anthologies that's coming up that will be on this topic. Time, Energy, and Theology. 2025. We'll be accepting proposals next year. And you can talk about it when we come through your city on tour, probably in May or June of 2025, right? If you want to present on it and then develop it up into a paper and give some kind of big-brained imminent critique of Martin Hägglund's work, that's great. Just don't come along and tell us what's relevant, right? Because we know what's relevant. People talk about it. That's how you know. And it's not, it's normies, not activists who are trying to tell us they know what should be normal, right? Cool. Yeah.
I want to interpolate
to say.
Evan real quick from YouTube chat. They just got their book, their underground theory and time energy copies just arrived in the mail today, which is pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. Great. Both books. Also, shout out to Jacob in the subscriber chat who just finished Underground Theory. That's a big book, Jacob. Good job, man. You fucking
yeah.
And I like how they said that they got through it for the first time. And like that's a great way of phrasing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know us because it's not a compliment if you read it once. It's a compliment if you read it for the first time because you're planning on going back to it. So,
hell yeah.
Thank you. That's awesome. This is the end of season 1 of Time, Energy, and Theology, which starts with our reading of this life. And who knows, we could continue it. We don't know when, sometime soon. I hope that all the people that I forgot to invite for this one are able to join for the next one. And I hope all the people who were a part of this one are able to come back next time after they've had time to watch and listen to everybody else, because this is going to become some kind of a conference where theory heavyweights come in and riff off of some popular writing and add to it so much. This was the first time we've done this.
Dude, I know Cadell has so much going for this and everyone else too, but this, like the whole time I'm just thinking like, shit, Cadell's not going to have time to like any of the shit that he's got fucking locked and loaded in the chamber. Like, I'm pretty sure all of the guests today have a full magazine ready to go on this subject. Like it was great, man. This was fucking awesome. Everyone that's been here the whole time, thank you. Everyone that's seeing this in the future, thank you. Leave a comment. Let us know your thoughts. Or just like Dave said, plan it up, write a proposal, and drop a huge bomb in the future. Because whatever volume, and I'm assuming it'll be multiple volumes that come out of this specific Time, Energy, and Theology, they're going to be fire. I think they are some of the most important shit that we could talk about today.
Epic. All right, everybody. With that, I'm going to roll the thing. You know the thing. Everybody, have a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Timenergy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, you know, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried, and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy, and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, you know what, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world. But also, the app was really expensive, and so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money, and with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. My way of giving back to everybody is by promoting everyone who is at a current tier to the benefits of the tier above them, as far as subscribers go, and also rolling out a new lower tier. And so check out the tier subscription setup. And if you're not interested in taking the courses or what's being offered for subscribers and you want to support anyway, check out the Patreon. Finally, just stay tuned for more information on the tour in Europe during the month of May 2024 and the conference in Mexico during the last weekend of October 2024. If you want to be there, hit me up ASAP. Let's get talking because it's happening very soon. All right, bye-bye.